The wonderful adventures of the Warhammer elf. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Ace Combat. Unfortunately, even if the boyar nobles and the Cossack warriors fought desperately, they could not resist such a large number of Khorne Minotaur. All the Cossack warriors fell in a pool of blood, and the Minotaur kept gnawing at their flesh and blood, desecrating the bodies of these brave warriors. Ha, ha, it seems that my mission has been accomplished. After stabbing the fourth Minotaur to death, the boyar noble finally lost too much blood, and was cut off his arm by a Minotaur, and then was caught. Looking at the gradually closing door of the second transfer station in the rear, a smile appeared on the face of the boyar noble. It seemed that the shooting army and artillery had successfully retreated. Seeing that the prey in his hand dared to look around, the Minotaur angrily crushed the boyar noble's ribs and then pressed it to his mouth. Looking at the bloody mouth so close, blood kept oozing from the corners of the mouth of the boyar noble. The stench made his head swell. He couldn't help but laugh miserably and whispered, "Choose to death on my bones, you monster." Moo. On the castle of the second transfer station, the Kiev warriors looked at the Minotaur's gluttonous feast in the distance with shock and anger, their eyes full of blood. Just now, they witnessed with their own eyes that the soldiers of the first transfer station were annihilated, and even their bodies were eaten by the Minotaur, and they couldn't even leave a complete body for cremation. On the city wall, Peter slowly loosened his hands that were tightly holding the stone bricks of the city wall and shouted to the gunners on the dwarf tower in the distance, "Concentrate your firepower to cover the second transfer station and never let such a tragedy happen again." Yes. The towers on both sides of the Carroll's Bridge pointed their guns at the Minotaur that were about to attack the second transfer station, ready to fire at any time. Frankly speaking, the sacrifice of the first transit station was not worthwhile. After all, the defenders of Pridger were already at a disadvantage and should have used the terrain to consume the enemy. Fortunately, the sacrifice of these soldiers was not in vain. They used their lives to cover the retreating shooting army and artillery and successfully strengthened the defense of the second transit station. Sucabuli, put those Minotaurs into range for me. I want them to spit out everything they have eaten. Those flying things will be dealt with by the dwarves. The nobles on the castle stared at the demon army preparing to attack in the distance, as well as the groups of chaos angry monsters in the sky. Obviously, the fall of the first transit station gave the Chaos Lord a great boost of confidence. Now he has begun to prepare for an all-out attack. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skulls to the skull seat. Charge. Thousands of chaos warriors holding blasphemous battle axes and shields rushed into the first transit station frantically. The narrow terrain forced them to crowd together and rush towards the second transit station with long ladders. Due to Prague's unique terrain advantage, all previous chaos invasions could not use large siege equipment and could only use long ladders like this. Fire. With the order from the officers, hundreds of brand new muskets produced in Ulm, the Empire, began to exert their power. With a burst of smoke, countless lead bullets flew out of the barrels, easily penetrating the shields of the Khorne warriors and deeply embedded in the skin of these heavily armored warriors. Some Khorne warriors who were shot in the vitals fell on the spot. They wailed and covered their wounds. The instinct of fear made the blessing of Khorne slowly disappear from them. Compared with the Minotaur, as humans, although they sacrificed their souls, they could not change the weakness of their flesh after all. Compared with the Chaos Warriors, the Minotaur's experience was even more miserable. Iron shells with a diameter of tens of centimeters could easily penetrate their bodies. The blessing of Khorne can indeed make them immune to some physical attacks, but even the bloodthirsty demons cannot withstand the heavy artillery volleys, let alone them. Hundreds of Chaos Warriors and a dozen Minotaurs fell in a pool of blood, but more Chaos troops stepped on their bodies and climbed the long ladders on the city wall. Looking at the Chaos Warriors who had already begun to attack the city wall, Sigurd nodded with satisfaction, and then ordered the Chaos Angry Demon in the air, "Go and deal with those musketeers." Such despicable weapons used by cowards cannot please the blood god at all. They must pay the price. Gaga gaga, the angry demons that were enough to cover the sky began to pounce on the second transfer station. The sharpened horse cries made all humans frown. Although these evil creatures that built their nests on the Chaos Wasteland are very weak individually, they are often the most deadly when they swarm in. These despicable and hateful creatures have no so-called sense of shame. Even if they are blessed by con, these little guys still find it difficult to change their nature of loving sneak attacks. Although the small and sharp claws can hardly cause serious damage to the heavy infantry, they are enough to give the Cossack warriors a headache with their own flexibility and number. Angry demons are coming. Gosser archers, prepare to shoot. With the long range advantage of all the soldiers holding bows, thousands of hunting bows were aimed at the sky and began to vent the angry arrows of Kyiv. Just kidding. In order to resist Sigurd's invasion, Prigya purchased a large number of short bows for hunting from all over Kyiv, enough for many conscripts to have one. Although these hunting bows are not powerful, it is still easy to deal with these weak angry demons who have no armor and can only fight with their despicable instincts. Haha. However, the chaos angry demons are not vegetarians. They are good at retreating after one strike. They have extremely strong reflexes and flexibility. For them, dodging these rains of arrows is as easy as drinking water. Looking at these slow arrows, the angry demon's eyes flashed with disdain and complacency. They flapped their wings and began to dodge the rain of arrows, while not forgetting to make a mockery. Unfortunately, the angry monsters charging in front can dodge arrows with their flexible bodies, but their companions at the back whose eyes are blocked are not so lucky. Screams came from behind the angry monsters, and the iron arrows easily cut through their fragile wing membranes, and they fell to the ground one after another. Humph, after all, they are just a group of beasts, and they can't even cooperate with the most basic. Prepare for close combat. Looking at the group of angry monsters getting closer and closer in the sky, the boyar noble took out 2 battle axes and prepared to fight these angry monsters in close combat. Whoosh whoosh, just as the angry monsters flew over the second transfer station and prepared to dive at the Kosa warriors below, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly came from the distance, diverting their attention. A series of dark blue dwarf helicopters began to rise slowly from the city of Prigya, and the rapid-fire cannons under the fuselage were already aimed at them. Go to hell, you bastards of chaos. Seeing that these chaos monsters had been caught in their crotches, the corners of the dwarf pilots' mouths under their thick beards began to rise wildly, and they pulled the triggers in their hands one after another. Chapter 227. A big fight in the chess room. Da-da-da-da-da. Endless flames began to spurt out from the bottom of the helicopter, and bullets with explosive fuses flew out of the muzzle and flew towards the group of angry monsters. Compared with the arrows of the Kosa warriors, the angry monsters had never seen such bullets that would explode in the air. They were blown up and cried for their parents, screaming and dodging. Gagaga. Some angry monsters tried to attack these dwarf helicopters with their claws, but how could their little claws penetrate the solid shell forged from fine iron? Looking at the angry monsters outside the window that were constantly destroying his helicopter with their claws, the dwarf pilot's eyes were bulging under his sunglasses, his small splayed beard was shaking wildly, and he pushed the joystick hard and shouted, "You damn bastards, you ruined the paint I just applied some time ago. Can't you be considerate of me?" Buzz buzz buzz. The propeller blades composed of sharp blades can easily tear the angry monster in half, like the sickle of the god of death, constantly harvesting the lives smashed by chaos. There is a disadvantage in the technological research and development of the dwarves. That is, the research and development and acceptance of new weapons are usually extremely slow. For those old-fashioned dwarf craftsmen, weapons that have been researched for hundreds of years will definitely be stronger and more durable than weapons that are hastily made. This also leads to the fact that, although the dwarves' technology is ahead of the world, it takes hundreds of years to come up with new technology because they are often blocked by the elders. During this period, races such as Radman and humans can easily surpass the dwarves in technology. This is also a disadvantage that the dwarves cannot change because of their nature. But this result also brings a benefit, that is, the war weapons made by the dwarves are surprisingly reliable. Whether it is a rifle or a cannon, these weapons that have been polished for hundreds of years have unparalleled accuracy and power. As a means of transportation for the dwarves to communicate between various kingdoms, helicopters are no longer simple rotorcraft made of mill windmills and canvas in the early days, but outright war machines. There was even a legend that a driver used the helicopter's rotating blade to cut the neck of a young dragon with superb driving skills. Although the authenticity of the story has long been untraceable, it is enough to show the power of the dwarf helicopter. Looking at the angry monsters falling from the sky and the helicopters fighting bravely, the face of the dwarf supreme king on the city wall, Eriksson, also showed a happy smile. Peter looked at the mighty dwarf helicopter in the sky with envy, and complained with jealousy. It's a pity that we in Kiel don't have any flying creatures or industrial machine tools that can be tamed, otherwise we wouldn't have even one thing that can fly to the sky. Hahaha, this is the highest core of our dwarven industry. It's no exaggeration to say that, even if we give you the design drawings, you can't study it without spending hundreds of years. Eriksson showed off to Peter with some pride, obviously very confident in the power of dwarven technology. Unfortunately, the advantage gained by the dwarf helicopter in the air battle can't have any impact on the increasingly corrupt situation on the ground. As time goes by, more and more Khorne warriors begin to climb up the long ladder to the castle and start a fierce battle with the Cossack warriors above. Hold them and try to buy time for the gunners on the high tower to output. After splitting the head of the Khorne warrior in front of him with an axe, the noble looked at the spire and the third transfer station that were constantly firing shells, and kept issuing orders to delay time. Thanks to the narrow bridge deck that could not accommodate too many people, the Khorne warriors crowded on the bridge deck became fixed targets for the artillery. Various shells fell on the bridge deck, and each bombardment could easily take away the lives of several or even dozens of Khorne warriors, exploding a bloody flower in the crowd. At the same time, the dwarf helicopters that had dealt with the angry demons in the air also began to support the castle. The helicopters equipped with sulfur guns began to burn the climbing Khorne warriors with flames. At the same time, the rapid-fire cannons and thrown bombs continued to pour out terrifying vitality, shooting the Khorne soldiers on the bridge deck into sieves. For a time, the entire battlefield was in a stalemate, with all kinds of blown up limbs and arms flying in the air, and the spilled blood falling like raindrops. Humph, these lowly people hiding in the mountains are as incompetent as the Kislevites. They actually use such despicable weapons to stop the blood god's army. It's just wishful thinking. Sigurd showed a trace of disdain on his face, and then he threw the rune battle axe in his hand back to the sky. A visible red airwave instantly flew towards the sky. That was the signal to launch a general attack. A dragon roar resounding through the sky came from behind, and the hundreds of thousands of Norskins on standby immediately looked back excitedly. Several black dragons with a body length of hundreds of meters and an omnisaur all over their bodies were flying towards this side, and the two ferocious big heads kept roaring. They were corrupted chaos dragons, and they were all silver moon dragons. Don't confuse it with the game. This refers to age. On the walls of Prago, Peter and Eriksson's faces immediately darkened, and they ordered the gunners around them, point the missiles at the sky, and prepare all idle artillery for air defense. Let the helicopters withdraw, and hurry up to prepare the organ cannons. If these dragons dare to come over, reward them with a volley. After receiving the order, the idle cannons began to load iron bull shells with stronger armor-piercing capabilities. The gunners nervously aimed their crosses at the sky, waiting for the dragon to approach. They didn't have much fear in their hearts. After all, the Sigma Empire next door had killed a Yeogsing dragon with a cannon, so they had a bottom line in their hearts. Humans have never lacked the courage to face danger, and they are always afraid of the unknown itself. With the retreat of the dwarf helicopter, the situation of the second transfer station suddenly became precarious, and even the city gate was about to be breached by the Minotaur. Looking at the nearly 100 Chaos Warriors who had already climbed up the city wall, and the cracks that had begun to appear on the Iron City gate, the noble officer gritted his teeth, and made the same decision as the first transfer station. All the Cossack warriors stay, and cover the retreat of the artillery and shooting troops. We must do our best to drag them here. In the Chaos Wasteland, hundreds of thousands of Norskins were arranged in hundreds of huge 1,000-man square formations, roaring and walking towards Prague. The blood and sweat of countless Chaos Warriors and Minotaur were thrown on the ground. However, as the Chaos Lord, Sigurd did not feel any pain, but was constantly delighted in his heart. So much blood and fighting must be able to please the great blood god, right? How could he know that his Lord Blood God was sulking at this time? Warp, on the brass throne covered with endless anger and skulls. Khorne was staring at the silver portal in front of him with an angry look that was enough to cause a rift in the warp. HMPH, a mere elf god actually wants to interfere with the blood feast I carefully prepared. He is simply impatient to live. Seeing that the destination of this portal was Prague, Khorne immediately roared angrily, and the entire warp seemed to be shaken by this roar. A magnificent blood-red warp energy immediately flew out from the brass throne, flying towards the Silverlight with overwhelming destructive force. He finally got a good card and was about to call the landlord to have fun, but he didn't expect that someone would rob him of the landlord position. The most outrageous thing is that this female elf suddenly put a chair between the four people, as if she was forcing her way into the card table. How can this be tolerated? Exclamation mark. The red energy is like Khorne's big hand, ready to forcibly take away the card stolen by the silver energy, and then expel it from the chess and card room. At the other end of the table, the pink energy was wriggling in dissatisfaction because of Khorne's roar, as if it was interrupted when trying to cheat. The other green energy exuded a harmonious atmosphere, just like a kind elder who was ready to use his years of experience in playing cards to be ready to grab the landlord at any time. The red energy kept pressing towards the Silverlight. The Silverlight, who had just joined the chess and card room, was like a newbie and was in danger under the pressure of Khorne's powerful momentum. Snap! Suddenly, a blue energy directly hit the big hand that Khorne stretched out, and then took advantage of the red energy's daze to help the fragile Silverlight repair the portal. Boom. The whole chess and card room was shaking constantly because of Khorne's angry stomping, and the cards originally on the Khorne chess table turned into chaos eggs and jumped off the chess table with strange cries. Even the two energies that were originally busy with their own things were attracted by the vibration and looked over here curiously to see if there was a chance to peek at the cards. Blue-haired fat chicken. What do you mean? Mehahaha. Guess. In the subspace, the war between the Lord of Blood and the Lord of Change started without warning, and countless demon armies began to join the new war. Even the other two evil gods briefly withdrew their eyes from the chess table, smiling at the two naughty kids who threw cards into the other party's territory. Even at this moment, the four evil gods briefly forgot the silver light that just flashed by, and the chair that was quietly placed between them. Chapter 228 Crisis. Just as the entire warp was in chaos, Prague in the mortal realm had already become precarious under the attack of the Chaos Army. The 3 transfer stations on the Kars Bridge had been completely destroyed, and the Blood Army was marching with heavy and determined steps to attack the main city of Prague, destroy these humans and dwarves, and offer their heads and souls to the great Blood Lord. What awaits us will be supreme glory. Tens of thousands of Chaos Warriors and Bloodletters had already put long ladders on the city wall and began to fight with the Cossack warriors amid Sigurd's roar. The heavily armored veterans among the Cossack warriors were constantly fighting with the Bloodletters wielding the Hillblade, trying to stop the demons' attack with their flesh and blood. Although the flintlock pistols in their hands could easily penetrate the Chaos Warriors' plate armor, it was clear that the Khorne believers would not give them this opportunity. Roar. The ferocious demon faces of the Bloodletters were full of sharp teeth, and their purple long tongues were exposed in the air, enjoying the bloody smell around them. Although their bodies were also unable to withstand the power of muskets, their tough skin gave them an advantage in fighting mortals. Peter kept waving the fine steel battle axe given by the Dwarf Supreme King, while killing the Norskins who tried to attack the gunners. He shouted, "Stop them, and never let more demons climb the city wall." Although the rune wall can withstand a variety of ranged and magical damage, the Blood Legion blessed by Khorne has almost no ranged damage. This also led to the fact that, although the city wall can effectively resist the attack of Chaos Warriors, it can't stop more and more long ladders from being placed on the city wall. More and more Khorne warriors began to climb the city wall. Although the shooting army on the inner wall could pose a considerable threat to them, they were not afraid at all. After all, after being blessed by Khorne, they were all taller than 2 meters tall, and they had a layer of heavy plate armor tightly connected to their skin and flesh. These iron plates from the Soul Forge can even withstand frontal fire from inferior muskets, not to mention the hunting bows and spears of the Cossack warriors. Even the most elite heavily armored Cossack warriors, due to the relatively weak industrial base of Kyiv, are only equipped with heavy chainmail and iron battle axes of average quality at most. This wave is the Renaissance versus the Dark Age. The advantage is mine. A Khorne warrior with red eyes rushed up the wall waving a blasphemous battle axe. Looking at these Cossack warriors who dared to appear in front of him wearing only leather armor, he couldn't help but taunted. Ha ha ha, you weak mortals. Even if I stand here and let you chop me, you can't chop me. RRR. Just as he raised the bloody battle axe in his hand and prepared to launch an attack, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his phantom limb, and then his calf was severely injured, and he knelt on one knee on the ground wailing. The dwarf warrior, who was less than half his height, was holding a bloodstained rune axe in his hand, looking at the Khorne warrior kneeling on the ground with disdain, and finally split his helmet with the axe. How could it be? Why didn't I see it? Hearing the dying groan of the Khorne warrior, the dwarf warrior's iron mask and big beard couldn't help but twitch, and then slashed at the calf of another chaos warrior. Although he killed an enemy, why is this feeling of being ignored so annoying? Unfortunately, this sneak attack did not last long. The gradually soaring battle damage attracted the attention of other demons. The bloodletting ghost began to scream and began to attack the dwarf. The great sword engraved with blasphemous runes kept slashing down, and even the heavy shields and armor of the dwarves could hardly resist it, and could not resist such a blasphemous sawtooth sword. Who can refuse an armor-piercing anti-infantry unit that can be stacked up to 60 attack and 30 defense in the early stage? Compared with the blasphemous axes of the Chaos Warriors, the Hellblade in the hands of the bloodletting ghost is even more indestructible. The blasphemous metal forged by the endless rage under the brass throne of Khorne. Even the most sophisticated shields and armor of the dwarves could not withstand such a blow. At the same time, more and more Khorne warriors also noticed the dwarf warriors hidden in the crowd, and began to pay attention to their feet. For a time, more than a dozen dwarf bearded warriors could not bear the congratulations from the Khorne demons, and their already short figures were instantly submerged in a sea of red. You evil blasphemous creatures, don't even think about stepping on the walls forged by our ancestors with your hooves. Watching his compatriots fall one by one, Ericsson's heart was like a knife, and then he waved the rune axe in his hand more angrily. This battle axe is a legendary battle axe left in the Eternal Peak by the legendary dwarf god of war, Grimnir, when he went deep into the Chaos Wasteland. According to legend, Grimnir established his great reputation with this battle axe, and countless beastmen, greenskins and even chaos demons have died under this battle axe. Now, as the High King of the Dwarves with the blood of the god of war flowing in his body, he must inherit the mission and will of his ancestors, and destroy all these demons that threaten the world. Boom boom, lightning flew out from the rune axe, accompanied by the painful wails of the bloodletters, and instantly exiled a large number of demons back to the warp. Several chaos warriors also joined the battle. The sharp blades and battle axes in their hands left white marks on the High King's armor, but then they were cut in half. Beside him, the descendants of the High King were also fighting bravely, constantly cooperating with the warriors of Kyiv, trying to eliminate the Chaos Warriors who climbed onto the city wall. However, the overall decline of the Kislevites on the city wall will not change because of the advantage on the local battlefield. In the sky, several chaos dragons continued to spit out poisonous mist that was enough to corrode the flesh, wantonly destroying the enemy and friendly forces below. At the gate, the Khorne Chaos Spawner replaced the Minotaur siege position, constantly sucking on the gate with its spiked tentacles, trying to dig through the iron gate with its teeth. In just a few hours, the casualties of the Blood Legion had reached tens of thousands. The bridge and the city walls were full of blood, and even the river was filled with corpses that fell from the city walls. Sigurd looked at the gate that was about to be broken with satisfaction, and ordered the Khorne warrior champion behind him. They have been almost consumed. You can prepare to send the reserve troops. Although the casualties were quite large, Prague obviously couldn't afford this war. Unless another reinforcement army really arrived on the battlefield, the city would fall today. As for the reinforcement from Kyiv, how is that possible? In order to successfully complete this invasion of the Khorne Legion, He has been preparing for a long time, according to the intelligence collected in advance. While the Sigma Empire was busy with the civil strife in various territories, the dwarves and Britannia were busy dealing with the greenskins, and they were all busy with their own affairs. Where did the reinforcement come from? Thinking of this, Sigurd's mouth curled up slightly, and then he gestured to the Steel Bull Knights behind him, and slowly marched towards the city gate. However, he did not notice that, just as he led his army to turn around and leave, a faint tearing sound suddenly came from behind the Khorne Legion. Carola. Chapter 229. King's Landing in Pridger. Hey, what is this? A faint silver light slowly shone on the chaotic wasteland full of cracks, immediately attracting the attention of an Orscan hunter. As a long-range infantryman who threw javelins, he was almost ostracized by everyone in the legion, so he was ranked last in the battle. Looking at the pink flowers slowly growing on the wasteland, the young Norscan hunter curiously put down the javelin in his hand, walked forward and plucked the flowers on the ground. It smells so good. What kind of herb is this? Why haven't I seen it before? The refreshing flower fragrance made him slightly fascinated. Living in the chaotic wasteland since childhood, the only green plants he had seen were some strange little flowers with tentacles. However, every time those flowers that symbolize evil appear, it means that all kinds of terrible diseases will sweep the tribe, so he hates to see those tentacle flowers. But this little flower smells so good. Looking at this little life that keeps spinning on his fingertips, a trance flashed in the eyes of the Norscan hunter, and he didn't notice the silver figure slowly falling from the sky. The silver light became stronger and stronger, and even the entire Pridger was shrouded in a layer of light mist, and the blood-colored clouds in the sky gradually turned into the usual gray. All the signs of chaos invasion were fading away, and even the magic wind in the air, that was frantic, because of the appearance of the demons, gradually calmed down. Roar. The suddenly calmed magic wind immediately fed back to the demons, and the vampires roared uneasy as they felt that the connection between the body and the soul was no longer stable. The last time this happened seemed to be when the Great Whirlpool was built. The sudden appearance of the demons immediately made the dwarf supreme king aware of the opportunity, so he shouted to the few heirs and long-bearded warriors around him, "Quick, those demons seem to have some problems, and deal with them first." Even the Kossard warriors noticed that the pressure brought by the demons had dropped suddenly, so they cooperated with the dwarves and launched a fierce attack on these stunned demons. Countless battle axes instantly fell on the tough bodies of the vampires, knocking down dozens of them in an instant and exiling them back to the subspace. Their bodies have become weaker. Everyone, attack now. Peter excitedly put down his pistol and looked at the vampire in front of him who was killed by his own shot and couldn't help but shouting excitedly. Everyone was surprised to find that the originally indestructible demon body could be killed by a mere mortal weapon and turned into meat paste on the spot. There were even some unlucky vampires who were killed by the simple hunting bows of the Kossar warriors and disappeared unwillingly in the mortal world. No. How could this happen? Has the blood god given up on us? Looking at the vampire army that kept turning into red spots of light and floating in the air, the chaos warriors couldn't help but retreat in fear. This omen was too unlucky. If the blood god really no longer favored them, then is there any point in fighting this war? Don't retreat. Even if this war has lost the blessing of the blood god, we can still sacrifice blood to this city. Looking at the army that was in chaos because of the exile of the demons, Sigurd, who had low emotional intelligence, couldn't help but chop down several Norscans with his blasphemous battle axe, and then pointed at the broken city gate and roared, "The city gate is open. Everyone follow me to kill." As soon as the voice fell, Sigurd drove the Khorne steel bull under his crotch, led dozens of skull grinders around him, and rushed towards the city gate. After all, there were still hundreds of thousands of Norscans in his legion who had not launched an attack. As long as this army could successfully launch an attack, the situation would get better. This wave was 180,000 to 20,000, and the advantage was mine. The remaining thousands of bloodletters and chaos eggs were not to be outdone, and they followed the footsteps of the chaos lords and charged towards the city gate, ready to offer their bodies as a gift to the blood god. The demon army shouted and charged, not noticing the death threat from above and the terrible ending of being wiped out forever. In this battlefield shrouded in fog, even the chaos dragons flying in the air could not detect the figure above Bragg. The flawless white wings were gently swaying in the breeze, and a warm golden light like the sun emerged from the left hand of the angel, slowly aiming at the car's bridge below. What should I call this move? Ultimate Divine Power Enhanced Special Edition 10,000 Flames Collection Plus? With the somewhat tangled low hum of the angel, a small phoenix composed entirely of white light slowly floated on the claws of the holy light, tilting its head and looking at the angel curiously. Well, I'll call you Solar Flare. I hope you won't let me down. Clang, the crisp phoenix cry came from the fingertips. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the phoenix, Rohan released the phoenix on his fingertips and then watched it slowly fly towards Prague. This blow will change history. A few seconds later, in the city of Prija, dozens of bear knights in heavy armor were looking at the demon army galloping on the car's bridge with tense expressions. They pointed their lances at Sigurd, who was rushing in the front, and shouted, "For the motherland." Boom. As soon as the voice fell, a huge fireball like the sun suddenly fell from the sky and hit the demon army on the car's bridge. The violent shaking even made the humans and demons on the city wall stagger. Only the dwarves were not affected because of the two stable chassis. The Supreme King, with red and swollen eyes, covered the blackened wound on his shoulder. Before he could feel the pain of losing his son, he hurriedly asked Peter, who fell to the ground beside him, "What happened? Did the bloodthirsty demon appear?" "Sucabuli, it seems that something more terrible than the demon has come." Peter lay on the parapet, staring blankly at the slowly collapsing car's bridge, the strange army that suddenly appeared on the skyline, and the overwhelming terrifying creatures. "Father Bear, are these guys friends or enemies?" As the fog covering Prague slowly dissipated, the Blood Legion was horrified to notice the hundreds of flying dragons that suddenly appeared behind them and had been waiting in the air for a long time. Looking at the overwhelming silver flying dragons, several chaos dragons couldn't help but ask them curiously in dragon language, and when they didn't get any response, they decisively flew away from the battlefield. They were already very intelligent and immediately realized that the current situation was not right, so they decisively abandoned the Chaos Lord, whose life and death were uncertain, and chose to run away. Are you kidding? Khorne only gave them a few dollars, and they were not believers of a single evil god, so there was no need to work hard for him. Woo! A series of military trumpets full of murderous aura came from afar, and before the Norskins in the back could react, they saw flames lighting up from afar. The companions around them immediately let out painful howls, and the Norskins reacted and hurriedly raised their shields to avoid them. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of muskets like pouring beans came from afar. Even the dumbest Norskins had already reacted. These guys who could use muskets were definitely enemies, not friends. Oh my god, it's the army of the elves. When did they enter Kyiv? Why don't I have any news about it? Peter, who was standing on the wall, put down the telescope in his hand in surprise. Thinking back to the pointy ears under the helmet he had just seen, he couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen an elf before, and his impression of them was completely on paper. Even Kyiv had almost no diplomatic relations with the elves due to its geographical location. Where did they come from? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Demon Slayer, Squadron, Free Fire. On the hillside far from Prija, Anger was reloading the rune musket in his hand while giving orders to the soldiers around him. The follow-up troops were still coming through the portal in an endless stream. As the vanguard, they could conduct covering fire from a distance of several thousand meters. Anyway, the Norskins were lined up in a huge formation, and even random shooting could easily penetrate several predators, not to mention that they had thousands of guns. Papa, we can't just passively take the beating like this. Let the cavalry charge. Calm down, those are just some muskets. Everyone can use iron shields to defend, which can reduce the damage. Another round of bullets rained down, and the Norskins hurriedly raised their ironclad leather shields in their hands to prepare for defense, trying to block these bullets. Years of combat experience with the Sigma Empire had long allowed them to summarize a set of strategies specifically for dealing with gunpowder weapons, and using special shields is enough to resist the Empire's musket attacks. With the heavy iron shield in front and behind them, the Norscan raiders immediately felt a sense of security and began to form a formation and move towards the hillside. Without telescopes, the Norscans did not recognize the musketeers on the opposite side as the elves' army and thought that these enemies were reinforcement from the Empire. Hold on, brothers, those thin-armed and thin-legged Imperials only rely on such weapons without honor, and close combat will be advantageous to us. A chieftain who took over the command position raised his shield and led thousands of warriors from his tribe to slowly walk towards the hillside. After all, this shield is too heavy. If they really had to carry this shield and run nearly 1,000 meters, they would probably be out of breath. There was another burst of fire in the distance, and the chieftain smiled slightly and then hid his body in the iron shield. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to get close to a safe distance soon, and then engage in close combat with those weak Imperials. It's a pity that imagination is full and reality is very skinny. Accompanied by bursts of shrill screams, thousands of Norscans were hit by bullets that penetrated their shields and fell to the ground in pieces. The special silver bullets easily penetrated their armor and flesh, and then deeply embedded in the body of the second compatriot, crushing his flesh and blood before stopping. In midair, Rohan looked at the entire battlefield without emotion, and the Norscans who were in chaos below had a flash of disdain in their eyes. The rune muskets he spent a lot of money to build, coupled with the modern technology transformation of the arsenal, how could their power be comparable to the cheap ones of the Sigma Empire? As more and more Norscans fell under the muskets of the guards, Rohan no longer cared about the front battlefield, but turned and flew towards Prague. Kiev, as a human outpost against chaos, would be a pity if it fell here before it could hold on. Under the curious eyes of humans and the hostile eyes of dwarves, Rohan slowly raised his holy claw, and a soft blue holy light was sprinkled on this cursed city. Father Bear. Peter was shocked to see the Kosa warriors and dwarf warriors who were lying in the pile of corpses struggling to get up, and their fatal scars were healing little by little. Even the living warriors felt a pure energy constantly surging from their bodies, prompting their bodies to recover their strength and wounds. As the only healing spell in the higher system, the Divine Praise, which already has healing power, has created a miracle that is almost like resurrection from the dead. Although the effect looks good, it is still a little worse than our dwarf's Valor rune. Looking at the seriously injured dwarf warriors around him who were constantly recovering, and the chaos curse on his shoulder slowly fading, even the Supreme King could only hum a few words. Although he hated elves, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, and seeing that his seriously injured offspring had actually recovered, he couldn't say anything more. Looking at the human and dwarf coalition forces that had recovered on the city wall, Rohan drew out the rune sword from his waist and shouted, "The invasion of chaos has not yet been cleared. You can't rest here. Come with me to deal with these evil and filthy things." As he spoke, Rohan had already retracted his wings and dived towards a bloodletter who had survived by chance. The bloodletter was originally preparing to slaughter a porky elf boy, but he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air behind him, and he turned around and swung his sword in fear. Crack. Under the bloodletter's horrified gaze, the hill blade, forged from the wrath of Khorne in his hand actually shattered, and a sharp golden claw pierced its body. Raw, feeling that his soul was actually drifting away with his body, the bloodletter only had time to let out a miserable warning roar before disappearing from the world forever. Hearing the miserable roar of his compatriots before they died, the demons on the city wall immediately retreated in fear, looking at this huge sound in panic. This elf can actually destroy the souls of demons? You know, the reason why demons dare to act recklessly in the mortal world is because the mortal world can only destroy their bodies, but cannot erase their souls. Even if their bodies die, their souls can return to the soul furnace and return to the mortal world after paying a certain price. This is like charging money to play games. Demons are like controlling characters in the virtual world to fight and collect the souls of creatures in the mortal world. If they are unfortunately killed, they can be resurrected by recharging their souls and continue to do whatever they want. But now, an NPC who can take blue pills suddenly appears in the virtual world in the computer and can stab themselves to death through the screen. How can they not be afraid? As if he noticed the gaze behind him, Rohan threw away the dry corpse in his hand and turned his blue eyes to the demons. Roar, run, accompanied by the screams of a bloodhound. Whether it was the angry demon flying in the sky or the bloodletting vampire who was engaged in a battle on the city wall, they chose to give up their bodies without hesitation. Are you kidding? If you don't run away quickly, you'll get stabbed. Although it may cost some souls to resurrect, they still have a chance to level up again. Countless red spots faded from the battlefield, and thousands of demons chose to leave the mortal world, leaving only the confused Norskans and the demons who hadn't figured out the situation. Humph. Come as you please, leave as you please. Do you think the mortal world is the warp? However, how could Rohan watch the demons leave, so he pulled out his staff from his waist and pointed it at the sky. Avadaken the Big Melon. Chapter 231 Rescue. Since he has become the chosen one of the mist, Rohan can see countless demon souls in the sky even with his naked eyes. These evil and blasphemous souls are trying to open a dimensional portal, preparing to return their souls to the subspace first, thinking that this way they can escape. However, how could Rohan watch these souls escape? If there was a bottle of blue pills in front of him, he would have wanted to drink a bottle directly. Looking at these demon souls about to leave the mortal world, Rohan directly raised the Harry Potter's wand in his hand and gathered all his divine power into the staff. Humph, you want to run away after offending the lady? It's not that easy. Soul quenching. An ice blue flame instantly spurted out from the staff. Almost in this short moment, the poor staff was burned to ashes due to overload. However, the effect of magic power plus 25% has been played, and it can be regarded as a contribution made before the destruction. Since he has successfully passed the silver bull trial of Lady Mist, Rohan can now accurately control each flame and fly towards the fleeing demon souls. The flames swept across the sky like a huge tornado, and the whole of Prague seemed to have turned into an icy ocean. Even the chaotic clouds filled with malice in the sky were burned by Rohan's soul-striking flames and had to reveal the sunlight that the people of Prague may never have seen in their lives. GW official setting. Prague has abundant mineral and fur resources, but food and industrial products are all imported. Countless demon souls began to wail silently. Although they could not be killed by Rohan's holy claws without their bodies, soul quenching was enough to hurt their souls. Looking at these struggling demon souls, Rohan's face revealed a demonic sneer, and then he clasped his hands tightly and roared, "You chaotic and filthy creatures, never think of returning to the mortal world." As Rohan roared, the flames in the sky began to shrink continuously, immediately tearing apart the souls of these demons. Even Rohan, who had not yet become the chosen one, could use this move to injure the soul of the Lord of Change, let alone him now. Rohan was sure that, even if these demon souls, which were as shredded as rags, could return to the Soul Forge, they would only be recycled as fragments. What is that angel doing? Is there a new enemy in the sky? The mortals on the wall did not know what Rohan, who was floating in the air, was doing, and thought that he was fighting with some powerful enemy hidden in the dark clouds. Looking at the elven army fighting with the Norskans outside the city, Thorina, who had also recovered from his injuries due to Rohan's rescue, thought for a moment and then shouted, "We must seize the opportunity given to us by the elf to deal with the Norskans as soon as possible. We can't let the elves think that we are as ungrateful as they are. Yes, although the elf saved us, we must not lose to the elves. We must kill more than them. It just so happens that we can relieve the pressure on his army and repay his kindness." Looking at the dwarf warriors who joined the battle again, Eriksson looked at his nephew Thorina with satisfaction and then joined the battle. This child is quite smart. He did not raise the rescue to the level of race, but only talked about the personal gratitude to the elves, so there is no need to eliminate the Book of Great Hatred. After all, thousands of years of hatred cannot be eliminated. Although the dwarves are grateful to Rohan for saving their wounded, they are still wary of the appearance of the elves. After all, facing a common enemy now, they can still keep a united front, but who knows what will happen after the battle? What if this elf is an enemy recorded in the great hatred art, then it will inevitably have to fight a fierce battle with the savior, which is not good for both parties. Anyway, personal feelings can be recognized, but the contradictions between races cannot be put down. This is the stubbornness of the dwarves. Looking at his offspring fighting like a bull in the enemy group, and Greenthor who was constantly dodging and sneaking, Eriksson also joined the battle. It seems that my nephew's political awareness is much higher than my useless son's. Maybe it's time to consider choosing a successor. Thinking of those dwarf kingdoms that refused to come to support, Eriksson felt that his blood pressure seemed to rise again. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was already hundreds of years old and had been in power for nearly 100 years. He really didn't have the energy and blood to fight wits and courage with those kings. Moreover, as the supreme king of the dwarves, he has undoubtedly fulfilled his duties and missions excellently. When he was young, he led the army of the Dwarven Kingdom and fought against chaos together with Magnus the Pious of the Sigmar Empire and made great military achievements. When he was in his prime, the Skaven fleet destroyed the Royal Navy of Britannia, and it was thanks to his dispatching the Dwarven iron warships that the Skaven army was successfully annihilated. And now, he personally led the Dwarven army to the distant Kiev to fight against the evil Chaos invaders again, and in the end he had to rely on the elves to save the day. In order to fulfill the covenant between his ancestors and humans, he has devoted everything he has, and it is time to take a good rest. Thinking of this, Eriksson chopped off the Chaos warrior who wanted to sneak attack behind him with a spinning axe, and then joined the battle again. Outside the city, on the hillside compared to the close combat on the city wall, the war on the hillside is more bloody and relaxed. Continue the fire suppression. The adults have prepared 20 times the base amount of ammunition for us, which is enough for our bombing to continue until tomorrow morning. Looking at the soldiers who were constantly pouring out shells, Dario nodded with satisfaction. He is now more and more obsessed with the feeling of being a big bomber. What else can make him feel more happy than witnessing the shells blooming in the enemy's formation? The cannons continuously fired iron shells, immediately leaving huge blood holes on the huge mammoths, making these slow-moving big guys wail. And those Norscan soldiers were even worse. Countless bullets and artillery fire fell into their formation, making them unable to avoid it. Even if they could rush to the front of the elves with the Chaos War Mastiff by chance, they would be severely punished by the Silver Mist Guards and the Flammer Throwers. They had no choice, whether they wanted to be cut into pieces or roasted, or whether they wanted to be cut into pieces first and then roasted. The whole battle was destined to be a massacre, but the Durachi warriors obviously did not dislike it. Even though they had already believed in the Lady of the Mist, their bloodlust hidden, when they were followers of Cain continued to push them to fight more. What's more, bloody Cain was not Khorne. Compared with the blood god who pursued glory, the Lord of Murder would definitely not dislike such a massacre. Chapter 232, Subspace, a happy big family. Warp, absolute delusion bastion. Compared to the almost one-sided battle in Mortal Prague, the warp at this time has already become a mess. Due to the intervention of the Lord of Change, the angry blood god sitting on the brass throne was looking at the many demons fighting in a mess with displeasure. Blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull sacrifice to the skull throne. Hurry up and bring the skull cannon up. I've had enough of these messy mazes. We must hurry to break through this barrier. Those damn pink demons just follow. Just don't want to fight in close combat. He teases you. You can't indulge him. Damn. Pink arcane missiles continue to explode brilliant sparks in the sky, blasting those unprotected Khorne demons into meat paste, and then turned into souls and drifted away. However, Khorne seemed to be really angry at Tzeentch's interference this time. Facing the increasing casualties of the demon army, not only did he not order a retreat, but drove them to continue the attack. Boom. Skull cannons began to enter the battlefield under the guidance of the bloodletters, and began to devour the corpses everywhere on the battlefield and shoot them out in the form of cannonballs. As a huge fusion of demon souls and hell-forging machines, their twisted and mutated blood vessels also burned with a desire for blood and skulls. This thing is a fusion creature like the Steel Bull. Praise the Brass Throne. Praise the Lord of Blood. Countless bloodletters and skull crushers are constantly attacking the weird and changeable Absolute Fortress, trying to pass through the crystal maze under the cover of skull cannons. However, as the proud masterpiece of the architect of destiny, this gorgeous and changeable maze that can be called a work of art, how can it be understood by the corn demons who only have a mind for killing? What a bunch of idiots. They can't even see through the crystal maze, but they want to enter the absolute delusion castle. It's just wishful thinking. Inside that siege castle, a white-robed Lord of Change looked at the bloodthirsty demons being fooled around outside with disdain, and a hint of sarcasm appeared in his beak. After all, for that siege demons, these bloodthirsty demons with strong limbs and simple minds, are even easier to fool than ordinary people. Looking at the constantly changing maze in front of him, a bloodthirsty demon finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, raised the battle axe in his hand and roared, "Humph! Don't think you can stop us like this." Boom boom boom, blasphemous runes kept lighting up on the blood-red battle axe, and the bloodthirsty demon's eyes flashed with golden light, and then he chopped the battle axe on the crystal with force. I don't know if the blood god was secretly fueling the flames behind the scenes, but the originally indestructible maze crystal actually cracked, and then broke into 9 crystals and exploded. Oh no. The Raven Lord's labyrinth has been breached. The pink horrors who were originally laughing and throwing fireballs behind the labyrinth were immediately dumbfounded, and hurriedly retreated to the absolute fortress crying for their parents. Only the 9 Lords of Change still had calmness and composure on their faces, raising their scimitars and staffs, to look at the con demons in front of them, because they knew that this battle would be over soon. If the demons in the warp were a big family, then Sinch's identity was somewhat similar to that of a stepmother, and Khorne was a strong father. As a stepmother, Sinch often used words to provoke Khorne, making Slaanesh, who already loved to dress up, even more dissatisfied with his son Slaanesh, who loved to dress up, so that wars would break out every now and then. After all, for Khorne, as a boy, Slaanesh should be obsessed with fighting and training, instead of dressing up and doing sex changes all day long. The stepmother could hide aside, secretly watching the innocent stepson being whipped by his old father, but could only swallow this breath helplessly. For the stepmother, the more chaotic the family is, the higher her status in the family will be. However, under such provocation, the whole family will be in chaos, and the stepmother will naturally attract the dissatisfaction of the grandfather in the family, Nurgle. For the kind grandfather, he only wants this family to remain warm, so naturally he is not happy with this stepmother. Because of this, although the 4 evil gods in the warp hate each other, they also know how much it will cost to completely destroy each other. Obviously, the reason why Khorne launched an attack on the Absolute Delusion Fortress this time is nothing more than being angry, because he felt that he had lost face. He wants face, so let's give it to him. Hahaha, you blue-haired weirdos, you can't even trap me in your master's maze, and you dare to fight me in close combat. You are really a hero. Looking at the 9 siege demons in front of him, this bloodthirsty demon not only had no fear in his eyes, but excitedly waved his battle axe and long whip in his hands, and spewed out angry flames from his mouth. Obviously, the successful breakthrough of the maze created by an evil god of the same level as the blood god made this bloodthirsty demon a little crazy. The game has begun, sisters. Let's have fun before the battle ends. Facing this somewhat silly bloodthirsty demon in front of them, the changeable demons smiled and waved their staffs in their hands, and began a happy leisure time. Just kidding. If they hadn't taken the initiative to open a hole in the maze, this stupid demon might still be circling in it with his compatriots. As for why Con Demon was released, of course, it was for fun. Energy whips and blue missiles flew out from the staffs of the Lords of Change, and shot directly at the naked muscles of the Bloodthirster. Hahaha, are you tickling me? Try harder. Seeing that his body could actually withstand the magic of the Lords of Change, the Bloodthirster excitedly roared, and then ran towards the blue-haired fat chickens. At this moment, he was like a blood god, chasing and slashing 9 Lords of Change alone, which surprised the corn demons who were still trapped in the maze. However, the Lords of Change did not give the Bloodthirster a chance to get close. They cast magic to delay the speed of the other party's pursuit, while flying in the air. Come on, chase me. If you catch me, I will let you have. The Lords of Change kept making playful taunts. They were busy fighting wits and courage with the same siege demons every day, and they often felt tired. Now there is a free sandbag for them to relax and have fun, which is a rare good thing. Enough. Just when they wanted to continue to play with the bloodthirsty demons, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the warp. There was no doubt that Khorne was angry. With a flash of red light, the Khorne troops trapped in the maze immediately disappeared without a trace, obviously being teleported back to Khorne's domain. TSK, it's so boring. Looking at the blood and corpses on the ground, the Lord of Change shook his head helplessly, and then left the battlefield, and turned back to the Absolute Delusion Fortress. Looking at the battlefield full of the blood of the Skull Legion, Khorne, whose anger had slightly subsided, couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Although it was all his own blood, he didn't care. After all, his main legion was fighting against the sissy Slaanesh, and it was impossible for him to really go to war with Tzeentch. However, when Khorne's eyes fell on Rohan, who was constantly slaughtering his believers in the mortal world, the originally suppressed anger rose again. Although his personal attack was stopped by Tzeentch, he had more than tens of millions of believers left in the mortal world, and he could let his believers solve this boring battle. Looking at the pair of pure white wings behind Rohan, Khorne suddenly had an idea in his mind, so he touched his chin and murmured, "No, the self-protected by Tzeentch must die, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable. Go, my Valkyrie, bring me the soul of that elf." After thinking for a moment, Khorne finally did not choose to take action himself, but chose to open a subspace portal, and choose to teleport his favorite figurine to Prague. He did not personally send a blood army over, which was already a face to Tzeentch. I think Tzeentch would not make a big fuss for an elf who was not his believer. Karara, with the opening of the subspace impulse, a female warrior who looked quite strong flapped the demon wings behind her, and flew into the portal. And Tzeentch did not stop it. It was located in the boudoir and just glanced at the Well of Eternity, and then continued to watch the show. Khorne didn't know at this time that the future history had changed as soon as he decided to send out the Valkyries. And Tzeentch didn't need to do anything, he had already won. Prague run. As more and more elven troops arrived at the battlefield, the Norscans, who had already consumed a lot of elite forces in the siege, were no match for Rohan, and began to flee. Hundreds of ash dragon riders in the air were chasing them. Although most of the flying dragons under their crotches were less than 30 meters long, they were enough to deal with the Norscans who lacked heavy armor. Looking at the fleeing Norscans, Rohan flapped his wings and flew to the wall of Prague and thanked the humans and dwarves who were on guard. "I'm Rohan, the chosen one of the Lady of the Mist. I have come here specifically to support Prague. Thank you for your sacrifice in resisting chaos. Well, I haven't heard of you, and your name doesn't seem to be in the Book of Great Hatred. It seems that you should be a good elf, compared to your people." After taking a closer look at Rohan's handsome face, Eriksson shook his head at the dwarf warriors who were touching their battle axes behind him, and then asked, "My words may be unpleasant, but your behavior of coming all the way to support Prague is of no benefit to the elves. Why did you come? Moreover, the relationship between us dwarves and you elves is not good. Why did you save us?" Although the Phoenix King of the Elf, Finbar, has spent a lot of experience in repairing the relationship between the two races since he took office, the past hatred will not be forgotten so easily. After the revenge war that lasted for centuries, the names of elves are written on almost every page of the Great Book of Hatred. Who knows if the elf who saved them has any connection with them? If Rohan knew Eriksson's concerns, he would definitely laugh so hard that he couldn't close his wings, because for him, this guess is not true at all. He has always been a lonely man, and even as a Durichi, he has never done anything to let the dwarves down. I don't know why you dwarves want to support, but for me personally, the chaos that intends to destroy the world is my enemy. The past hatred can be put aside for the time being. Looking at the dwarves in front of him who still showed distrust in their eyes, Rohan didn't say much, but just silently looked at Peter and asked, "Dear human, I admire your courage to fight against the devil. If you need anything, just ask, and I will try my best to satisfy you. This is so embarrassing, then can I?" Hearing that he could make any conditions, Peter's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam, and his eyes stared at the elf army in the distance. He had just seen the power of the elven musket through the telescope. Its terrible armor-piercing ability and exorcism properties were definitely unmatched weapons on the battlefield. If we could get some elven muskets, or even imitate them, then we could greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the Kislevites. Unfortunately, before he could speak out his request, he heard Rohan, who saw through Peter's thoughts, say faintly, "Since we may encounter the Chaos Army on the way back, we can only provide all assistance, except military assistance to help the Kislevites with their repair work." When Peter heard that the elves were unwilling to provide military assistance, a hint of loss flashed in his eyes, but then he cheered up and asked, "Chaos has burned all the surrounding farmlands and manors, and the food supply in the city has shown signs of collapse. Can you support us with some food? Of course, we can provide you with 50 carts of food free of charge, and we can also sign a trade treaty, and we will regularly support you with some elven weapons." Rohan readily agreed to the Kislevites' request for food. After all, what he lacked the least now was food. With a grain and grass world as logistical supply, it is no exaggeration to say that the surplus food in Rohan every year is enough to support half of Kyiv. And it is also a good opportunity to expand overseas markets. The silver mines in Prija can just make up for the loss of silver weapons in the Rohan army. Why not? Hearing that the elves actually gave such a generous treatment, Peter immediately wanted to agree excitedly. Unexpectedly, Eriksson, who was standing aside, stopped Peter and warned Peter seriously, "This is very likely a conspiracy of the elves. You know, the elves' territory is separated from here by most of the Chaos Wasteland. Why should they support an overseas human city? Is that so?" Hearing Eriksson's advice, Peter couldn't help but hesitate. His political level was not very high, so he really didn't know whether he should agree to this elf. Seeing that the dwarf High King was actually undermining him, Rohan landed on the city wall with some dissatisfaction, frowned and retorted, "Where is the conspiracy? This is just some small assistance I give to our human allies who are fighting against chaos together. Do you want me to watch them lack food and clothing? What's more, I have just treated your wounded dwarves. Why do you keep harping on the mistakes of our ancestors? Are you really so short-sighted?" Chapter 233 The Blood Queen arrives. Although he didn't know whether the elf did it on purpose, the dwarf High King was very keen to detect the key words. "Am I wrong? This city is in the midst of famine and war. Who knows if there will be a new chaos army attacking here? The mountains of your dwarves are just as far away from here, not to mention that you often have to fight with ratmen and greenskins. Do you really have the ability to support a human city thousands of miles away?" Rohan didn't think he had offended anyone. After all, this was one of the few times he provided free assistance not out of interest, but because of strategic needs. After all, Kyiv is too close to the Chaos Wasteland, and compared to the Nagaroth region, the Norsemen obviously prefer to plunder Kyiv. Of course, this is just because they simply can't beat Druki. But no matter what the reason is, the pressure on Kyiv is obviously heavier than that on Nagaroth, which is why Rohan wants to support them. After all, if Kyiv can't hold on, the surging Chaos Army will definitely take Druki as the next target, which will seriously affect his interests in Nagaroth. After all, he has signed a trade agreement with Marina of Alcadora, and he doesn't want his trade to be affected by the invasion of chaos. Ignoring the angry High King of the dwarf next to him, Rohan looked at Peter, who was in a dilemma, and couldn't help but remind him, "Don't worry, if you really lack supplies, then I can provide you with 100 carts of food today, which is enough for you to hold on for a while. If that's the case, thank you very much. We can find an opportunity to discuss the trade treaty you mentioned in detail." Facing this friendly elf who was down to earth, Peter recalled the empty granary in the city and finally accepted Rohan's proposal. Seeing that Peter agreed to his request, Rohan finally smiled, saluted the High King, who was still sulking next to him, and jumped off the city wall. With his wings flapping gently behind him, feeling the cold air pouring into his lungs through his nose, Rohan felt infinite freedom and tranquility. It's really tragic. It seems that the current state of this city is not very good. If we don't come to support it, I'm afraid Kyiv will be seriously injured, if not killed this time. Looking at the pile of broken limbs and arms on the bridge deck as high as a small mountain, and the Norskins struggling in the artillery fire in the distance, even Rohan, who is used to bloody scenes, sighed slightly. The entire river surface was dyed red with blood, and the bodies of countless Norskins and Kossard warriors were floating on the water, slowly drifting away with the current. It seems that in a few months, the Kislevites downstream will be able to eat fat fish meat. Looking at the tragic situation of this city, Rohan's determination to support Kiev has become more determined. After all, if a chaos invasion of this scale happened in Nagaroth, even Drutch would have a headache, not to mention Halka Jora as an outpost. As long as it can be ensured that the main force of the Norskins will not be placed in the direction of Nagaroth, then Rohan will not hesitate, even if Kiev is reduced to ruins. He will never stop helping Kiev until the Kislevites shed their last drop of blood to fight against chaos. Hey, there's still one person alive. Suddenly, Rohan's peripheral vision suddenly noticed a slightly trembling pile of corpses on the broken bridge, with several steel wreckages of corn steel bulls next to it. Obviously, even if this survivor is not a Chaos Knight, he is probably a powerful Khorne commander. After pulling out the rune sword and landing on the broken bridge, Rohan directly took out an incendiary bomb from the system space and threw it into the pile of corpses. Pa-la-la, waves of barbecued aroma immediately wafted from the pile of corpses, but Rohan's face did not show a disgusting expression, but instead observed the pile of corpses with interest. It was just roasting people, but he had witnessed the witch spirit festival of Hargansi with his own eyes. This scene was too childish for him. The burning flames lasted for several minutes. If Rohan had not been able to observe the Chaos Lord locked inside and pretending to be dead through his divine power, he would have turned around and left. As the bodies in the pile of corpses continued to twist, Rohan sat on another pile of corpses, patiently waiting for the Chaos Lord inside to come out. He was not in a stance, and Rohan did not think that the Chaos Lord who had not yet ascended to the devil could withstand such a fire with his mortal body. Ha! Hiss ha! Finally, Sigurd, who had been hiding in the pile of corpses, could no longer endure the double blow of suffocation and high temperature. He suddenly jumped out of the pile of corpses and ran to the open space next to him to gasp for air. At this time, Sigurd was severely burned all over his body. It was not known whether it was because of the incendiary bomb or the solar flare. Even the once scarlet and gorgeous blasphemous armor had already shown signs of melting. Looking at the elf with holy wings in front of him, Sigurd was slightly stunned, then glanced at the sky and raised the battle axe in his hand and roared, "Damn bastard, I will chop off your skull and use it as a bowl. Blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull to the skull seat." After that, he ignored his injuries, waved the double axes in his hands, and rushed towards Rohan, as if he really wanted to fight to the death like a devout Khorne warrior. It's a pity that his little tricks could not escape Rohan's eyes. This kind of performance should not appear in a Chaos Lord who pretends to be dead. No matter how you look at it, there must be someone behind this. Clang with a flash of blue light, the rune sword in Rohan's hand directly picked up Sigurd's double axes, and then glided with his wings, and stabbed at the opponent's head. The characteristics of armor breaking allow the rune sword to easily pierce the opponent's slightly melted blasphemous battle axe, and then directly penetrate Sigurd's head. Ah, you should be comrades, right? Are you just going to watch me kill him? Looking at Sigurd who died under his sword, Rohan stabbed his heart with the claw of holy glory, crushing his body and soul, and turned to look at the figure in the air. The dark red demon wings were dancing behind him, and the damaged flesh membrane made Rohan wonder how he could fly. Bloodlines were constantly flowing on the dark red armor, and his left hand was holding a head of a Slanesh demon, emitting a familiar and disgusting breath for Rohan. In his right hand, he held a rune spear with hellfire, hanging next to her demon hoof like a vampire. It was the Blood Queen known as the Bride of Khorne Vorkia. But, she was not bald? Rohan looked at the demon princess with long white hair and two demon horns on her head with some curiosity, and then pinched Sigurd's heart. There is no doubt that, after being cursed by the claw of Zhuangzi, the source of light magic, Sigurd, who has thrown himself into chaos, will disappear from the world forever, both physically and spiritually. Looking at Rohan, who was crushing Sigurd's heart below, Vorkia's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and then she patiently explained in a slightly hoarse voice, "If he really fought bravely from the bottom of his heart, then I would indeed save him, but it's a pity that he is just a loser, and doesn't even have the courage to face you. I'm Vorkia, the Blood Queen of Khorne. I originally planned to kill you directly this time, but now I can give you another choice. I admire you very much. Although you and your army actually use despicable muskets and magic to fight, if you are willing to join the Lord of Blood, then I will plead for you and let you become my compatriot. It must be said that compared to the ugly bald female demon in the impression, the words of the white-haired demon in front of him are still very convincing. After all, Vorkia is Khorne's sweetheart. She is deeply loved by Khorne, just like Khorne's own daughter. She is almost always under Khorne's gaze. If the other party is really willing to plead in person, it is equivalent to the daughter of the boss of the world's top company coming to recruit in person, and the treatment is simply too good to be true. If Rohan was first discovered by Khorne when he first came to this world, it is really hard to say whether he would consider this proposal. Even at that moment, Rohan's eyes were slightly blurred, as if he would agree to this tempting proposal in the next second. Looking at Rohan, who was slightly dazed, Vorkia's cold and beautiful face raised a smile, obviously thinking that she had won. Unfortunately, Rohan is no longer the little white time traveler who was at the mercy of others. Now he is a god-chosen one of the Lady of the Mist, equivalent to a shareholder of a listed company. If you want the shareholders of the company to run to other companies to be clerks, even if they are paid high salaries, it is not as comfortable as their own promising company. Damn, you're such a fool. After just a few seconds, Rohan's eyes brightened up again, and then he glanced at the shield in Vorkia's left hand with an ugly expression, suppressing his anger and saying, "What a tempting condition. If you hadn't hypnotized me with that shield, I might have really considered this suggestion. Is that the Risfasi shield that can influence other people's minds in battle? It's really hard to guard against. If it wasn't for the Slan-blessed bracelet given by Mekasha on his wrist that suddenly made him regain his sanity at the last critical moment, I'm afraid he would have already agreed. You know, in the Warhammer world, the 4 Chaos gods all pay special attention to contracts. There was once an Imperial who joked that he was a follower of the evil god, but the evil god actually came and directly promoted him to a demon prince. This seems to be a true story. If he really agreed, he would really become a follower of Khorne. Really? That's a pity. If a handsome and capable elf like you is unwilling to become a servant of the Lord of Blood, it would be a waste of your martial arts. Hearing that Rohan actually refused, Vorkia showed a trace of sadness on her face, but then it was replaced by a crazy smile. The well-proportioned wings began to dance continuously, and the Spear of Slopania, named after the devil, aimed at Rohan's head and stabbed. Since you don't want to be a warrior of the Lord of Blood, then I will kill you, and then ask the Great Khorne to upgrade your soul, and make you my new comrade. Huh. Are you a Yandir from some anime plot? If you want me to fall, you can try. The holy wings also began to flap continuously. Although Rohan was not very familiar with aerial combat, he still raised the rune sword without fear to meet it. After so many years of development, his paper data is no longer the same as before, and he can almost compete with those first-class legendary lords. A person who will be beaten by the Witch King with one hand in the future shouldn't be that strong, right? Unfortunately, Rohan didn't notice that his fearless action at this time made Vorkia on the opposite side even more excited. Knowing that she was a Blood Queen, he actually dared to duel with her. This is no longer an ordinary elf. He must be made a believer of Khorne. Obviously, a relay air battle is about to begin. On the other side, the Prague Wall, that's the Blood Queen of Khorne. We must find a way to help him. Looking at the two figures dueling in the sky in the distance, Peter looked at the dwarf hiking next to him anxiously, hoping that he could think of a way. The 100 carts of food that were promised have not been delivered yet, and the Chaos Army has not gone far away. The elf commander can't die now. Faced with Peter's request, Eriksson only felt a little toothache and couldn't think of any good solution for a while. It's not that he didn't want to help. After all, Vorkia had massacred a dwarf kingdom and committed various cruel crimes against the dwarves. Compared to Rohan, who was not familiar with her, she was a real enemy written in the Book of Great Hatred. Just for the sake of the little book, he had to help, even if he didn't say it. Don't worry, that elf is not as weak as it looks. There will always be a way. Two figures, one red and one blue, kept colliding. Rohan and Vorkia, who were fighting in the air, also attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the Durachi warriors who were massacring the Norskans and the Norskans who were passively beaten stopped fighting, staring at the angels and demons in the air. They all knew that the battle between mortals had become irrelevant. What really mattered now was the battle between the two chosen ones. Chapter 234 Defeat the Blood Queen. You are quite strong, little boy, but I wonder if your skills can match your pride. The battle in the sky continued. Vorkia felt a huge force coming from the tip of the spear, and a crazy smile gradually spread across her face. As Khorne's messenger in the mortal world, Vorkia had a mission, which was to test those mortals who tried to obtain Khorne's blessing. As long as they could have a fierce battle with her, even if they were defeated and died tragically under her sharp spear in the end, they would be resurrected by Khorne. However, for some reason, there have not been many Norscan warriors who were strong enough to attract her attention in the past few years, and many of them could not even last 5 rounds in her hands. This made her very dissatisfied. As the spokesperson of Khorne in the mortal world, although the blood god did not make any requirements for this kind of test, Vorkia felt a little guilty for not being able to complete Khorne's task. After all, she was equivalent to Khorne's hours. Even if the boss did not make any requirements for her as a secretary, she hoped to recruit more warriors to join the blood god. And obviously, the elf in front of her met the requirements of the blood god. Clang, the scarlet blood spear collided with the rune sword again, but Rohan, who was originally full of confidence, found that something seemed to be wrong. Although he had also conducted several simulated trainings under the guidance of Lady of the Mist, and was able to perform relatively accurate dive attacks and even aerial combat. But compared with Vorkia, who had been flying in the air for hundreds of years, his aerial combat skills seemed a bit inferior. Compared to Rohan, who had to make a big circle to turn over, Vorkia could turn with the smallest amplitude, and knew how to fight with the power of flying with wings. After several rounds of fighting, Rohan could clearly feel that his strength was much stronger than Vorkia. But even so, every time he slashed, it was always offset by the flexible charge launched by Vorkia, resulting in a 50-50 fight in the battle. Look at how clumsy you are. You are just like a minotaur who has just learned to walk. It's frustrating to have brute force, but not be able to use it, right? Seeing Rohan's somewhat rusty flying skills, Vorkia's mouth corners slightly raised, and then continued to persuade, trying to persuade Rohan to join Khorne. Join us, as long as you are willing to dedicate everything you have to the Great Lord of Blood. I will personally teach you the skills of flying, and there will also be eternal blessings waiting for you. In the future world full of endless wars, you will become the destroyer of the new world, the most powerful prince of Khorne. What is a greater honor than this? Shut up, demon. After throwing a blue sword energy in the direction of Vorkia, Rohan frowned and memorized all the opponent's movements in his mind, ready to learn and fight at the same time. Just as Vorkia said, he was indeed inferior to the opponent in flexibility and speed, but Vorkia could not break his defense either. Lacking magic and long-range attack methods, Vorkia could only attack him with the profaned blood spear. However, even Vorkia's full-strength attack could not escape Rohan's eyes. The ice blue divine power once again gathered on the rune sword. Looking at Vorkia circling around him, Rohan simply fell directly to the ground. Demon, don't you claim to be the Blood Queen of Khorne? Do you dare to come down and fight me to the death? Rohan, who fell to the ground, immediately felt at ease. The ice blue divine power once again attached to the rune sword, pointing at Vorkia in the air and constantly provoking her. Since we can't play the home advantage in the air, we might as well move the battlefield to the ground, so that close combat will be beneficial to us. Facing Rohan's provocation, Vorkia, who had intended to show off her strength, actually landed on the ground, folded her wings, and asked with a smile, "This is your last chance. You may not have this chance in the future. Don't you really want to think about it carefully? Even if I will die on the battlefield one day, it will not be today. Even if I burn my last blood, I will see this world liberated from the dark clouds of chaos with my own eyes. If I can't save it from the hands of you evil spirits, demons, then let more warriors stop your evil deeds." As he spoke, Rohan also folded his wings and used his streamlined body to charge towards Vorkia in the distance. Da-da-da-boom. A faint blue light burst out from Rohan's body, and his legs began to run on the ground in a staggered manner, and finally he kicked hard at the hard chaotic land. Several after images immediately appeared behind Rohan. Even Vorkia on the opposite side only had her pupils shrink sharply and instinctively raised her spear, almost unable to react. Even so, the rune sword flashing with brilliant blue light still pierced Vorkia's demon shield with the force of breaking the army, and then stabbed towards her heart. It's unbelievable. Is this really the speed that mortal creatures can reach? On the wall of Pridger, Peter and Eriksson, who were standing on a small stool, were observing the battle outside with a telescope, ready to support with muskets and rune magic at any time. Peter put down the telescope in a daze. He just saw a silver meteor streaking across the sky, and then it disappeared directly from the telescope's field of view. Seeing Vorkia being hit hard by Rohan, even the High King of the Dwarves could not help but secretly gasp, but he still stubbornly retorted, "What's that? If some of our ancient runes have not been lost, we can also make people reach such speed, if the height is the same." Whisper. "Ah, yes, there must be." Seeing that Peter did not seem to believe what he said, Eriksson sighed helplessly, and then looked at the battle in the distance with a gloomy expression. Through the telescope, he could clearly see the powerful fighting power of the elf army in the distance, and the luxury of almost everyone holding a magic prop. You know, the elves, like the dwarves, have lost countless magic props and artifacts because of the revenge war in the past. Eriksson did not know that this army was Rohan's private army, and thought that the other party was an elf from Elfin, so he felt even more uneasy and vigilant. If the dwarves want to defeat such an army equipped with a large number of magic props in the wild, I'm afraid that only all the dwarf kingdoms that can be contacted now can match it. The elves were able to put together an army of 1,000 people equipped with so many magic props. This was definitely not good news for the dwarves who held grudges. "Solinger, my nephew, I have an important task for you." After jumping off the bench, Eriksson pulled his nephew, Greenthor, to a corner of the city wall, and then said seriously, "The dwarves can't withstand a second war of revenge. We must understand the purpose of this elven army. I don't believe they are really here to fight against chaos. It shouldn't be. This place is close to the chaos wasteland. Will those delicate elves who only like to live a comfortable life really have any plans for this place?" Hearing that his uncle didn't seem to trust these elves, Greenthor couldn't help but hesitate. Although he was also a dwarf who held grudges, he was also a relatively tolerant dwarf. After all, they were comrades who had just fought side by side. There was no need to be so hostile all of a sudden, right? Looking at his hesitant young nephew, Eriksson stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, then said in an angry tone, "Don't forget that the cause of the revenge war was the attack on our dwarves by those treacherous elves. Even if they really came with good intentions, we must not let down our guard. After the battle is over, you will stay here temporarily to find out the purpose of the elves. Don't worry, uncle, I will monitor the elves' every move in this city. If they really want to plot against humans, I will not let them go easily." After receiving Eriksson's order, Solinger walked towards the city of Pridger with a firm look in his eyes and decided to lurk and look for opportunities. They didn't know the truth of the War of Revenge or 1,000 years ago, nor did they know that all this was done by Malekith, who was once known as the eternal friend of the dwarves. Of course, even if the dwarves knew the truth of all this, they would not care. After all, after so many years of getting along and fighting, they had already come to an accurate conclusion. All those with pointed ears are not good things. What high elves, dark elves, and wood elves? Only dead elves are good elves. Thinking of this, Thorgrim touched the short crossbow on his back, and a special rune crossbow arrow on his waist, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes under the iron mask. If the elven commander really intends to make some despicable and cruel attempt on this city, he will use this ancient dwarf crossbow arrow to turn him into a good elf. Chaos Wasteland. At this time in the wasteland, the battle between Mistchosen and Bloody Queen is still going on, but it is obviously coming to an end. Rohan's body is covered with traces of burning flames, and the once smooth wings are stained with a little burning ashes, and even the silver armor on his chest has left several broken marks. This is really an unprecedented embarrassment. The last time I was like this was decades ago in the arena of Nagarand. Looking at his completely healed chest, Rohan smiled bitterly and took out a rebirth pill and swallowed it, then began to squint his eyes and wait. The battle just now consumed too much divine power. Even though he had become the chosen of the mist, He felt the feeling of exhaustion for the first time in a long time. There was no way. The power that Khorne had bestowed on Vorkia was too luxurious. Almost every attack carried Khorne's blasphemous runes. Without divine power, it was impossible to resist. However, compared with the embarrassed Rohan, Vorkia looked even more miserable. The original demon wings were full of torn scratches, and the thin and tough flesh membrane was cut into various strips like a broken ribbon. It was obvious that it had lost the ability to fly. The Rasfasi shield on the left hand was covered with sword marks. Almost no one could recognize that this was once the head of a Slanesh demon. The most eye-catching thing was that the once gorgeous blood armor on its chest had been torn by several deep scratches that could see the bone, and dark red blood was constantly flowing out. Ahem, you fought well. This was a wonderful battle. I haven't been injured so badly in a long time. Feeling the soul-tearing pain in her chest, Vorkia spat out a mouthful of blood foam from her mouth, and then looked at Rohan's golden left claw vigilantly. Because she was not familiar with Rohan's weapon, Vorkia recklessly charged, after being knocked away, ready to take down Rohan in one fell swoop. However, she didn't expect that Rohan, who had activated the Zhuangzi Claw, had a close combat attack and defense of almost 100, which directly knocked Vorkia, who was fighting on foot, dumbfounded. Just when she tried to escape, Rohan caught up with her again, directly removed one of her wings, and then left a claw strike on her chest. I didn't expect you to wait for me to recover. You are really a gentleman. It makes me think much more of you. Looking at the scar on her chest that was slowly healing, Vorkia didn't care that she was already exposed, and smiled sweetly at Rohan, who was standing in front of her waiting. But then, her eyes once again burst into uncontrollable anger. She threw away the useless shield in her hand, raised her spear and roared, "Do you think I will thank you? I'm the bride of the blood god. You dare to humiliate me like this? Be prepared to pay the price." After that, she raised the blasphemous spear in her hand and rushed towards Rohan again. She is the bloody queen. How could she be willing to lose to an elf who gives in to her? Even though the wings behind her were damaged, Vorkia still flapped her wings skillfully, using the magical wind in the air to speed up her speed. Go to hell. For a moment, Vorkia even burst out with a speed that did not belong to Rohan. Like a red comet emitting fire, she rushed towards Rohan fiercely. She wanted to use the same way to repay the shame of being knocked away just now. The spear was aimed at the damaged part of Rohan's armor on his chest. Vorkia's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, but she did not notice the teasing in Rohan's eyes that was like a believer of Tsinj. With the holy claw blocking his chest, Rohan stared at Vorkia with a determined look, as if he was really going to have a head-to-head duel. However, just when Vorkia thought that Rohan was going to wrestle with her, so she held the spear even harder, the golden claws suddenly shone with fire. A small phoenix suddenly flew out of the claws, and after being stunned for 0.01 seconds, it resolutely flew towards Vorkia's chest. Vorkia, who was not in a hurry to dodge, was directly knocked away by the phoenix, and was knocked to an open space hundreds of meters away, and turned into a mushroom cloud. Boom! As Rohan's most powerful advanced spell at present, 10,000 Flames, has long evolved into a stronger solar flare with the blessing of divine power, which is enough to burn all the sins in the world. Rohan elegantly took out a pair of sunglasses from the system space and put them on, then turned around and looked in the direction of the Pridger wall, bowing a handsome possible. I'm waiting for the tip-in and CD. What are you waiting for? Chapter 235, The End of the War. Boom. Solar flare directly knocked Vorkia away, and then turned into a real little sun, and exploded in the sky. The brilliant golden light shone on the dark chaotic wasteland. Whether it was humans or demons, they could feel the fear of destruction from this little sun. That female demon is dead. Peter, who was watching the battle, put down the telescope in his hand again, looking at the dazzling fireball in the distance with horror and a hesitant look in his eyes. This huge fireball not only completely blew the female demon out of sight, but also swept away Peter's inner thoughts. If he had considered it before, when Rohan proposed the trade treaty, then now even if Rohan made a more excessive request, he would agree without hesitation. looking at the elf army that had cleared the Norsca's defeated army and was heading towards Prague in the distance. Peter couldn't help but pray inwardly, Urson bless, I hope this damn fireball won't land on Prague's head, otherwise it will be such a terrible disaster. Thinking of this, Peter walked down the wall with some trepidation and began to prepare for the next discussion with Rohan. He had never entertained elves before. For a general like him who had never left Kyiv, creatures that only existed in legends should be very taboo, right? The Silver Dragon Knights in the sky were driving their flying dragons to land in the direction of the dwarf airport, not noticing the surprised and hostile eyes of the dwarf engineers. There was no way. After all, as pendahumans, dwarves were also creatures that only existed in legends, so let alone knowing the relationship between Rohan and dwarves. As for the dwarf engineers, there was no need to say more. Although they did not see the elves' pointed ears under the silver helmets, they still stubbornly believed that they were the legendary dragon princes. That's a big deal. It's no exaggeration to say that almost every dragon prince's name is a frequent visitor to the Book of Great Hatred. During the War of Revenge, more than tens of millions of dwarf warriors died under the dragon flame. And now, a guy suspected to be a dragon prince suddenly appeared in front of them from the sky. How could they not feel alert and angry? Hey, did your mother hang a piece of stinky pickled meat around your neck so that those stupid dragons can play with you? What? The Silver Dragon Knight who couldn't understand the dwarf language and led the dwarf who was chattering below was a little confused and couldn't help asking his companions, can anyone understand what this guy is saying? I don't know either. Captain Aaron only told us to learn the elven language, but never taught us how to talk to the dwarves. The Silver Dragon Knights shook their heads helplessly, but they also saw that these dwarves seemed unfriendly, so they took the initiative to drive the Silver Dragon to move to the edge of the square. According to Lord Rohan, if you can avoid trouble, try not to cause it. However, this move has another meaning in the eyes of the dwarves. Seeing these dragon knights shaking their heads at the dwarves and saying something, a dwarf who hates elves couldn't help shouting, look at the way they shake their heads, they must be mocking us. We should teach them a lesson. Forget it. After all, they have helped us deal with chaos before. Besides, this is a human city. There is no need to fight here, right? What did you say? The head can be cut off, the blood can be shed, but the sparrow's ambition cannot be. Are you going to give up the settlement for such a small obstacle? Faced with the dissuasion of his companions, the stubborn old dwarf warrior shook his beard angrily and refuted, and then raised the dwarf shotgun in his hand and aimed it at the Silver Dragon Knight. Hey, put down your weapons. Facing the black muzzle of the dwarf engineer, the Silver Dragon Knights finally reacted. These short guys were not here with good intentions. As expected, legends are all lies. All fantasy creatures seem to be bad. Whispering, except Lord Rohan. Not far away, Thorgrin, who was looking for a hiding place, looked at the people who were having a conflict. He couldn't help but touch his brown beard and sighed secretly. Really, even if you want revenge, you have to find a suitable opportunity. The other side of the mountain ahem, despicable and shameless. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Rohan raised the rune sword in his hand vigilantly and looked at the mountain that had turned into a crescent shape. And in the depths of this mountain with billowing smoke, a tragic figure burned by the eyes of fire was struggling to support the spear with his hands and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. It was the severely injured Vorkia. At this time, Vorkia had long lost her form and ability and honor. Under the broken armor was scorched skin and muscles, coupled with a hideous demon face. There was simply no beauty. Since Khorne had blessed Vorkia many times, even Rohan's solar flare could not kill her on the spot. However, even so, Vorkia's injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed, and it seemed that she would be able to fight again soon. But, young bride, what is the price of survival? Seeing that Vorkia's once beautiful silver white hair was completely burned, leaving only the ugly sharp corners and cone-shaped back of the head that symbolized her demonic identity, Rohan chuckled and said, although I don't want to comment on a woman like this, I still have to say that you are really ugly without your hair. You die. RRR. The emotionless words bombarded Vorkia's ears like thunder in a clear sky, and immediately made this proud Khorne bride lose her mind, and raised her spear to attack Rohan. As the saying goes, the body and hair are inherited from the parents. Vorkir's former human body had long been destroyed, and the current demon body was a little man molded by Khorne according to his own preferences. And it was this gift that was destroyed by this bastard elf. After easily taking the opponent's spear with the rune sword, Rohan looked at the exasperated Vorkir and taunted her again. I didn't expect Khorne to like white hair, and now your hair is ruined. I wonder if you, as a bride, will be disliked by Khorne? Shut up. After being ridiculed by Rohan, Vorkir's originally sharp attack finally began to become full of flaws. Obviously, she began to worry whether what Rohan said was true. It's a pity that Rohan has never been an elf who sympathizes with women, let alone a female demon. Taking advantage of Vorkir's waving of the spear, Rohan directly kicked the opponent's demon hoof that had not yet healed, and then stabbed Vorkir's heart with the golden claw of his left hand. Go to hell. Claw of holy glory easily pierced Vorkir's already broken armor, and the claw blade pierced into Vorkir's chest little by little, and began to burn the opponent's soul. At the same time, Rohan used all of his limited divine power on his body and perception, ready to dodge at any time. After all, the opponent was Khorne's favorite, Blood Queen, and Rohan would not be naive enough to think that Khorne would watch his favorite toy being ruined by him. Boom boom, as expected, as Rohan's divine power perception continued to extend to the surroundings, a series of rapid warnings continued to come from above his head, and it was obvious that something dangerous was about to land. At the same time, the sky-high bloodlight enveloped the entire chaotic wasteland. Even Rohan, who was well prepared, could feel a threat of death. What? Shit. While wrestling with Vorkir, Rohan briefly raised his head and took a look, and then he was so scared that he flew backwards. The divine power in his body was reminding his brain that if he didn't dodge this blow, he would die miserably. Virana's beard. Why would such a horrible creature appear in the mortal world? Lady missed above. Even the silver dragon knights and dwarves who were confronting each other in the city of Pridger were looking up in horror at the scene in the sky that looked like a natural disaster. A bloody sword that was thousands of meters long was constantly emitting flames that reached the sky, smashing towards the crescent mountain like a meteorite that could destroy the world. Even the dwarves, whose magic talent was zero, could feel the wind of death brought by this terrible power, let alone Rohan who experienced it first. And faster. Fly faster. The burning sensation on his back became more and more intense. Rohan's speed almost broke through the speed of sound. Even the air and sound around him seemed to have left him. Boom. Lord Rohan. Be careful, the shock wave is coming. Everyone, hurry up. Under the horrified gaze of the Darachi warriors, Rohan's figure was gradually covered by the blood-red 1,000-meter long sword behind him, and finally disappeared along with the smoke of the mushroom cloud. However, a strong shock wave soon came from a distance, forcing the warriors to stick their weapons into the ground and squat on the ground to resist the impact. Roar. Even the war hydra that was gnawing on the corpses of the Norskins was staggered by the sudden strong wind, and was so scared that it quickly spit out the meat in its mouth, and stood up obediently. Compared with the infantry on the ground, the ash dragon riders in the sky were more dangerous. Several riders fell off the dragon's back because they were caught off guard and fell to the ground. The ash dragons were busy resisting the constant strong wind and had no time to take care of their riders. They could only keep making anxious roars. They were only more than 20 meters long, like leaves fluttering in the wind. They could only risk damaging their wing membranes to save their riders. After all, Rohan had already given these ash dragons an order to protect their riders with a dragon heart. In addition, the riders took good care of them, so they naturally developed feelings for their riders. Fortunately, the various survival equipment that Rohan spent a lot of money to build finally started working. Prepare the parachute. The riders who were blown away did not panic, but waited for the shock wave to end, and then calmly pulled the short rope behind them and floated steadily to the ground. Compared with the silver dragon riders, who were all living saints per capita, the ash dragon riders, who were only equipped with light armor for flexibility, paid more attention to their survival skills. Dozens of times of parachute training every day are not in vain. This thing is good. We can prepare some for the dwarf helicopters. On the wall, Erickson, who was standing behind the battlements to avoid the shockwave, looked at the parachute flowers slowly falling in the sky, and his eyes lit up. Through observation during this period of time, he found that these elves have a lot of good things, and many of them have high reference value. It seems that after the battle, he can discuss the issue of cooperation with those elves to see if there is a chance to get some good things. However, after such a strong explosion, is their leader still alive? After the explosion, the blood-red sword disappeared in the smoke. No one knew whether the two-winged elf was dead or alive. Urson, please don't let that elf die. Looking at the mushroom cloud in the distance, Peter knelt on one knee and prayed for Rohan, ignoring the speechless look of Eriksson next to him. There was no way. Pridger really needed reinforcement. If the good food could not arrive in time, he could only take his people to dig wild vegetables and hunt bears. Everyone stared at the thick fog that rose to the sky nervously, hoping to see the familiar figure rushing out of the fog and guide them again with the sacred light. However, this time seemed to be particularly long, and even the most perceptive elves did not see the familiar figure. No way. Is it really? Then how do we go back? As time passed, several Durachi soldiers who had just joined Rohan couldn't help but raise their questions, but then they were frightened by the murderous eyes of the veterans around them and shut up. Don't worry, soldiers. Lord Rohan has fought more battles than all of your lovers combined. He is probably waiting for the smoke to clear. Anyway, there is nothing to do now. Let's go repair the bridge in that city first, so that Lord Rohan will not think we are slacking off when he comes back. Dario, who has the most experience, leisurely carried a musket, gave orders to the soldiers around him, and devoured the mammoth corpses around him with hellfire. Since Rohan became the chosen of the mist, he felt more and more that he had followed the right person, so naturally he would not doubt Rohan's life or death. Sure enough, just as everyone started to busy themselves with wooden boards to repair the bridge leading to Prague, Rohan's figure finally flew out of the gradually receding dust and fog. It was a close call. I almost got lost. Looking at the restored vision, Rohan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then flew towards Prague to clean up the battlefield. The battle is over, and it's time to enter the settlement stage. P.S. I took sick leave yesterday, so don't go in one by one, okay? Chapter 236 Poverty Alleviation. It must be said that, although the offensive of the Khorne army was quite fierce, after each war, countless valuable spoils were left behind. Whether it was the heavy plate armor on the Chaos Warriors or the various weapons and equipment abandoned by the Norskins, they were all a great tonic for the resource-scarce Kjolv. Hundreds of thousands of steel-forged weapons and armor, as well as the hard leather of mammoths and various chaos beasts, were all excellent forging materials. If Kjolv could really take all these spoils, it could even form a new elite army to counterattack Moscow. Of course, this premises that they can eat. We elves have come all the way to Kjolv to volunteer for humans, and we are fully qualified to take 50% of the spoils as a reward. At the same time, the 100 carts of food provided by Lord Rohan will be delivered to Prague as soon as possible, and the supporting daily necessities will also be delivered as soon as possible. In Prague's castle, a group of Kjolv nobles were helplessly looking at Rohan, who was sipping tea in front of them, and Dario, who made a request next to him. Peter's face was full of bitterness. It wasn't that he was unwilling to transfer the spoils to the elves, but Kjolv also needed the spoils. The High King of the Dwarves had already left Prague with 20% of the spoils, and now only 80% of the pie was left for humans and elves. And now, although the conditions on the elf side were reasonable, if they really followed the conditions proposed by the other party, how much of the pie would actually fall into Kjolv's mouth? We are grateful for the sacrifices made by the elves in this war, but Prague was also severely damaged, and many citizens could only spend the night on the street in the cold night wind. In addition, the materials needed to rebuild Arengrad, Kjolv has really suffered heavy losses now. Can't you leave more spoils for us? Facing Peter's pleading, Dario frowned slightly, then looked at Rohan, who was still calmly drinking tea, and pretended to be a little angry and asked, "The elves consumed a lot of silver ammunition in this war, and hundreds of excellent warriors suffered casualties. Aren't our losses great?" Looking at Dario, who was righteous in front of them, the boyar nobles lowered their heads helplessly. After all, who would have thought that the elves' musket ammunition was actually silver? And Peter wanted to slap himself twice, and felt the dissatisfied eyes of his compatriots behind him, and felt even more ashamed. Just a few hours ago, when Rohan finally flew out of the smoke, after going through so much hardship, Peter excitedly thanked Rohan, who landed on the city wall. "Thank you very much for everything the elves have done for Lady Keylv. Please rest assured that Lady Keylv will reimburse you as much as possible for the ammunition you consumed in this war. Are you sure?" At that time, Rohan looked at Peter in surprise. You know, the consumption of silver ammunition has never been a small amount. Even Rohan, who owns 3 worlds, feels that the logistics pressure is huge. After all, the mining and exploration of silver mines has always been a troublesome matter. Even though Rohan has upgraded the equipment for the miners in various worlds from World of Behemoths, the output of silver mines has always been insufficient. And Peter dared to take the initiative to reimburse the ammunition. How could he not be surprised? As long as the ammunition consumed by the elves is the amount that Plague can bear, we will try our best to meet the needs of the elves. At that time, Peter vaguely realized that something was wrong after seeing Rohan smile, but he still nodded with a swelled face. Due to the distance, Peter didn't know that the elves' ammunition was made of silver. He thought that the elves' weapons were black powder weapons, which were interchangeable with the ammunition of the shooting army. Unexpectedly, after the war, Dario, who was in charge of logistics, couldn't wait to drag Rohan and bring a bill to collect debts. Thinking of this, Peter couldn't help but look down at the bill on the table full of ammunition consumption and pinched his temples with a headache. Nearly 1 ton of silver is enough to equal the silver mining volume of Pridger for more than half a year. Can't you make some concessions? Looking at Peter's pleading face, Dario looked at Rohan again. He also knew that these humans had just experienced a war and had no money to squeeze. Rohan gently put down the teacup in his hand, glanced at the boyar nobles present, and finally told his true purpose. "We don't mind giving all the spoils to Keylv, and we can even give Keylv preferential treatment in terms of food. But there is a condition. In the trade agreement we discussed before, the price of silver you offered was too high, and we hope to get some preferential treatment." To be honest, Rohan didn't care about the equipment left by the Norskins at all. After all, compared with the craftsmanship of the elves, the Norskins' craftsmanship was too inferior. For him, it was the various minerals in Prague that were more worthy of attention. After all, there were not enough minerals for development even in Grain and Grass World and Giant World. After all, Cloister was just an island country. Even after being transformed by Lady Mist, it could only be used to grow crops. Although the predecessor of Giant World was half of the earth, Rohan currently did not have enough labor to develop it, let alone open a mine. In this situation, he urgently needed a trading partner who could provide a stable supply of silver mines, and Pridger was just the right one. "Don't worry, we won't let our trading partners suffer. You give us silver mine resources, and we can provide food and weapons. It can be said to be a win-win situation. If you still have any concerns, we can also sell you muskets that are cheaper than those in the Sigma Empire to help you quickly form a new shooting army." Seeing the hesitation gradually appearing on Peter's face, Rohan added another powerful condition to his conditions, which immediately dispelled the hesitation in Peter's eyes. There was no way the other party gave too much. After discussing with the surrounding nobles for a while, Peter smiled again and shook hands with Rohan, saying, "Okay, we can reduce the selling price of silver or to 80% of the original price, but at the same time, we hope to get preferential treatment in food and arms." "Of course, no problem. You are the front line against chaos, and this is the preferential treatment you deserve. We will sell you the muskets at half the price of what the Imperialists sold you." "Thank you so much." Looking at Peter and the boyar nobles who thought they had gotten a great bargain and were all happy, Rohan also showed a smile on his face. As more and more craftsmen began to enter the arsenal to learn, the cost of conventional muskets had already become cabbage prices, and there were already several thousand in stock. Although it didn't seem like much, if Keylv really planned to purchase a large number of them, Rohan could completely mobilize the productivity of the arsenal and quickly fill the Keylv arms market. So, happy cooperation? Happy cooperation. Snap. The bear-shaped seal symbolizing Keylv was stamped on Rohan's parchment, and the 10-year trade agreement officially took effect at this moment. After casually putting this parchment full of commemorative value into the system space, Rohan smiled and waved to the soldiers around him, and then asked Peter, "Is there any place in Prague where you can park vehicles? I'll have someone bring the 100 wagons of food to you." "Yeah? Can we do it now? Don't we need to have someone repair the bridge first?" Hearing that Rohan was going to bring the food now, Peter, who was still checking the parchment, couldn't help but ask in confusion, and couldn't believe that the food was delivered so quickly. Could it be that these elves came to Prague by sea, and the other party had all the food on the ship? Seeing that Rohan had no intention of explaining, Peter simply stopped asking, and thought for a moment before answering. The square that was used as a helipad before can be used. It is close enough to the residential area, and is just right for distributing food. Well, Dario, go and gather our troops, and we will withdraw to Nagarath from that place. As you command. The two elves obviously had no intention of explaining Peter's doubts. After all, the matter of the portal has always been an internal matter of the elves, and Lady Kisley will understand it after seeing it. Then the rest is up to you. My troops will gather in the square in half an hour, and you can prepare in advance. After a simple greeting, Rohan took Dario out of the castle, leaving only the bewildered boy nobles. Go? Square? Is there any necessary connection? Half an hour later, on the square, because the nobles had been notified in advance, the Cossack warriors cleared the city square early, and gave the position to the elf army. Countless citizens spontaneously came to the square, looking at the dragon riders and silver dragon riders riding on the back of dragons, as well as the gorgeous weapons in the hands of the elves with horror and curiosity. Like the boyar noble grandfathers, these citizens who basically never leave Kiev have never seen elves, so they are full of curiosity about this army. Even the nobles and generals came to the roofs around the square, trying to analyze the combat effectiveness of this army. Nearly half of the troops are long-range shooters. I'm afraid the long-range firepower of these elves is several times stronger than our shooting army. I'm afraid it's more than that. Look at the hundreds of strange-shaped artillery. Although I don't know why the elves designed them like this, they must have their intentions. And they don't have any cavalry troops. The mobile mission is almost entirely handed over to the flying dragons. It's really terrible. The nobles discussed the strategic layout and military composition of the elves fiercely, and they wanted to immediately pull an elven officer to learn. To them, these elven warriors with only 8,000 men could easily defeat the Norse army of more than 100,000 men, so their fighting methods and tactics must be worth imitating. Looking at the neatly lined elven army and the Cossack warriors next to them who were panting, because the war was over, Peter couldn't help but touch his chin. Maybe we can consider hiring some elven officers as instructors? In the crowd, two short figures in black robes were standing on stools, constantly monitoring the elven army in the distance through the crowd. Thorin, why don't we go to the front to see? We have to hide in the back like thieves, or we can go to a warmer place. Under the black robe was Pushkin's face, which was red because of the cold wind. At this moment, he was curled up in a corner and asked Thorgrim, who was standing on the table, "Why do you dwarves hate elves so much? I see they have come to help us fight the Norsemen. They should be good people. Good people. Ha." Hearing that Pushkin actually said that elves are good people, Thorgrim, who was arranged by Eriksson to stay and monitor the elves, could not help but sneered, and then said to Pushkin, "Don't think that the elves have signed an agreement with you now, and they seem to be very friendly, but all that is just an appearance. We dwarves once had a period of peace with the elves, but those elves actually betrayed us, and failed the trust of the dwarf martyrs in them." Is that so? The shivering Pushkin didn't know about the grudge between the dwarves and the elves. At this moment, he was curled up under a fat fur coat, looking at the elves blankly. As a young man who had just left his home, Pushkin didn't understand the deep hatred like the Battle of the Longbirds. He didn't understand why they were spying on each other now, when they were all comrades who had just fought against the Chaos God in the Norsemen. Sensing that Pushkin didn't seem to be in a good mood, Solinger put down the telescope in his hand and sighed. "Actually, I don't want to do this, but the hatred thousands of years ago has long been engraved in our blood. In order to fulfill the hatred of our ancestors, we have to do this." Carola, just as Thorgrim was about to leave the square with the child, a tearing sound suddenly came from the open space in the square in front of the elves, attracting everyone's attention. the purple portal slowly opened, and the surrounding space was like a broken mirror, scaring the onlookers to retreat. Be careful, this could be a chaos demon portal. Peter was so scared when he saw the strange portal that he quickly pulled out the battle axe from his waist. However, before he and the soldiers could react, a figure suddenly walked out of the portal. Lady Mist, what kind of shabby place is this? Why is it so cold? A clove farmer was huddled in the carriage, driving his carriage full of vegetables and beef through the portal, cursing. Suddenly, he noticed the Kislevites around him who were pointing various weapons at him, as well as the familiar elf army in the distance. He was so scared that he quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Captain, don't shoot, we are on the same side." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, False Eternal God's Choice. Seeing the sharp blades and spears pointed at him, the clove farmer raised his hands in fear and jumped off the carriage. He was just a delivery man, and the Clo Kingdom was now an agricultural world, so he was no match for the Kiel strongmen around him. But at this time, the Kiel woman didn't care about this poor farmer at all, but stared at the carriage full of food behind him. It's food and supplies. Great, my mouth is about to be dry. I wonder if there is beer. I just want to have a drink now. Seeing the carriage full of various vegetables and fresh meat, the surrounding citizens shouted excitedly, and even the nobles put down their weapons, with joyful smiles on their faces. Due to the shortage of supplies, Prija has implemented food control for several months, and even soldiers and nobles can only get some black bread and sausage cubes. Although it looks good, the calories brought by these foods are not enough to resist the howling cold wind near the desolate chaos wasteland. Now, I can finally eat something good. As more and more carriages drove out of the portal, some Cossack warriors began to jump on the carriages to carry food with Rohan's permission. And considering the cold weather in Kiev, Rohan also sent thousands of sheepskin coats, which was a good intention. Sir Rohan, thank you for your contribution to Prague. We will never forget this kindness. Peter came to Rohan and bowed his head sincerely to the holy angel, expressing his most sincere gratitude as a lord. Rohan didn't care about it. After all, it was just a piece of cake. Then he turned around and solemnly declared, "These things are enough for you to hold on for another 2 months. From now on, we will send an envoy to meet with you for trade every month. You can tell him if you have any requests. Thank you again for your generosity. You will always be our friends of Kiev." Under the grateful eyes of Peter and the people of Prague, the elf army slowly walked into the portal and then disappeared in the square of Prague. The remaining people of Prija fell into revelry again, cheering for the elves' great kindness while taking the food back to their homes. Hey forever friends, I don't think such a hypocritical friendship can last for a few years. Pushkin? Looking at the people of Prija who were constantly grateful to the elves, Greentha couldn't help but sneered, and then he was about to take Pushkin away, but he didn't expect to find him when he turned around. Where is he? Just when Greentha thought Pushkin was squeezed away by the citizens who were swarming around to grab supplies, a voice suddenly came to his ear excitedly. "Look, Green, we can cook boars tonight." Greentha turned his head and saw Pushkin excitedly carrying a bag of tomatoes and sausages and walking towards him with a happy smile on his face. Frankly speaking, although Greentha had been nagging him about the hatred between the elves and the dwarves for thousands of years, for Pushkin and the citizens, having enough food is the most important thing. If you can't even have enough food, who has the energy to care about hatred? Seeing Pushkin's thin figure, which was not much taller than him, and the innocent smile on his face, even the stubborn Greentha could not say anything. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to temporarily put aside his prejudice against elves, took the sausage for Pushkin, and patted his beard and promised, "Well, okay, then I will cook dinner tonight, so that you, a human boy, can have a taste of the dwarf's cooking." Pend Continent, Silian City. The magnificent palace of the ancient Pender Empire stands at the top of the city. The whole city stands on the plain like a giant pyramid, with its multi-section wall structure, countless artillery turrets and several kilometers of thick walls. This city has never been breached head-on. And it is such a magnificent city that is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. But today it welcomes his distinguished guest, the son of prophecy. Humph, it's just a lie made up by a boring charlatan. I didn't expect that so many low-class people would believe such words. On the palace, King Ulrich of Solian looked disdainfully at the cheering crowd below, and the figure emitting a faint light. Although he believes in Eunomia, the goddess of order and foreknowledge, it does not mean that he will hand over the power in his hands to this mercenary who calls himself the son of prophecy. After all, there are not too many ambitious people who make trouble everywhere under the name of the son of prophecy. 100 years ago, a charlatan named the prophet Madigan appeared on the continent of Penda, claiming that a son of prophecy would appear in the future to save Penda from the water and fire. For such remarks that undermined national unity, the king at that time directly chose to tie Madigan to a cross and make a barbecue. But even so, there are still many ambitious people and rogue knights who claim to be sons of prophecy, and they burn, kill and plunder everywhere under the name of savior. In the beginning, there were indeed many militiamen and rogue knights who did not know the truth and joined these sons of prophecy, and even many businessmen raised funds for them. But as the masses gradually recognized the nature of these so-called sons of prophecy, more and more people in Penda began to lose interest in this rhetoric. In this way, 100 years have passed, and the people of the entire Penda continent just regard sons of prophecy as a joke. This is like the so-called internet celebrity hot words. Once the mass base is lost, even ambitious people and wandering knights will no longer regard themselves as sons of prophecy. And Madigan's prophecy is just a joke that people use to satirize greedy nobles and ignorant ambitious people after dinner. However, today, the human mercenary who claimed to be the son of prophecy seemed to be a little different from the previous traitors. The son of prophecy is a real son of prophecy. You must be the hero who saved us from the water and fire. Please let me join your army. Countless warriors from the fierce lion realm spontaneously came to the street, excitedly looking at the plate armor knight riding on a tall horse, bathing in the faint light emitted by the other party. This light emanating from the son of prophecy is constantly inspiring them, making them want to immediately fight a decisive battle with the damn elf invaders. This is a miracle. Behind the son of prophecy, thousands of rogue knights from all over the world are holding weapons from all corners of the world, looking forward with firm eyes. You are so good at pretending. If it weren't for resisting the persuasion of the elves and the goddess, I would not let such a proud guy enter my city. Looking at the son of prophecy who was bathing in the flowers and praises from the people below, Ulrich suppressed his anger and turned his head to leave the palace. On the square with the statue of King Ulrich, the son of prophecy waved to the people around him, jumped off his horse, and took off his helmet. Everyone stretched their heads, hoping to see the true face of the son of prophecy, but they only saw an ordinary and familiar face. It was Mordred, the leader of the Penda mercenaries stationed in Imperial Harbor, who was originally responsible for training new recruits. Hello, fellows from Sarleon, I'm your old acquaintance Mordred, the son of prophecy of Penda. Looking at the people of Solian who were constantly throwing petals around, Mordred, who had been promoted to the chosen of the gods, smiled and waved to the surroundings. Feeling the love of the people of Solian around him, and the huge power in his body, Mordred's heart was filled with confidence. Perhaps even his employer, Dario, did not guess that he would be favored by the gods and become the legendary son of prophecy. As the leader of a mercenary group hired by the elves, Mordred was originally just an ordinary human mercenary who trained new recruits in Imperial Harbor. There was nothing unusual about him. However, a few weeks ago, Mordred, who was sleeping in Imperial Harbor, suddenly heard the call of a mysterious force, which led him to the forest outside the city. Mordred had forgotten what happened, but he only remembered that he had gained an indescribable magical power and a familiar bow floating in front of him. It was a proof of Ulvet. Mordred stared blankly at the artifact in front of him that had accompanied him in the expedition against the Misty Mountain army. He knew that it was the weapon of the great archer god, Ulvet. It was with this powerful bow that he successfully defeated the chosen one of Misty Mountain, Wolfbard the Killer, on the battlefield and shot through the opponent's thigh. After that, proof of Ulvet disappeared from his hand, and Mordred became the mortal he used to be. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to touch this artifact in my lifetime. At that time, Mordred took the artifact without even thinking about it, but suddenly a clear female voice came to his ears again. I am, goddess of order Eunomia. Thank you for listening to our call. We need your strength more than ever now. Pendor has been shattered and disintegrated again, which forces the gods to unite again to fight against our common enemy, the elves. New enemies have begun to invade, and old enemies are about to make a comeback. We must find the evil god of the elves, Mist Lady, as soon as possible, and completely eliminate it once and for all. Are you willing to hold the bow again to defend Pendor? A thunderous voice rang in Mordred's ears, and he immediately woke up from his daze, and stared blankly at the bow in his hand. Good guy, are the gods going to unite to fight against the elves together? Recalling the giants and flying dragons he had witnessed in the Imperial Harbor, Mordred, who was always cautious in his work style, hesitated for a moment, and was ready to let go of the hand holding the bow. It was not that he did not want to help the gods, but he really could not do it. Although he was able to defeat Wolfbird, who was also the chosen one, with this bow, he did not think that he could defeat hundreds of flying dragons and giants with just a bow. He was not a human-propelled crossbow. As an ordinary person, he would also be burned to death by the dragon flames. Moreover, the salary paid by the elves was not low. Why should he fight desperately? However, he soon found in horror that his body was completely out of control and holding the bow, and then walked towards the lake in the distance. WTF, forced buying and selling? Seeing his body being soaked by the lightly shiny lake's surface bit by bit, Mordred was frightened and hurriedly began to struggle, but in the end he had no choice but to surrender helplessly. After an unknown amount of time, when Mordred woke up again, he had returned to his room, and the proof of Ulvet was leaning against his bedside. In this way, Mordred, who was forced to become the pseudo-eternal chosen, embarked on a war against the elves. Whether it was the poison arrow used to assassinate Rohan or the deliberate spread of anti-elves in the elf-occupied territory, they were all his masterpieces. Unfortunately, not long ago, he was suddenly hunted down by several elves wearing red and white rune plate armor, and their superb martial arts even made him feel difficult. What's more terrifying is that those elves actually mobilized the power of other elves and directly sent a silver dragon knight to hunt him down in the city. The fierce dragon flames directly covered half of the city, but even so, those rune elves still did not give up the pursuit, and they seemed to not care about sacrificing the entire city. If he hadn't known the terrain of Dillingang well, I'm afraid his life would be in danger. Recalling the tragic situation at that time, Mordred couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he encountered such a situation in his mercenary career. Just as he was lost in his memories, a hostile and confused voice suddenly came from a distance, interrupting his thoughts directly. Son of prophecy, can you tell us why you came to Cillian City? Is it to swear allegiance to the great King Ulrich? A noble knight wearing a Cillian red robe was looking at the mercenary with a strange light with some disdain, and he hardly concealed his arrogance. Most of the nobles around him also had unkind eyes, and they were obviously not interested in this son of prophecy who jumped out of nowhere. Like King Ulrich, the nobles of Cillian would not believe in the so-called son of prophecy. After all, this meant that their rights would be reshuffled. They were all great nobles who had been passed down in Cillian City for hundreds of years. Who would be happy if a son of prophecy who could lead all of Pendor suddenly jumped out? Mordred obviously knew his situation. He looked at the people and nobles around him, turned calmly and looked at the statue of the ancient king of Pendor in the center of the city, and couldn't help but miss it. Then, in front of everyone's surprised gazes, Mordred leaped onto a wooden platform more than 5 meters high, and gave an impassioned speech. Everyone, stop pretending. I'm going to reveal my cards. Not only am I the legendary son of prophecy, I'm also the legitimate heir to the Pendor Empire. Chapter 238 Unification War. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. The soldiers of Cillian, who were looking at Mordred with respect, all subconsciously raised their weapons and pointed at this traitor. In the 100 years since the fall of the ancient Pendor Empire, the kings of Cillian have been establishing their own legal status. Although the stupidity, mistakes of the previous kings led to the independence of Sternraven, which was originally under the rule of Cillian. But the fact That Sarleon is a legitimate successor of the Pendar Empire has long been a consensus among the people of Sarleon. As a king, who was once targeted by 4 countries at the same time, although Ulrich is not a good person, he is definitely not a fool. The farmers in Sarleon have to bear the heavy tax of tithe every year, so that they can only barely make a living, but there are always priests in the countryside who send free supplies to each other by nights. Although most of these supplies are old rice and inferior cloth that the nobles don't want, they are enough to keep these civilians alive, and not enough to cause rebellion. The most important thing is that according to the propaganda of the priests, their heavy taxes were actually arranged by some evil nobles, not the whole picture of the kingdom. And these materials were provided to you lowly people for free by the kind-hearted King Ulrich out of compassion for the people. Why don't you hurry up and be grateful? The farmers who had never left the local area had never seen such a scene. They all shed tears of gratitude to receive the food and clothes that originally belonged to them, and at the same time silently thanked the king for his kindness. In this case, although most of the resources in the Fierce Lion territory were in the hands of the nobles and knights, the people miraculously had no complaints. Grandpa Barto learned from this. In this case, whether it is the oppressed civilians or the benefited nobles, they naturally do not want to see the so-called Pendar orthodoxy replace the kingdom. What a son of prophecy. I thought you really came here to fight against the elves, but I didn't expect you to be a traitor who came to usurp power. Several lion knights who had been watching for a long time angrily drew out the 2-handed swords on their backs. The 2-meter-long giant sword in the hands of this knight was as flexible as an extension of his arm. As the strongest knights of the humans of Pendar, the lion knights can even compete with the elven nobles of the Noldor in close combat, so they are naturally not afraid of Mordred. Isn't it just luck that they have been favored by the gods? They can even defeat demons, let alone such mortals. Take him and his followers. Kill these traitors. Under the command of the Lion Knights, the surrounding Sarleon infantrymen waved their maces and daggers and rushed towards Mordred. The rogue knights under Mordred also drew their weapons. A street fight in the city seemed inevitable. Boom. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from Mordred's body and immediately blew away the Sarleon soldiers who tried to approach him. Dozens of Sarleon soldiers immediately flew into the air with wailing and then fell heavily to the ground. Their internal organs were uncomfortable because of the violent vibration. However, strangely, the halo that spread out to the surroundings did not affect the rogue knights around him. Only the soldiers of the Fierce Lion realm were injured. Warriors of the Fierce Lion realm, I have no intention of being your enemy. The gods have issued an order for us to unite and fight against the common enemy. This is not for me personally, but for the entire Pendar. You may not know that the main gods of the Bacchus Empire and the Principality of Desha have been killed by those terrible elves and disappeared forever on this sacred land. Fellow countrymen, for our freedom and future, we must put aside our prejudices and face the common enemy together under the banner of the gods. After speaking, Mordred drew out the ebony sword at his waist and raised it high. A faint light flashed on his body again, and he looked at the hesitant Fierce Lion realm warriors around him with a firm gaze. Faced with this scene, even the Lion Knights who were loyal to the king could not help but fall into thought and looked at the mercenary in front of them again. At this moment, the light of divine punishment from the gods was shining on Mordred's sword and armor. Even standing opposite him, the knights could feel the sin in their hearts. Could it be what he said was true? Looking at the many citizens and nobles around him who were all lost in thought, Mordred could not help but smile. He had finally escaped from Imperial Harbor to Sarleon and had already suffered heavy casualties. Theoretically, he did not have enough military force to resist Rohan's elven army. But on the way to Sarleon, he learned from an intelligence merchant of the Red Brotherhood that Rohan had already left Pendar with the main force of the elves. This is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he can seize this fleeting opportunity, obtain enough supplies from other kingdoms, and personally command, it is not impossible to defeat the elves. Most importantly, according to the information he learned from the intelligence dealer, the number of human servants stationed in the elves' territory is less than 50,000. In contrast, the other 3 countries can easily gather an army of more than 100,000 and easily defeat the human servants of the elves. As long as the other two countries can launch an attack in the direction of Boshi City, and he can hold back the main force of the elves in Salian City, then everything will be fine. And now the most important thing is to persuade the stubborn king of Salian, Ulrich. For the sake of being a human, please give me a chance like King Ulrich in front of me. Let me try to persuade His Majesty the King. Looking at the Lion Knights gathered in front of the palace, Mordred took the initiative to drop the long sword and Nolde rune shield in his hand and slowly walk towards the palace. Faced with this situation, after discussing with each other, the Lion Knights were about to reject Mordred with righteous words when their eyes suddenly noticed a figure above the city. What is that? That thing has wings. Could it be an elf dragon attacking us? Why bother? It's definitely not a good thing. Prepare the crossbows. Almost at the same time, the archers on the city wall who were dedicated to guarding the sky 24 hours a day also noticed the winged figure in the sky, so they all pulled the alarm. Woo woo woo, the noisy alarm sounded through the sky and immediately made the citizens and nobles on the street skillfully leave the street and run towards the latest air raid shelters dug in the city. According to the battle report provided by the Red Brotherhood, the citizens of the Fierce Lion realm have already known the elves' way of fighting, which is to bomb first and then send infantry to attack. During this period, the fragile houses and gardens became the most vulnerable places to attack. Every siege by the elves would cause a large number of innocent civilian casualties. For this reason, the citizens specially dug a large number of air raid shelters and cellars in advance to deal with the next bombing of the elves. Is it Lord Rohan? I didn't expect you to come here in person, and you even have wings? Looking at the people of the Fierce Lion realm fleeing around, Mordred looked up at the sky curiously. With the help of the body strengthened by the gods, he immediately saw Rohan in the sky. Looking at the lifelike fire phoenix on the other's palm, Mordred was not afraid. Instead, he opened his arms confidently and shouted arrogantly at Rohan, "You come here." Based on his understanding of Rohan, although the other's magic attainments and strength are very strong, it is only because of the favor of a god. Now he is also blessed by several gods. Even if he can't beat Rohan, he thinks it should be no problem to fight to a draw. It's a pity that he didn't know that after Rohan went out, he was no longer the original living saint who would be injured by his sneak attack. In the sky, what's wrong with this kid? Looking at Mordred who dared to shout at him, Rohan couldn't help but touch the feathers of the fire phoenix in his arms, his mind full of confusion. He originally planned to throw down a solar flare to directly raise more than half of the city to the ground and then wait for the follow-up troops to take over. But Mordred's unscrupulous performance made Rohan a little at a loss. He could feel a faint divine power in Mordred's body. There was no doubt that the other party was also a chosen one who had received the grace of God. But to put it bluntly, in Rohan's opinion, the other party's strength was only slightly stronger than his own Silver Dragon Knight, but compared with himself, it was a world of difference. But how dare such a person be so arrogant in front of him? Did he collude with chaos or find the devil to be so brave? Could it be that this kid has some trump card that I don't know? Thinking of this, Rohan didn't even choose to throw the phoenix in his hand at the first time, but observed silently for a while. At this moment, he didn't know that he, who had just finished fighting chaos, was like a high-end player who suddenly entered a low-end game. He was indeed a little too cautious. In fact, Mordred really didn't have many trump cards. Behind him, there were only a few gods from the native world of Penda supporting him. Clang. Since the Fire Phoenix was completely composed of Rohan's divine power, the Fire Phoenix, which had already gained a lot of wisdom, couldn't help but rub Rohan's palm, and was ready to go down and try him. Anyway, it was made of Rohan's divine power. As long as Rohan didn't die, it could be resurrected infinitely, so there was no fear at all. Okay, I'll give you all my divine power. You aim at that glowing guy and hit him hard. Do you understand? Feeling the warm and soft flames of the Fire Phoenix, Rohan gently threw the Fire Phoenix in his hand downwards and was ready to leave through the portal at any time. If this kid Mordred really had any trump cards, then he would just leave here and ask for help from the Lady of the Mist. Clang. Compared to its cautious master, the Fire Phoenix had fewer concerns. Having obtained all of Rohan's divine power, it now only wanted to kill the human below and release its irrepressible flames. The Fire Phoenix streaked across the sky like a red meteor, so fast that even Valkyr could hardly defend against it, let alone Mordred. Looking at the light spot getting closer and closer in the sky, Mordred was about to use the power he had just mastered to resist, but suddenly heard an anxious female voice reminding him, "Get out of the way, this is not something you can resist." However, before the voice fell, the red light spot directly swallowed Mordred's body, and then turned into a dazzling red light, covering the entire Solian city. Boom. The sky was full of flames rising from the ground. Even Sinjal on the other side of the mountain could feel this unprecedented earthquake, let alone Solian city, which was the center of the explosion. It is no exaggeration to say that even Teclis, who will be known as the Chosen of Lilith in the future, will have to pay a price to resist Rohan's full strength attack. May Eunomia bless you. In several castles thousands of meters away, the defenders stared at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance in a daze. Even the most courageous knights did not dare to mention reinforcement. This situation is no longer something that can be solved by human power. We must find a way to escape quickly. For a time, countless people in Solian began to flee to the distant Changtown and Cliff Bay, preparing to stay away from this place of trouble. However, they had no idea that it was not only Solian City, but the entire Solian was under attack by the elves. As a city adjacent to the older elves and the Solian city closest to Boshi City, Changtown was naturally Rohan's first target. Fire coverage, let the soldiers prepare for close combat. Dario excitedly waved his saber in his hand, and kept commanding the cannon fodder around him to bombard this city known for producing archers. The entire city was powerless to fight back. The sentinels of Changtown, which had once been proud of themselves, could only hide behind the wall in despair, watching their homes being destroyed. On the border of the Black Forest, the older elves were watching Changtown, which was in flames under the bombardment, with fear in their hearts for this unknown fellow race. On the cliff bay countless magic blades and flaming arrows were falling from the sky, constantly taking the lives of soldiers and civilians in the city, located on the cliff. Don't be stingy with the magic wind. This is specially provided to you by the Lady of the Mist. Looking at the sorceresses around her who were constantly summoning the sickle of death, Mekasha excitedly summoned a skull of fire towards the city wall, while constantly encouraging everyone. Unlike Rohan and Isabel, who were blessed by the Lady of the Mist, Mekasha and other sorceresses could only use the magic wind purified by the Lady of the Mist and continuously send it to them through the portal. That's great. I also want to use magic anytime and anywhere like this. Looking at Isabel, who was using magic recklessly in the distance, Mekasha's eyes were full of surprise, and her heart was filled with yearning for this power. Countless thorns and vines covered the walls of Cliff Rock Bay, constantly absorbing the blood and lives of the soldiers of Solian. I'm sorry, this is for the greater good. Looking at the Pender people who were wailing in pain, Isabel's eyes flashed with pity, but then she summoned dozens of earth elementals made of mud, and began to attack the walls continuously. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire Solian will become the territory of the elves today. Of course, not everyone will watch the elves annex Solian. At least as the main god of Solian, the goddess of order can't do it. Stop, elf. You have got what you want, and you can almost stop fighting. Chapter 239, Godslayer 2.0. This voice, the native god of Pender? Hearing the strange female voice coming from the sky, Rohan raised his head in confusion. After figuring out the other party's identity, he couldn't help but sneered and asked, "You are playing tricks on me. Don't you have the courage to come to me and talk to me in person? Are you afraid that I will chop you down with a knife?" The sky immediately fell into silence. Obviously, the unknown goddess did not expect Rohan to be so unruly and try to talk to the god directly. She is the goddess of Pender. Doesn't she have any face? TSK boring. Seeing that there was no more sound in the sky, Rohan pretended to sneer with disdain, and then took the initiative to fly towards Solian City, where the smoke gradually dissipated. At this time, most of Solian City had become ruins, and the various gold and silver jewelry that decorated the city in the past had been melted by the solar flare and scattered in the soil. As for those innocent people hiding in the cellar, I'm afraid they had died without a trace of pain in the bombing just now, right? I'm such a nation man. Feeling the heat waves around him, Rohan slowly floated down to the ground, then bent down and dug out a piece of solidified and hot gold from the soil, and said with emotion, "I should have held back a little earlier. It will be a hard job to recover materials from this scorched earth. Anyway, you just give these dirty and tiring jobs to slaves. How can you dirty the hands of a noble elf like you? Cough cough cough. Suddenly, a figure pushed away the broken bricks and rubble on his body, and walked out of the ruins with a rune shield and ebony sword in his hands. Rohan looked at the dusty human warrior in front of him with some surprise. According to his perception, the physical condition of this human has hardly changed. It's Mordred. You are not dead yet? No. How did you survive? Rohan can guarantee that he did not hold back on his magic just now. After all, his style of doing things has always been to achieve success in one battle, so there is no need to cause trouble for himself. Whether in the past, Giant Catcher World, or the current, Pender Continent, or even in the former, Fire Dragon Empire, Rohan's approach has always been to decapitate Roderick, who can use black magic, the gods of the Pender world, and even the Fire Dragon King who controls the Fire Dragons, are all the first targets to be dealt with by Rohan and Lady Mist. And Mordred can actually hold his life under his full strength attack, which is really incredible. Could it be that he really hooked up with some extraordinary existence and actually had the ability to compete with him? Thinking of this, Rohan carefully drew out the older rune sword from his waist, looked at Mordred who had just walked out of the ruins in front of him and said seriously, although I don't know how you escaped from my magic, don't think you will have a second chance when the time comes. Looking at the familiar employer in front of him, Mordred felt that he was under great pressure and could only ask helplessly, there is no need to be so serious. Putting aside the grudges between the gods, there doesn't seem to be any deep hatred between us, right? He was originally a mercenary forced by the gods. Although he had a good relationship with the older elves and the people of various countries, he obviously had not yet shown the potential of the Son of Prophecy. Perhaps in a dozen years, he might really become the legendary hero who saved Pender and expelled the evil god, but now he was just a young mercenary captain. It was really difficult for him to ask him to fight against an extraordinary two-winged elf. Seeing Mordred actually giving in, Rohan had no intention of relaxing his guard. He even couldn't help but start to mock Mordred in his heart. Want to lure me to relax my guard and then launch a sneak attack? No way. As a venomous snake who is best at surprise attacks and killing with one blow, Rohan never easily exposes his weak point, but is ready to see the opponent's trump card first. Come on, Mordred, if you can defeat me, maybe you can free those unfortunate slaves you mentioned? Facing Rohan's sarcasm, Mordred also nervously raised his shield and sword in his hands, his heart full of anxiety and panic. Compared to Rohan who was confident enough to deal with everything, he knew that he had no trump cards. He could only glance at the evidence of Ulvet hanging on his chest and smiled bitterly. How about you fight quickly? I will show you how to die on the spot. The reason why he was able to dodge Rohan's solar flare just now was entirely because this god's warbow suddenly teleported him away at the critical moment, leaving behind an afterimage, which saved him from danger. In terms of real skills, he also knew that he probably couldn't beat Rohan, but now it was obviously time to force the issue. Don't try to play tricks. Aren't you known as the Son of Prophecy? Then quickly show some courage as a Son of the Plane. Rohan casually threw a sword energy at the other party, and watching Mordred struggling to resist with his shield, he was even more suspicious and doubtful in his heart. Could it be that this guy is just a little mouse and a little tiger? May the Lady of the Mist bless me. I hope she can deal with the native gods of Pender as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Rohan slightly retracted the wings behind him, took out the attitude when fighting against Bloody Queen, Vorkia, and charged at the opponent. I hope the gods are not just fooling me. Come on. And Mordred finally mustered up the courage, looking at the afterimage in front of him with a firm gaze. Ah, why am I flying? Looking at the headless corpse that suddenly appeared in front of him, Mordred was slightly confused, but the darkness that followed immediately swallowed up his ritual. Am I dead? Looking at Rohan's figure who was looking at him in confusion, Mordred couldn't help but feel a little confused, but then he closed his eyes tiredly and helplessly. It's better to die. I don't have to carry any messy dreams of a rich country anymore. Recalling the letter that his mother handed to him when he left the Barclay continent, Mordred's head opened his mouth slightly, as if he had breathed a long sigh of relief. Compared to Mordred's sad death, Rohan on the other side looked at the body that was broken into two halves on the ground blankly and was a little at a loss for a moment. He used the rune sword in his hand to cut Mordred's head into pieces and then sprinkled corpse powder to destroy the body. Rohan picked up the warbow on the ground with some doubts and said puzzledly, "This is dead." He had been fighting wits and courage here for so long, and he thought it was a super duper. But then, Rohan turned his attention to the rune shield and strange warbow left by Mordred. After putting all the spoils in his pocket, he smiled and said, "Anyway, these things seem to be destined for me, so I will accept them first." At this time, Rohan did not know what serious impact it would have on the battlefield on the other side. After he put all these things into the system space, a certain unknown battlefield, countless points of light spread across the entire battlefield, spreading towards the distant universe like a galaxy, and several colors gathered together, constantly devouring each other. However, among them, a silver light was the most conspicuous, gradually forming an overwhelming advantage over other galaxies. That was the vast holy light of the Lady of the Mist. If Rohan were here, he would be satisfied to find that the power of the Lady of the Mist was almost 10 times stronger than before, and he had become a big boss. It is no exaggeration to say that if the current Lady of the Mist faced Lilith, who wanted to capture Rohan, who would be tied to the iron chain and trained. At this time, Rajlia was sitting on this galaxy formed by the gathering of divine power, looking at the gods of Pand who were struggling to hold on under her attack with complicated eyes, and advised, "Why are you doing this? I have no intention of killing you all. As long as you are willing to withdraw from this land, I guarantee that you can leave safely." At the other end of these galaxies, several native gods of Pand were trying their best to raise their arms and use their divine power to continuously resist the vast offensive of the Lady of the Mist. Hearing Rajlia's persuasion to surrender, the main god of Thirdsfae, Terra, who didn't want to continue the war, couldn't help but look at the leader Eunomia and asked, "What should we do? Otherwise we should find a chance to leave. Do we really have to continue to hold on? You don't really believe her lies. Have you forgotten the death of Wata? That evil god wants to kill us all." After that, Eunomia turned her gaze to Ulvet next to her, looked at the bow on the other's back and asked, "I still have some snake venom from the female snake god here. Can you find a chance to shoot an arrow at the elf goddess and kill her directly? There's no need. Such a beautiful girl should not have to lie." "I mean, no problem." Ulvet, who was originally planning to make a joke, saw the unkindness in the eyes of the goddesses, so he hurriedly reached for the bow behind him. However, before his hand touched the bow, Ulvet suddenly stood up from the blue galaxy under him and said angrily, "Fuck, my bow is gone." "What are you talking about? Isn't your bow on your back?" Hearing Ulvet's sudden shout, Eunomia took out a small bottle of snake venom from her arms helplessly, but was then angrily accused by the former. "Nonsense, this is just an illusion. You lent my bow to that human boy, but now we have lost contact. Is this all your fault? What? Where's Mordred? Why didn't he hold the elves back?" Eunomia looked at the angry Ulvet in surprise. According to her idea, Mordred held back the elf chosen one, and they would find a way to deal with the elf god. Wouldn't that be great? However, Ulvet closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then looked at the goddess of order in front of him with disdain and said, "They are about to occupy the entire Solian territory, and the son of prophecy you carefully selected has also been beheaded. Are you still hoping to turn the situation around? It shouldn't be. That guy named Rajlia is so generous." Seeing Ulvet's promise, Eunomia could only close her eyes to check, and then opened her eyes in disbelief, and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Because their attention was focused on the fight with the Lady of the Mist, she didn't know that the war on Penda had ended. Originally, she thought that the main gods would share some of their power to bless Mordred, so that they could compete with the Elven Lord. But just now, when she looked at Rohan, who was looting spoils in Solian City, she was immediately shocked by the dazzling array of blessings on him. Apart from anything else, the pair of wings made of the wings of unknown creatures alone made Eunomia feel amazed. Due to the brief introduction on the system panel, Rohan did not know how precious the pair of holy wings behind him were, but Eunomia knew what they were worth. Apart from anything else, the silver threads used to, so Rohan's body were probably made of the silver hair of the divine body, right? not to mention the almost dense sacred runes and holy blessings hidden in the depths of Rohan's soul, which were comparable to the native gods of Penda. It's really luxurious. Eunomia couldn't help but sigh, not knowing that such blessings were completely insignificant in the Warhammer world. Compared to the world of Penda, which had no pressure to survive, Rohan and Lady Mist in the Warhammer world had to face endless wars and evil. In order to survive in such a terrifying world, they had to constantly strengthen themselves and their believers to fight for a glimmer of hope in that cruel world. But Ulvet obviously didn't care about these, but continued to angrily hold Eunomia accountable, and even gave up on himself. What should I do now? Most of my strength is sealed in my warbow. Anyway, don't expect me to contribute in the next battle. At this time, Ulvet was just like Sauron in the next door, Lord of the Rings. Once he lost his weapon ring, his strength would be greatly reduced, even less than half of his original strength. This is also the situation that Rohan has been trying to avoid. Whether it is Dragon Heart or Crown of Domination, he has hidden them in his body, so there is no need to worry about losing them. You are chatting so happily, or I will perform a death on the spot to cheer you up. Looking at the two gods who were arguing, poor Terra could only bitterly use his meager divine power to resist the invasion of the Lady of the Mist. However, this move is like a lone boat sailing in the vast ocean. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Therefore, the delicate body hidden under the wreath can't stop trembling. After hearing Terra's request for help, the two gods put aside their quarrel and put their energy back into the battle with Lady Mist. But it was obvious that Lady Mist, who had also learned about Rohan's success, had lost her patience. Looking at the increasingly small galaxy in front of her, Rajlia couldn't help but sigh, and then slowly put her hands together. The silver light spots in the sky immediately crushed towards a small group of colorful light spots, and almost without suspense, destroyed the defense line of the native gods of Penda. This battle that could not be called a battle has come to an end. Chapter 240 The Arrival of Vinolda. Under the overwhelming attack of Lady of the Mist, the gods of Selene were almost unsurprisingly submerged by the endless Milky Way. The battle between the gods has ended, but the disputes in the mortal world are still going on. The natives of Penda have not given up the war with the elves. Kill the winged Nolda. Kill him. King Ulrich of Solian was wearing full body plate armor at this time, and his face was covered with dirt and embarrassment, which showed no dignity as a king. He didn't know the difference between Rohan and the Nolda elves, and he didn't even know enough about the two elven races, but he didn't care, because now he just wanted to kill this elf quickly. Hearing the king's order, the Sarlian soldiers who survived the bombardment raised their muskets and aimed at Rohan floating in the air. Looking at the dense missiles around him, Rohan hurriedly flapped his wings behind him to leave, while constantly maneuvering in the air. As the chosen one of the gods, although he could take the bullets with his flesh, so many muskets shooting at the same time could easily make him bleed. After all, why bother to take the blow when you can obviously dodge it? Is it just to show off? Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots came from behind, and Rohan quickly jumped in the air to dodge all the musket bullets. Don't run. If you have the guts, come down and fight me to the death, you damn pointy-eared slave trader. Swindler. Opportunistic horse thief. Looking at Rohan flying farther and farther, Ulrich waved the sword in his hand weakly, and at the same time couldn't stop cursing. According to the rules between nobles, this kind of insult to personal attack is enough to make any noble feel humiliated and initiate a duel. It's a pity that such insults without family members could have any effect on Rohan, who has psychic immunity. He naturally heard the curses coming from behind, but such intense insult only made him feel calm, and he even smiled and murmured, "It's gone. The predetermined goals have been almost completed. Now it's time to wait for the follow-up troops to arrive." Biu. Then he pointed his finger at the anti-aircraft turret behind the wall of Selene City below. And the black flames slowly gathered at Rohan's fingertips, casting death roses on these wooden turrets. Watching the black sparks slowly falling towards the crossbow position below, Rohan couldn't help but slightly raise his mouth, and then he touched his dizzy head and flew out of the city. Because hellfire would consume Rohan's mental power, Rohan basically never used this magic on the battlefield during Warhammer World. After all, his strength was still not enough to walk sideways in Warhammer World. Once he was caught in a tense melee, the lack of mental power would be quite fatal. Only the Lord Witch King, whose physical and mental strength have reached the peak of the elves, can use hellfire recklessly on the battlefield. Although Rohan cannot cast black magic as recklessly as the Lord Witch King for the time being, he can still summon hundreds of sparks with a diameter of no more than 1 centimeter. Look, what is that in the sky? As the death roses slowly fell from the sky, the sentinels of the fierce lion realm, who were already shocked by the bombardment, hurriedly pointed to the sky. Countless sparks began to spread to the entire city, whether it was the artillery or the armory, or even the various artillery positions. A halberdier from the fierce lion realm wearing full plate armor boldly caught a piece of black petals with his iron gauntlet. Feeling the warmth coming from his fingertips, he couldn't help but sneer. It seems that the magic of the elf failed. These flames don't seem to have any killing power at all. I advise you to be careful. This is the magic of the elves after all. You'd better take off your gauntlets quickly. Be careful of danger. Another lion knight who survived the bombardment advised kindly. He had personally experienced the destruction of half of the city, so he was particularly afraid of the magic of the elves. Looking at the black sparks that were also falling on the turrets around him, the halberdier also began to feel the low temperature slowly roasting his palms, so he carefully took off the gauntlet. Well, since you said so. Oops. Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion suddenly came from a turret in the distance, followed by a burst of dim black flames that exploded in all directions, like fireworks blooming in hell. The flames instantly engulfed the surrounding artillery and soldiers. Some soldiers who were unfortunately burned by the black flames immediately screamed and asked for help from their comrades around them. Help me. Hurry up and lie on the ground. I'll bring a bucket of water. Several comrades in the same camp hurriedly brought buckets of water to put out the flames on the unfortunate soldier, but they didn't know how serious the consequences would be. At the same time, King Ulrich had already put on a new set of plate armor and crown, and left the palace arrogantly, pointing at the exploded artillery in the distance and angrily scolded. What's going on? The elves didn't launch an attack. Why did they suddenly destroy our artillery? The artillery I spent so much money to build was not for you to blow up. Your Majesty, it seems that the explosion was caused by the ignition of a gunpowder barrel, and it should not be an attack initiated by the elves. A supervisor came to the king in fear. He didn't dare to draw the king's anger to himself in this situation, so he directly pushed all the responsibility to the soldiers. Hearing this, Ulrich immediately looked at the soldiers who were fighting the fire in the distance with dissatisfaction, and muttered, "What a group of clumsy peasant soldiers," I said. "Such delicate weapons should not be given to peasants to use." At this time, he seemed to have completely forgotten the embarrassment of hiding when fighting Mordred and Rohan just now, and instead regained his former arrogance, and said to the supervisor, let's go over there to see." Wow. Before the voice fell, there were suddenly bursts of exclamations from the distance, followed by heart-piercing and bone-shattering screams, which made the nobles present feel horrified. The soldiers in the distance were running away in panic, and behind them, dozens of soldiers were falling and wailing in pain in the spreading disaster. Even though they were far away, King Ulrich could still see that the black flames were eroding the soldiers' flesh and burning their bones. What's more terrifying is that because the soldiers overturned the bucket in a panic, the evil flames were still spreading around at an alarming speed. Ulrich's face changed drastically when he saw this. Looking at the soldiers covered in black flames and running towards this side wailing, he was frightened and shouted angrily, "Quick! Go back to the palace quickly. Don't let those soldiers infected with black fire come over." Then he pushed away the unlucky supervisor who was blocking the way, and decisively ran towards the palace gate that was slowly closing behind him. "Quick, kill those soldiers who were set on fire by black fire, and don't let them continue to spread the flames on their bodies." After receiving the order, the soldiers on the city wall also raised their crossbows and muskets, and kept shooting at the soldiers set on fire by hellfire. Dozens of soldiers who were wailing around because of being set on fire by black fire immediately died under the muzzles of their own guns, and others were frightened and ran towards the outer city. However, compared with the houses made of marble and bricks, the civilian wooden houses living in the outer city were not so lucky. For a moment, the entire Solian city fell into unimaginable chaos. At the same time, in Changtown, continue the attack, knock down the city wall, and use flamethrowers to burn all those who try to resist. With Dario's ruthless order, terrifying orange-red flames immediately spewed out from the hands of the heavily armored elf warriors, rushing towards the Changtown garrison who were trying to form a shield wall. Hahaha, this is much more fun than magic. Look at the pain of these short-lived species. I like to see them turn into charred ashes. The smell of barbecue in the air, mixed with charcoal, is so satisfying. Letting the human arrows fall on their dragon skin armor, the flamethrowers looked at the Changtown garrison in front of them who were wailing in pain under the flames, and their faces under the masks were full of hideous colors. Because the Durachi society strictly prohibits male elves from learning magic, when Rohan recruited artillery and flamethrowers from the entire army, almost all the elf warriors signed up enthusiastically. After all, this is a way for them to quickly learn and master a method of killing enemies on a large scale without learning magic. Kill those humans and use their blood and souls to pay tribute to Lady Mist. With the help of the flamethrowers, hundreds of silver mist guards quickly passed through the gap in the city wall, grinning and rushing towards the defenders who had not yet reacted, waving their halberds wildly. Many of the Changtown defenders hurriedly raised their shields and swords to join the battle, but they soon discovered the gap between the two in terms of weapons and equipment and combat skills. Stop them, push them into the gap. The Horn of Changtown summoned the rangers to continuously pull the bowstrings, trying to shoot the silver mist guards who had already broken into the city, and cooperate with the defenders to counterattack. Whoosh, 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 arrows that were accurate enough to rival the Asur elf archers flew out from the bowstrings of these rangers, and flew straight towards the silver mist guards in the distance. Looking at the defenseless appearance of the silver mist hunters, the corners of the rangers' mouths curled up with a cold smile. Each ranger is a skilled archer. Even the noble archers of the older elves could fall on them, not to mention these defenseless pointed ears. We have your heads taken. However, the confident smiles on the rangers' faces soon disappeared, replaced by a look of surprise. How is it possible? The arrows they shot were like being moved by invisible hands, staggering away from their targets and falling to the ground helplessly. Even if they could hit the armor of the silver mist guard by chance, the silver plate armor blessed by the Lady of the Mist would easily bounce off and would not pose any threat at all. Impossible. Even the armor of the older elves cannot withstand my arrows. Why is it ineffective on these elves? Seeing that their position had been exposed, the rangers quickly retreated to their cover and then looked at the compound bow in their hands with confusion. You have to know that, even if you look at the entire continent, due to the power of God of Bows and Arrows, Ulvet, even the hardest armor can be pierced by arrows. Even the heavy plate armor of the older elves can be penetrated by the most elite archers with heavy bows. Only the rune plate armor of the older nobles and lords can resist it. Are all those elves wearing rune plate armor? So luxurious! Exclamation mark. After suppressing his amazement, the ranger turned his eyes to the flamethrowers, who were spraying flames, and once again began to bend his bow and shoot arrows. I don't believe that you can all be equipped with rune armor. Whoosh, another arrow was shot out, and to his surprise, not only did the hateful fog not block his sight this time, but the arrow was not bounced off. Under the excited gaze of the ranger, the arrow accurately hit the chest of the fire-breathing elf, and then nailed it into the opponent's chest. The elven warrior who was originally operating the flamethrower to burn immediately took a few steps back due to the force of the arrow, and his body became shaky, as if he could not bear this force. Did it work? Looking at the elf's swaying figure, the ranger excitedly stuck out half of his head, not noticing that a silver gun was pointed at him hundreds of meters away. Snap after a gunshot, and silently pulled the bolt in his hand, looked at a bloodstain that exploded behind the bunker in the distance, and quickly came to the flamethrower to help him up and asked, "How is it? This is at least a fireproof suit made of the dragon skin and dragon bones of the ash dragon. It shouldn't kill you on the spot, right? Ahem. Don't worry, this arrow just hit the keel plate, it's just that my stomach is a little uncomfortable." The fire-breathing elf tore off the arrow stuck in his chest, and then took off the helmet and mask covering his entire head, revealing the image of a blonde elf. It was Lysadilin, who I hadn't seen for a long time. Lysadilin looked at the arrow in his hand, confirmed that he was not injured by the arrow, and couldn't help sighing, and then went to rest behind a pile of ruins. After taking out a water bag and taking a few gulps of ice water to cool down, Lysadilin looked at the Darach elves who were still screaming and breathing fire not far away and couldn't help but sigh. Aren't they hot? I felt hot all over after just spraying for a while, and I can't wait to find a fountain to cool down. Hahaha. After all, they have only been able to spray wooden targets all along. Now they can finally have actual combat. They must fight them all at once. Aang also took out a kettle, looked at the silver mist guards who were about to attack the central square in the distance, picked up the gun again and said, "Don't slack off. Our mission is to take this city today. Don't keep Lord Rohan waiting too long. I know even if it's to fight against the evil god. Why are you in such a hurry to unify Penda?" Wait. Looking at his best friend who was moving again, Lysadilin could only helplessly prepare to put on his helmet, but then his pointed ears moved, and he looked outside the city in surprise. Aang, who was about to set off, saw Lysadilin stopped. When he was about to step forward to inquire about the situation, he suddenly heard the other party shout in surprise. It's the sound of the horn exclusive to the Noldor army. It seems to be Lord Aldarion. He is not an easy elf to get along with. Noldor elves. Are they going to fight us? At the same time, Dario, the commander outside the city, also received a notice from the scouts, so he looked seriously at the black forest in the distance, where the sound kept coming from, and shouted loudly, "Turn the muzzle, all artillery ready for battle." Chapter 241, Elf Conflict. Reserves, form a long square formation, and get ready for battle. Looking at the green figures gradually appearing in the forest in the distance, Dario subconsciously took out the bolter pistol from his waist and waved to the silver mist guards who were still on standby. The 500 reserve troops who stayed behind immediately began to move their positions and fearlessly stood in front of the artillery and musketeers. Huolala. Birds kept getting frightened in the dense black forest and flew away from the branches in panic, circling over the forest. With such a large battle, even the low-level soldiers who didn't understand military command could see that the Noldor army that had not yet appeared was very powerful, let alone Dario as the commander. Through the telescope, Dario could clearly see that a steady stream of soldiers were walking out of the forest. The brown and silver armor and green cloaks they wore looked very much like the Athray's wanderers. Don't stop the street fighting in Changtown. The cannons should turn around as soon as possible and be ready to fire at any time. Also, fire flares to signal the dragoons. After putting down the telescope, Dario took the lead and led the surrounding Frangi phalanx to the direction of the forest. They are called Frangi phalanx, but in fact, the real Frangi people have long been consumed in the past wars, and they are replaced by the native musketeers of Pend. Compared with the Frangi people from Shogun II Total War, the physique and mental state of the Pend people are much stronger than those Frangi people. After all, those Spaniards from 16th century Earth have never seen flying dragons and all kinds of demons and magic, and they don't even have the courage to fight demons. For this reason, even though military cards such as Roman youth soldiers and Crusaders knights often appear in the later lucky card pool, Rohan will not take a second look. After all, comparing the armies of Middle Ages and Roman with the fantasy armies of the Warhammer world, there is indeed a gap. Watching thousands of fully armed Noldor elves coming out of the forest, Dario silently opened the safety of his bolter and murmured, "Lord Rohan said he wanted to recapture these Noldor. I hope they don't be ungrateful." Since Rohan had said at the meeting that he wanted to communicate with the Noldor elves, Dario did not plan to take the initiative to attack. For him, if he could find an opportunity to find out what the Noldor elves think of them and deter them, he would be able to take more initiative in future negotiations. Of course, if the other party really intends to take the initiative to attack, Dario would not mind setting fire to the entire Black Forest. Black Forest, Noldor elf army. Dozens of Noldor noble warriors are riding on the backs of golden fur elf horses, looking at the long river town in the distance with billowing black smoke with difficulty. Countless Tarachi warriors in silver armor are fighting against the Seren and defenders of Long River Town, but this one-sided battle is enough to be called a massacre. Under the continuous destruction of thousands of muskets and cannons, the whole city had already turned into a sea of fire, and screams and wails were everywhere. But it was obvious that such a cruel and bloody scene did not move these nobles. The leading elven general even mocked cannons and muskets. Humph, I didn't expect these fellows to use the inferior weapons of humans. It's really a disgrace to the elves. Alderian, those guys look just as barbaric as humans. Are they really our lost fellows? Due to sensitive words, the two Noldor lords officially changed their names to Aslandal and Alderian. It doesn't matter whether they are fellows or not, but although their use of human weapons is despised by me, their methods of dealing with humans are still worthy of praise. The elven noble called Alderian was looking at the silver mist guards in the distance, who were waving halberds and cutting all the humans who tried to resist into pieces with satisfaction. As a hawkish general and family leader among the Noldor elves, he was obviously very satisfied with the bloody tactics of the Druchii elves. Compared with the upright Aslandal, who was also the head of the elf family, his character was a bit vindictive. If the noble who came to negotiate this time was Aslandal, he would have asked the other party why he wanted to massacre humans. But for Alderian, well done. These damned humans not only betrayed the elves for money, but also dared to imprison the Noldor elves as slaves. They deserved it. If most of the nobles in the same tribe were not willing to sacrifice their own lives to go to war with humans, he would have taken a few human villages to help. Just as Alderian and a group of nobles turned their attention to the burning Long River town, Dario had already recalled Rhysadalan and anger from the front line. My dear governor, why did you suddenly call us over from the front? After taking a glance at the gathering Noldor army in the distance, Rhysadalan knew that it was his chance to show off. So he coughed a few times and came to Dario with a smile. Seeing Rhysadalan's unserious look, Dario, the chief judge of the tribunal, couldn't help but frown and scolded. Don't play tricks. You are of the same race as those Noldor elves. Are you willing to act as an envoy with my people to see what's going on? That's great, but I don't know if there are any small rewards for doing this job. HMPH want a reward. No problem. Lord Rohan should be here soon. If you want any reward, just tell him directly. Ahem. No, well, let Ange go with me. After all, if a fight breaks out later, there will be someone to take care of us. When Rhysadalan heard Dario mention Rohan's name, his face immediately fell. He was still a little afraid of the big boss with wings. Seeing that Dario no longer paid attention to him, Rhysadalan could only helplessly take off his dragon skin armor, put on a set of Noldor elf armor, and then pulled anger away from the army. After passing through the Druchii defense line full of barbed wire and trenches, the two finally came to the plain outside the forest and walked towards the Noldor elves' army. The Noldor nobles obviously noticed the two elves slowly walking in the distance, and they all drew their weapons, their eyes full of vigilance. Especially one of them was wearing the armor of the Noldor elves, which immediately attracted their attention. Look at that boy. Is he wearing our Noldor elves' armor? It seems to be. Did you take it off from a young man who went out for training? It shouldn't be that shabby. It's Rhysadalan. Looking at Rhysadalan walking slowly in the distance, the Noldor nobles didn't take it to heart at first, but then one of the nobles reacted. Isn't this the duel master who killed Aslandal's nephew in a duel and was finally sentenced to exile? After all, Rhysadalan was a duelist with outstanding combat skills. He often fought as a proxy duelist between nobles, so he naturally knew many nobles. Rhysadalan. Is he the exiled duelist? I heard that he killed Aslandal's nephew. I didn't expect that he is still alive. Hearing that the nobles all said they knew him, Alderian also felt that he had some impression of him. After learning about the other party's glorious record from the people around him, a look of disdain gradually emerged in his eyes. This disdain was not only directed at the exiled Rhysadalan, but also mocked Aslandal, who was full of benevolence and morality. Looking at Rhysadalan, who was getting closer and closer, Alderian did not lower his voice at all, but instead deliberately shouted loudly, I didn't expect Aslandal to let his enemy who killed his relatives live until now. Does his so-called harmonious coexistence lifestyle rely on hurting his close ones? Hearing this, the surrounding Noldor nobles and warriors nodded in agreement, obviously agreeing with Alderian's proposal. Hearing the nobles' loud discussions, Rhysadalan's face turned a little ugly. He couldn't help but Pulang, who was walking next to him with a musket, and whispered, you are here with bad intentions. You also know that I have committed crimes in the society of the Noldor elves before. Will they use death to kill me? What are you afraid of? You are the one who comes. You represent the face of Lord Rohan. Don't embarrass us. Seeing that Rhysadalan was so unmotivated in front of the battle, Aang looked at him with some disdain, then raised the musket in his hand and comforted him. Don't worry, Lord Rohan's pension is still very generous. Besides, if something unexpected happens, I can also directly shoot their leader, and then we will all die together. No, brother, I want to live a few more years. Please let me negotiate later. After suppressing Aang's raised musket, Rhysadalan didn't hesitate anymore. He could only quickly come to the front of the Noldor army and shouted in Noldor, "Don't be nervous, everyone. We are envoys here to negotiate. Can you tell us why you are here?" However, Ildarion did not intend to reply immediately. Instead, the noble next to him took the initiative and asked, "Rhysadalan, you are so bold. After assassinating Lord Aslandel's nephew with despicable means, you dare to show up in the Black Forest. Calm down, man. Lord Aslandel has already punished me. Now I'm just an envoy of the Drutch elves to negotiate with you." Seeing that the older warriors around him actually raised their compound bows and pointed them at him, Rhysadalan hurriedly raised his hands and shouted, "Everyone, I come to see you as an envoy. We can sit down and have a good talk. There is no need to use force. Haha, do you think those strange elves behind you will declare war on us for your life? You take yourself too seriously, mercenary." Hearing that Rhysadalan was actually going to sit down and have a good talk, Ildarion couldn't help but sneer on his face. Since there are only a few Noldor elves left, the Noldor elves were tens of millions of people, and the army was more than a million. Although they needed to serve the Sindar elves who could use magic, the Noldor elves at that time were still able to live a happy life. It was not until after the Titan War that the entire magical continent was sunk by the magic of the Sindar elves, and the Noldor elves could only come to the continent of Pendor through a few large ships. There were only a few thousand Noldor elves who had just arrived in the continent of Pendor, and they had to face the hostility and war of the Pendor people, so they had no choice but to choose to live in seclusion in the Black Forest. After several centuries of development, the number of Noldor elves finally recovered to tens of thousands, which also led to the fact that the four families who fled to Pendor were almost all related by blood. And the noble elf that Rhysadalan killed with a poisoned sword in the duel was a distant relative of his with a more distant bloodline. "I wanted to negotiate with you, but it seems that you have gotten yourself into trouble." Seeing that Rhysadalan seemed to be about to die in the rain of arrows from the Noldor elves, Anger's mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Even Rhysadalan didn't expect the other party to be so vengeful. Facing the thousands of arrows around him, he could only look helplessly at Anger next to him. "Good brother, I feel like I'm going to die. How about saving me?" Seeing that Rhysadalan glanced at him helplessly, Aang could only sigh helplessly, and then persuaded in a somewhat broken Noldor language, "Everyone, we came here with good intentions, to inquire about the situation, and we hope you won't make things difficult for us." Hey, this guy actually speaks a language? The Noldor nobles looked at Aang in surprise, and Ildarion even rode forward himself, looked at the other's pointed ears, and asked in surprise, Why can't I see your flying dragons? Quickly pull a few out for me to see. Is it a lie you made up? Can I understand that you are insulting us?" Hearing the other party's arrogant remarks like a Sir, Aang, who was not a good person, touched the musket in his hand, and glanced at Ildarion on horseback. Ildarion, who was a warmonger, was not afraid of Anger. Instead, he looked at Anger's pointed ears with interest, took the initiative to reach out his hand to touch them, and said with a smile, "Although I don't know if you are an elf dressed as a clown in the circus, I will know if I touch you." Bang! A sharp gunshot made the already tense situation completely out of control. All the Noldor warriors drew their weapons from their waists, and looked at Anger, who was held by the gun barrel, and Rhysadalan, whose face changed drastically. "It seems that you are not good enough, strange elf. Are all your fellow tribesmen only at your level?" On horseback, Aldarion's palm tightly grasped the silver gun barrel that Anger originally pointed at him. Seeing that the other party tried his best, but couldn't take back the gun barrel, he couldn't help laughing. He didn't care about diplomatic relations. To him, the continent of Pendor also belonged to the territory of the Noldor elves. Any creature that touched Pendor was his enemy, whether it was human or elf. P.S. I have to deal with graduation photos and meet up with friends tomorrow, so I may not have time to update. I'll let you know in advance CAC. Chapter 242. No martial ethics. You are so brave. Hearing that Aldarian dared to insult him and Druxy, Ange's eyes immediately burst into a terrifying murderous intent, and then he drew the long sword at his waist and stabbed at the other party. The sharp blade emitting a faint blue light cut through Aldarian's flowing golden hair, and the golden hair that was cut off repeatedly fluttered in the wind and slid across Ange's dull face. Crack Dario in the distance silently opened the telescope in his hand, and he didn't care, even though his hands were covered with glass shards and debris. Instead, he said to the artilleryman next to him with a calm expression, "Be prepared for artillery fire. Once Rasadalin encounters an accident, you must open fire immediately." "Yes, sir." Compared to the seemingly calm Dario, Rasadalin on the other side was not so calm. Aldarian, do you know what you are doing?" Looking at Aang, who was slowly falling to the ground, and Aldarian, who snatched the sword from Aang's hand and kept looking at him, Rasadalin suppressed the shock and anger in his heart and growled with gritted teeth. Hearing Rasadalin's roar, Aldarian glanced at him with disdain, then shook off the blood on his sword and said, "Shut up, exile. You have no right to tell me what to do from the beginning. It's your honor that I didn't kill you first. Everything I do is for the sake of the Noldor. We already have enough enemies. Do you want to see the dragon flames of the flying dragon devour Elrical with your own eyes before you will stop? Humph, as long as you don't reveal the location of Elrical, then the Noldor will be able to rule the entire Pendor one day. I forgot that you have been deprived of the ability to see Elrical, so you don't even have the opportunity to reveal the location. It seems that you are useless to both of us, hahaha." Looking at the angry but helpless Rasadalin in front of him, Aldarian couldn't help laughing, obviously not caring about Rasadalin's threat. Elrical, the first castle of the Noldor in the continent of Pendor, is also the last refuge of the Noldor. Although the Noldor elves cannot use overly powerful magic, they still have the ability to draw some magic runes to hide the castle. Moreover, since the war faction of the Noldor elves gradually gained the upper hand in the political struggle that the elves are best at, the Noldor tribe has long been a nation of soldiers, with strong soldiers and horses. Tens of thousands of elven warriors guarding this Noldor fortress, equipped with rune turrets and magic walls, are enough to destroy all invading enemies. Moreover, these evil elves who call themselves Druchi have long been spied on by their spies, and the general composition and intelligence of the army have also been mastered by the Noldor. A huge monster snake with 5 heads, and flying dragons all over the sky. The mobile rune weapons and magic turrets are enough to make them human. Powerful gunpowder troops and a large number of human servants. Every warrior of my Noldor tribe is a master who has been tempered, plus the elven mercenaries they have scattered in various mercenary groups. Why fear Druchi? As for magic weapons, these Noldor elves who were able to escape from the Titan War, if nothing else, must have taken advantage of the Sindar elves. After all, that was a large ship that the Noldor elves spent years building, and with a warning from an ancient dragon, they were able to prepare a lot of good things in advance. If nothing else, they brought at least thousands of Sindar magic weapons that were once unattainable to the Noldor. After gracefully jumping off the horse, Aldarian could not help stretching his fingers. Then he pulled off the glittering necklace on Ange's neck and laughed. A small-headed soldier can actually use magic props. It seems that these guys are quite extravagant. If we can swallow them all for ourselves, the chances of our Noldor conquering Pendor will be even greater. After that, Aldarian pointed the blade in his hand at Rasadalin on the other side, looked at the other's pitiful look under the threat of his own family guards, and sneered, "Go away, and tell your employer that you like to make humans your servants. It's just right. I will make you my servants in the future. You want to let me go back? Only the words that come out of your mouth can reflect my majesty. Now take the body of your lowly friend and get out." Hearing Aldarian's undisguised arrogance, Rasadalin resisted the urge to draw the bow and fight back with his trembling hands, slowly picked up Ange, who was no longer breathing on the ground, and ran away. But secretly, Rasadalin had already prepared to fight back. As long as there was any movement from behind, he would immediately fight back with the red emerald bow on his waist. Because he knew that with Aldarian's vengeful character, he would never let him leave here easily. Of course, more importantly, Aldarion, after all, was the second strongest among the Noldor elves, and he did have the capital to be arrogant. That is the red emerald runebow that belongs to Aslandal's nephew. I didn't expect that he would reveal the treasure of the Noldor elves for the so-called justice. It's simply unforgivable. Looking at the familiar composite bow on Rhysadalen's belt, Aldarion took out a pure silver war bow from his belt and immediately put a red arrow on it. Compared with Rhysadalen's red emerald bow, this silver war bow is particularly noble and pure. Even the rune plate armor on Aldarion's body seems difficult to match. I'll leave it to you, and don't let me down. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As Aldarion slowly pulled the golden bowstring, a series of sharp electric current sounds came from the red arrows, as if thousands of birds were chirping at the same time. With Aldarion's cruel smile, the red arrows gradually covered by a layer of silver light slowly aimed at Rhysadalen, who was fleeing in the distance. Damn it, this guy's words are really unreliable. Hearing this voice, Rhysadalen didn't care about continuing to run with Ange's body, but decisively dropped the body. After secretly apologizing to Ange in his heart, he hurriedly drew out the emerald bow and 3 arrows from his waist, and then looked at Aldarion in the distance angrily. He didn't even have the most basic integrity, and he was not worth talking to. Quick. Fire. Fire everything that can be fired. Even Dario didn't expect Aldarion to do this, and in shock and anger, he directly issued an order to start the war. He originally wanted to wait for Rhysadalen to reach a safe distance before launching a preemptive artillery attack, but he didn't expect that the other party was even more unsportsmanlike than himself. Chapter 243 Ending. Fire. With Dario's order, hundreds of various shells were fired from the barrels and smashed towards the Noldor elves. Although a lot of ammunition was consumed in fighting against chaos and destroying the walls of Changtown, Dario could still take out hundreds of solid shells from the Dimension Ring. After all, he was an artillery admiral, so Rohan still found him a few magic rings that could store dead objects. Not only the artillery, but also the musketeers and silver mist hunters raised their muskets and fired at the Noldor elves in the distance. However, the artillery bombardment that was always successful in the past did not seem to bring any fear to the Noldor elves at this moment, but instead made the Noldor nobles laugh. Looking at the iron cannonballs flying towards them, the Noldor nobles hiding in the forest began to operate a strange rune chariot, and then sneered. So, why choose to use the inferior weapons of humans? Faint golden ripples began to cover the surroundings from the chariot, and even the sky seemed to be covered by a thin layer of golden gauze, covering the dense black forest. Faced with such a beautiful scene, even the warriors of Durachi were slightly stunned. However, it was this thin layer of golden gauze that played an unexpected role. Hundreds of large and small projectiles all fell on this layer of golden gauze. The thin and tough golden gauze immediately sank slightly under the heavy blows of these shells, and then got stuck in it. Such a strange scene immediately surprised Dario, so he ordered those who were stunned, "Give up the artillery, all of you go into the trenches and hide." According to Lord Rohan's request, even the most valuable weapons are not as important as the lives of the Durachi warriors. Although he didn't know why this happened, his long-term experience still made him feel uneasy, as if this layer of golden gauze would bring unexpected consequences. Looking at the shells parked on the barrier, the Noldor noble who was operating the rune chariot once again showed a hideous smile at the corner of his mouth, and then continued to use runes and shouted, "Look, I will give them all back to you." Buzz! The golden ripples in the air immediately began to shake, and the shells that were originally suspended on the golden gauze immediately began to shake violently, and then actually smashed towards the direction of the Durachi army. Evade. The Silver Mist Guards, who were originally in a neat formation, never expected that the shells would actually fly back. They were so scared that they quickly began to change into a loose formation, trying to avoid the artillery fire from the sky. However, it was too late. Although these shells slowed down a lot after rebounding, they still landed on the position of the Durachi army. Boom. Straight cannon marks immediately cut through the line of the Silver Mist Guards. Before more than a dozen Silver Mist Guards could react, they were smashed to pieces by the surging shells. This was just the beginning. More and more shells began to hit the unprepared Silver Mist Guards, and almost every shell caused casualties. Swear, everyone prepare for close combat and wait for the reinforcement of the dragoons to arrive before launching a charge. Seeing that the artillery tactics he had always used were ineffective and even caused serious casualties to his own side, Dario's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of blood. Although the Silver Mist Guards were equipped with blessed silver rune armor, they could not withstand the direct shooting of the shells. If it were not for the blessing of the Lady of the Mist, I'm afraid that the damage caused by this round of artillery fire from their side would be far more serious than the casualties when fighting against the Norskins. Lysaderon tightly grasped the red jade bow in his hand, looking at the sky covered by golden gauze in shock, and exclaimed, "The isolation umbrella of the Cinder? This thing is broken, one less. Where did this thing come from?" As the rune barrier used by the once prosperous Cinder elves to isolate the living area of the older elves, these things were dismantled from the castle of the Cinder elves by the ancestors of the former older elves. With this special rune, not only can the city of the Cinder elves become more glorious, but also other dirty species can be prevented from entering the city of the Cinder elves. Originally, this kind of rune magic table was placed in the restricted area of Ellical, which stored the knowledge brought from the old world in those days, and only those archaeological scholars were qualified to enter. I didn't expect that Aldarian actually moved it to the battlefield. How about it? Are you shocked? Seeing the shock and fear in Lysaderon's eyes, Aldarian couldn't help but proudly began the introduction link unique to Valyrians. "We obviously have such powerful Sindarin technology, why don't we use them for military purposes, but leave them in the warehouse to gather dust?" Aslandal was wrong after all. He thought we could live in harmony with humans, or even those foreign elves, but they are just a group of maggots. The older elves can't hide on the edge of the continent forever. We will eventually become kings. After introducing his ambitions and aspirations, Aldarian loosened his fingers that were pulling the bowstring and shot the arrow that had turned into pure silver. Boom boom, the galloping arrow turned into a dazzling beam of light, accompanied by bursts of thunder, and flew straight towards Lysaderon's head. Damn it. Lysaderon naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. He put all 3 arrows on the bowstring without hesitation, and then quickly turned the compound bow into a full moon, and released the bowstring. Lysaderon had heard about Aldarian's warbow, Full, which came from the strongest archer of the Cinder tribe, so he naturally knew that this arrow was not something he could bear. It is rumored that under the magic blessing of the legendary archer, this Full can even easily destroy a small island. In contrast, the red emerald bow in his hand, which was inherited from an unknown Cinder tribe, can split and accelerate the arrows shot out, but it is obviously no match for Full. Whoosh, with a sound of breaking through the air, the 3 arrows blessed by the red emerald instantly turned into a red meteor rain of arrows, covering the rapidly approaching light column with silver. The light of the 2 arrows collided directly with each other. The arrows that were once loyal to the same camp were constantly colliding at this moment. "Please, you must block it." Seeing his red light fading rapidly under the silver light, Lysaderon hurriedly picked up Anger's body again and ran towards the golden barrier that was getting closer and closer in the distance. The struggle before death is always so interesting. Don't you know that everything you do is in vain? Looking at the silver and red light illuminating the entire Black Forest, Aldarian couldn't help but sneer and shook his head and then put his end back on the belt. In his opinion, the winner has been decided. It's a pity that things in the world can't always go as usual. At this time, a shadow was flying in the mountains not far away, and its speed was so fast that it couldn't even keep up with the surrounding sounds. Rohan officially rushed from Sarlian City to Changtown. Looking at the silver pendant in his hand that was gradually dimming, Rohan only felt that his head was buzzing, and he didn't even care about the terrifying red light that had burst out of his eyes. It's not too late, damn. Although I don't know who did it, you'd better pray that it's not too late. P.S. I give up. I was busy with graduation photos today. I was planning to rest and play games with my friends in the evening, but I clicked on the post button. In order not to waste my leave application, I can only hurry up and update it tat. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. The final boss arrives on the battlefield. It's over. Oh, sorry, you're late. Looking at Lysadilin, who was gradually swallowed by the silver light, Aldarion looked at the dragon cavalry regiment flying towards him not far away, and a mocking smile appeared on his face again. Facing this flying dragon army, that was enough to unify Penda. Even the faces of the older nobles next to them were calm, and even showed a smile. This time, the reason why these war factions dared to take the initiative to provoke a war was not only because the greed of these foreign elves for the land had exceeded their patience, but also because they were well prepared. In order to defeat these foreign elves, the war faction elves had already contacted Mordred and the Red Brotherhood, and obtained a lot of intelligence. And this time, in order to gain the upper hand in the war, Aldarion brought out all the main forces of his family without telling Aslandil and the other two clan leaders. Of course, as an investment in the future conquest of Penda, he took the Cinderin weapons stored in the Forbidden Land without hesitation. Looking at the Ash Dragon riders in the air, who were about to launch a dive attack on the golden protective shield, Aldarion drew out the curtain from his waist again, and told the nobles around him, "It's time to show off the weapons of our ancestors, so that those foolish elves who use human weapons will know what it means, that the laws of our ancestors cannot be changed. Remember, if this battle can be won, then these weapons of the Cinder tribe will belong to you." Great. Let those flying dragons come down quickly, I'm going to beat them up. Since most of the nobles who advocated war were young men of several hundred years old, they immediately started cheering, because they were already fond of the gorgeous and powerful Cinder weapons. Seeing that the emotions of the warriors had been successfully mobilized by him, Aldarion nodded with satisfaction, then raised his hand and shot an arrow at the flying dragon in the sky. Boom boom. Another dazzling silver light rushed into the sky, accompanied by bursts of thunder, and shot at an ash dragon with a body length of more than 30 meters. Not only that, several nobles also raised their Cinder rune bows, and various lights immediately lit up from their arrows, aiming at the flying dragons in the air. Be careful, pay attention to evasion in the air. In the sky, the riders had already noticed the light spots that kept lighting up below. Although they did not receive the blessing of the Lady of the Mist, their fighting instincts still made them feel a little uneasy. As the reins tied to the dragon's horns were pulled hard, the ash dragons began to fold their wings and speed up, preparing to rely on speed to dodge the unknown threats below. Do you know that the most famous coming of age ceremony of the Cinder tribe is to hunt sub-dragons like them? Looking at the flying dragons that were scattered in the air, Aldarion licked his lips with his tongue, and while popularizing science to the young nobles around him, he loosened the bowstring in his hand. Rumble, accompanied by thunder that resounded through the sky, the specially made Cinder arrows turned into a silver light column like lightning, and shot into the air at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Be careful. Seeing the surrounding air illuminated by the silver light, the dragon rider who was targeted immediately felt alarmed, and subconsciously reached for the parachute behind him. Ang, roar. As expected, with a violent tremor, the dragon scales on the chest of the ash dragon were easily pierced, and the silver magic energy immediately exploded, leaving a terrifying blood hole. The ash dragon was also like a kite with a broken string, swaying and falling. It could only feel the numbness and severe pain throughout its body in panic, and use its last strength to maintain balance. Ang. Now she can only try to make an emergency landing, and try to send the rider on her back to the ground safely. However, the other older nobles on the ground obviously did not give her a chance to make an emergency landing. After a while, several arrows flashing various lights attacked from below. Mary, feeling that the ash dragon under her suddenly became stiff, and at the same time, its huge body began to lose speed and fall to the ground, the rider's eyes were full of grief and anger. Although there were many ash dragons, each pair of dragon riders were partners who were used to each other's personalities and habits. Sometimes they could even understand each other's meaning just by looking at each other. Have a good trip, buddy. The rider gently stroked the smooth dragon scales. Seeing that his partner not only did not respond to him as usual, but began to fall at a faster speed, he could only choose to parachute with tears in his eyes. Boom. The huge dragon body, which was tens of meters long, smashed directly into the barrier of the older elves, immediately causing a wave of waves on the golden ripples. Dario, who was far away, poked his head out of the trench and looked at the corpse of the ash dragon trapped in the ripples. He kept praying in his heart, Lady of the Mist, I wonder if you can bless this corpse and break the barrier of the older elves. Not only Dario, but even the older elves in the barrier held their breath and raised their heads nervously to look at the huge corpse in the air. Most of them were new generation elves, and they had almost never seen the glory of the Cinder elves, so they were full of insecurity about this magic barrier. Don't worry, this is the magic barrier of the Cinder after all. It can resist even meteorites. It can't be penetrated so easily. Although Aldarion kept comforting the nobles around him, his hand holding the bow handle was shaking slightly, revealing his true thoughts. He was just a young noble during the Titan War. Although he had heard about the magic technology of the Cinder, most of it was just hearsay and records in books. Duang. With a sound like a jelly, the body of the ash dragon was bounced away and heavily collapsed a forest. Although this magic instrument has been sealed for hundreds of years, the magic barrier still successfully maintained the face of the Cinder magicians. Seeing this, Aldarion excitedly raised the curtain in his hand and once again aimed at the ash dragons in the air that were trying to spit out dragon flames and shouted, now we have no worries, everyone, shoot down the flying dragons in the sky. Yes. With the excited shouts of the older warriors, dozens of colorful light beams began to shoot into the sky continuously, forming a gorgeous and dangerous anti-aircraft firepower. And since they have not experienced the blessing of the Lady of the Mist, the ash dragons with only flesh and blood can't resist the rune arrows of the older elves. The dragon scales of more than a dozen ash dragons were easily pierced. After they lacked magic resistance and cried their last, they coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Even those dragon riders who managed to escape by parachuting, the older warriors did not intend to let them go. Dealing with them slowly descending in the air was as easy as a fixed target. Some smaller ash dragons were able to barely get close to the protective shield with their speed advantage, but their physical dragon flames could not cause any damage to the barrier at all. Damn it, how did the situation develop into this? Looking at the ash dragons falling from the sky in the distance, Dario in the trench was furious and hurriedly fired 3 more flares, asking the riders who could not effectively counterattack to retreat. If they don't retreat, this team of dragon cavalry will be exhausted. Noticing the 3 flares gradually flying in the distance, the dragon cavalry commander, who had long been thinking of retiring, shouted hurriedly, there is a signal, everyone retreat. After receiving the signal to retreat, the riders who had been hovering over the barrier were relieved and flew to the rear of the army. There was no way. In the past, most of their opponents were Norskins and beastmen with not strong long-range capabilities, and they could almost be easily crushed. But today, facing such a surging anti-aircraft firepower, and even facing the older elves who could effectively resist the dragon flames, they could only return in defeat. Don't run, you cowards. Hey, this guy is still alive. Aldarion was shouting at the retreating ash dragon riders in the distance, but then he noticed a figure on the ground trying to escape the barrier. It was Rhyssadilyn, who was holding Angie's body and quietly escaping from the barrier. Ha. Ha. Rhyssadilyn was in a very bad state at this time. The originally bright and dazzling red jade composite bow had lost its former luster and became particularly dim, obviously losing its power. Not only that, Rhyssadilyn's hands were also stained with blood. The palms that were originally as smooth as mutton fat jade were now full of cracks, and the whole person looked much paler. Looking at Ange in his arms, whose face was slightly rosier than his own, Rhyssadilyn couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then tried to speed up his pace. We must escape quickly. Hold on a little longer. Your god will definitely save you. Although he was an older elf and did not believe in the Lady of the Mist, he had no doubt that the elven goddess with boundless magic power could bring Ange back to life. There seemed to be a warm light shining in the sky. Did his behavior win the favor of the Lady of the Mist? Looking at the barrier getting closer and closer, a smile appeared on the cracked corners of Rhyssadilyn's mouth. Was he really going to escape? However, he was about to escape the barrier at this time, and did not notice that Aldarion was aiming at him in the distance behind him. How could I let you run away so easily? It's rare that the weather is so good today. It's just right for your death anniversary. Feeling the scorching sun above his head, Aldarion's mouth curled up a sneer. He didn't think that Lysadilin was still able to resist now. With the increasingly hot and bright sunshine, Aldarion loosened the bowstring in his hand again and shot out the deadly arrow containing the magic secrets of the Cinder. Boom. Lysadilin only heard a roar from behind him again, followed by a heat wave approaching. Did Aldarion notice his escape? Sorry, brother, it seems we have to die together. Looking at the body of Huoyang, Lysadilin stopped his escape, then closed his eyes bitterly and began to fall into the memories of the past. Damn it. Obviously, I just wanted to find a job as an assassin at first, and when I saved enough money, I would go on my dream of traveling around Penda to find the legendary dragon gem. When Lord Aslandal had forgotten his mistakes, I would gather a few companions to go on adventures in other continents, and even return to the sunken old continent to find the lost remains of the Cinder. In the end, not only did I not complete the adventure, but the last scene I saw before I died was not a gentle elf girl hugging me gently, but I was hugging the body of a grown man. What kind of thing is this? Exclamation mark. After saying all the nagging of his life in his heart, Lysadilin felt a scorching wind coming from behind him, and then blew him away. Feeling the freedom of flying in the air, Lysadilin couldn't help laughing with his eyes closed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is this the feeling of death? It hurts. Lysadilin, who landed on his face first, hurriedly got up from the ground. Just as he was about to stand up and look behind him, he was shocked to see a pair of white wings appear in front of him. No way. In the trench, Dario stared blankly at the familiar holy figure, and then looked at the corpse of the Durachi warrior who died tragically on the battlefield, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Even though they were far apart, Dario could still feel the almost violent heat, which burned his skin continuously. It's Lord Rohan. A silver mist guard who was taking a rebirth pill excitedly stood out from behind the bunker, looking at the figure who had penetrated the golden barrier with excited eyes. Because of the distance, he could clearly see how Rohan fell from the sky, smashed through the tortoise shell of an older elves with his flesh, and then blocked in front of Lysadilin. My lord. Looking at Lysadilin, who was a little depressed due to consuming too much vitality, Rohan suppressed his rage, that was almost comparable to that of the demon of Khorne, and said as gently as possible, well done, Lysadilin, you successfully saved Anger's body, allowing me to have the possibility of resurrecting him. I must thank you. From today on, your identity is no longer the so-called hired assassin, you are the Royal Guard champion, who belongs to me, Saint Rohan. Then he knelt on one knee, put his right hand on Lysadilin's shoulder, and injected streams of pure energy symbolizing the power of the higher system into the other's body. Is this feeling under the exclusive care of Overload Holy Praise? Even Lysadilin's soul and body were unprecedentedly strengthened, and the hidden injuries left in the duel were also healed. Looking at Lysadilin, who was gradually recovering, Rohan stood up again, drew an older rune sword from his waist, and looked at Aldarion in the distance. After memorizing the faces of all the older elves present in his mind, Rohan pulled off the crown that decorated his hair and slowly rose from the ground. You are no longer qualified to choose how you die. I will imprison all your souls and use them as fireworks to release when I enslave an older. Chapter 245 Showdown. This pair of wings. There's nothing written about this in the intelligence. It seems that the maggots of the Red Brotherhood can't play much of a role. Looking at the holy wings fluttering slightly behind Rohan, Aldarion couldn't help licking his cracked lips from the sun, and then looked up at the sky. The sky, which was originally covered by the golden gauze, had now been torn into a huge gap by Rohan's solar flare possession, and there was a trend of eyes. It's really terrible. Such a terrifying power is probably not much different from the magic of the Cinder elves, right? Looking at the golden gauze gradually dispersing in the air, Aldarion glanced at the nobles who were tinkering with the magic chariot in the forest, and then raised curtain and smiled. Your name is Rohan, right? I didn't expect you to dare to come in alone. Haven't you ever thought about waiting for the cover of your own army? Faced with Aldarion's doubts, Rohan didn't bother to answer at all. Now he just wanted to know one question, that is, why did this war start? When he rushed to Changtown, Rohan had already seen the casualties of the troops from the system card, and thought that Changtown had some hidden cards. However, after arriving, He was shocked and angry to find that all this was just a sneak attack by the older elves, which was completely beyond his expectations. According to his original idea, the two elf races did not have any blood feud, and they could reach a consensus in all aspects and develop a new future together. Durachi could seek the Cinder technology and weapons left by the Nolder, and the Nolder could also use Durachi's magic to improve the living conditions of the race. It can be said that this proposal is completely a win-win situation for the two races, so much so that Rohan has even made preparations to send an envoy. However, now, these despicable people not only killed his envoy, but also dared to take the initiative to attack his army, which is simply seeking death. Although I don't know whether all this is your personal behavior or the idea of the Nolder elves, it doesn't matter anymore. Looking at the silver light gradually lighting up on the bowstring of Aldarian in the distance, Rohan jumped up and flew towards the direction of the Nolder elves. The sound waves from the low altitude flight turned into a long white line that fell behind Rohan, making him as swift as a giant white dragon with a long snow white tail. Aldarian was not to be outdone. Looking at the hot figure approaching at a very fast speed, he directly loosened his fingers on the bowstring and shouted, "Focus on shooting. Shoot him down." A series of piercing sounds of breaking through the air came from the Cinder war bows in the hands of the surrounding Nolder nobles, and countless colorful arrows shot at the approaching silver dragon. At the same time, the Durachi warriors outside the barrier finally arrived at the front line and began to use enchanted halberds to destroy the golden barrier against the dense arrows of the Nolder warriors. Tiny cracks began to appear on the barrier. Seeing the silver mist guard struggling to hack at the barrier, Dario, who had also rushed to the front, raised his pistol and shouted, "Get out of the way." After that, Dario aimed at the barrier and pulled the trigger, firing a bomb wrapped in black flames. Bang! With the blessing of special gunpowder, a rotating black bullet immediately flew out of the barrel and then directly hit the golden barrier of the Nolder elves. Unlike the previous shells that were bounced off, this bullet burning with black flames just touched the barrier and exploded before the barrier began to rebound. Bang! The small black fireworks immediately exploded on the barrier, and the hellfire began to spread continuously, quickly attached to the golden protective shield, and began to corrode the barrier continuously. The surrounding silver mist guards were so scared that they hurriedly dodged, but then they heard Dario shouting at them, "Infect your weapons with hellfire. If they are damaged, the logistics will be reimbursed." I don't believe that his barrier can hold on forever. A certain Althoan ancestor once said that magic should be used to defeat magic. Just now, when Rohan fell from the sky and smashed a big hole in the barrier, Dario suddenly woke up. It turned out that magic attack was needed. Since the silver bullets of the Silver Mist Hunters had been consumed in the previous battle with Chaos, all the long-range troops now use the spare ammunition supplemented by logistics. Because of this, he subconsciously ignored this detail and thought that the barrier of the Nolder elves could even withstand the bullets of the Silver Mist Hunters. This was why he was a little at a loss. After all, in terms of burst damage alone, the rune muskets of the Silver Mist Hunters were much stronger than his hellfire that boiled the frog in warm water, so he couldn't think of any good way for a while. And now, it's time to counterattack. Destroy the barrier. Everyone go to support Lord Rohan. Long halberds stained with hellfire chopped the golden barrier continuously, and the originally fine cracks immediately began to spread, as if it was about to be broken. Inside the barrier, Aldarian silently glanced at the barrier that was about to be broken, then directly put down and drew the two-handed sword at his waist. The barrier was no longer important. After all, the mastermind behind the Druchii elves had appeared. As long as Rohan could be defeated, victory would belong to the Nolder elves. Watching Rohan's figure break through the arrows shot by the nobles, Aldarian raised the two-handed sword inlaid with blue emerald runes in his hand and comforted the nobles around him. "Don't panic. He is just one person after all. As long as we can kill this guy here, the Druchii outside the barrier will naturally retreat." After saying that, he waved the great sword in his hand and rushed towards Rohan, who was about to fly over from a distance, as if he had never considered the possibility of defeat. After all, for this battle, he had found a set of Nolder rune armor from ancient times from his family's armory. With his own strong strength, he never thought that he would be defeated. Moreover, although the equipment of the noble children around him might be slightly inferior to his, they were also the best weapons and armor of the Nolder, and even had many signed the weapons. No matter what, the combat force was 6,000 to 1,000, and the advantage was on my side. The surrounding Nolder nobles were not to be outdone. Although they did not have the rude habit of yelling before the battle like humans, the seriousness on their faces did not decrease. How dare you? After crushing the silver arrow shot by full with his golden claws, Rohan looked at Aldarion, who was rushing towards him in front of him, and also raised the rune sword in his hand to meet him. The two blue emerald rune swords, which were extremely identical except for the size, collided at the same time and immediately set off a burst of blue sparks. Aldarion was blown away by a huge force almost instantly, but then he immediately stood firm, looked at the long sword in Rohan's hand with shocked and angry eyes and asked, "This is Nikita. What did you do to Eliona? Who is that? I have never heard of her. Maybe she is just a maid in my palace, who is responsible for sleeping with me every day." Rohan, who was in combat, began to mock subconsciously, and he really didn't react to the name for a while. After all, it has been more than 100 chapters. How could he remember the Nolder female elf who was handed over to Lysadaran and the head maid for training? However, Aldarion didn't know this. Looking at the sword in Rohan's hand, that he had personally given to his comrade's daughter, his originally calm heart immediately became irritable. Eliona is not only Aslandel's niece, but her father also saved Aldarion's life, and was a bridge for the two families to maintain peace. Even though they had many conflicts in political ideas, he always maintained a personal relationship with Aslandel, and they would discuss things face to face. After all, the Nolder elves are now divided into 4 major families, and with the help of Eliona, the Hawks and Doves can always maintain harmony without large-scale direct conflicts. Small science, the triangular relationship network has extremely strong stability. One more person is easy to form cliques, and one less person is easy to cause struggles. However, now Aliona's sword appeared in Rohan's hand. How could he not be shocked and angry? However, compared with Aldarion, Rohan did not have so many concerns. After all, he had already decided to treat the Nolder elves as slaves, so how could he care about the life of a female elf? The Nolder nobles also had no concerns. They raised their swords and stabbed at Rohan's wings and body. Due to the previous collision with Aldarion, Rohan had landed on the ground at this time, and the surrounding Nolder nobles also saw the opportunity and rushed over. "Go to hell, you heretic." Seeing that their blades were about to touch Rohan's, the Nolder nobles couldn't help but smile. Even those demon giant warriors with wings could not resist the siege launched at such a close distance. They were confident that they could kill the other side. Even Vorkia didn't dare. Looking at these Nolder elves who dared to easily enter his side, Rohan smiled slightly, and then raised the claws of his left hand, and swung them at the surrounding Nolder elves. Crack! With a flash of golden light, several Nolder nobles in front of Rohan were immediately torn in half by the claws, and the rune plate armor on their bodies was shattered like rags. Although the craftsmanship of the Nolder craftsman is indeed good, compared with the holy claws forged by God of Craftsman Val himself, there is still a gap of a planet. Moreover, the physical strength of the Nolder elves is stronger than that of the Druki, but they can only use physical damage without magic, and it is impossible to threaten the sainted Rohan. Damn it. Seeing their companions being slaughtered without any resistance, several Nolder nobles behind Rohan were not to be outdone and slashed at Rohan's exposed wings. However, they did not notice that a black shadow was suddenly crawling out from the shadow under Rohan's wings. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of an older noble in front of Rohan, but before he could open his mouth to remind him, Rohan's sharp blade had already cut his throat. At the same time, a pure black illusory figure suddenly emerged from the shadow behind Rohan, and from the outline it looked exactly like Rohan. It was Rohan's shadow dancer. Although the shadow dancer who inherited half of Rohan's strength did not have the holy wings blessed by the Lady of the Mist, Rohan's current strength was more than several times higher than before. It is no exaggeration to say that, as long as Rohan's combat range is within the range of his shadow, then his enemy will have to face a Mist Chosen and a Living Saint at the same time. Even Eris has suffered from this move, let alone several Nolder elves without the grace of God. As for whether those Nolde nobles can beat Rohan's shadow dancer, listening to the fighting and screams coming from behind him, Rohan glanced behind him with some joking, and then continued to be busy with the slaughter in front of him. After the fight just now, Rohan already had a general understanding of the combat effectiveness of these Nolde elves. Their physical strength is slightly higher than that of Durachi, but their magic talent is almost zero. However, like the dwarves, they are very good at using various runes, but lack strategic runes that can kill with one blow. I don't have a talent for magic. It seems that I can use Bloodlord domination to enslave him. The game is almost over. After raising his hand to hold the heavy sword that Aldarian chopped, Rohan once again stabbed the opponent's head with the rune sword in his right hand, trying to kill him by force. Looking at the sharp blade coming straight at his cheek, Aldarian quickly loosened his hands covering the great sword, and then turned to draw end from his waist. Looking at Rohan, who was almost open, Aldarian's mouth corner slightly raised, then bent his bow and put an arrow on it and taunted. It seems that I'm still better in skills after all. Although he could not match Rohan in strength, he thought that he could play with this rude elf who only knew brute force in terms of skills. It was a pity that Aldarian seemed to be used to fighting with mortals for many years, and he did not notice the strange wooden stick inserted in Rohan's waist. Looking at the warbow in front of him that kept flashing silver light and the pedantic and confident smile on Aldarian's face, Rohan couldn't help laughing out loud. I've seen people with poor brains, but I've never seen people who use charged attacks on the battlefield. After quickly storing Aldarian's greatsword and his own sword into the system space, Rohan drew out his staff like a cowboy in a western duel and shouted, "Avada bites the big melon, mystic decomposition." A blue light instantly flew out from Rohan's hand towards my staff. Since the system helps to cast spells without pre-shaking, the light instantly covered Aldarian. Although he consumed too much divine power and physical strength in Sarlian City, it's easy for him to bully a dumb cannon who can't use magic, isn't it? P.S. Dad drank too much and vomited, so it may be a bit late tonight. Chapter 246. Escape. Avada, eat the big melon. Along with Rohan's teasing shout, a blue light immediately flew out from the staff in his hand and shot towards the defenseless Aldarian. Aldarian obviously did not expect Rohan to release magic close to his face, so he hurriedly shot the arrow in his hand that had not yet fully charged at the blue light. Bang! Almost at the same time, the ray of mystic disintegration hit the arrow that had not yet flown out of the bowstring and instantly penetrated the silver arrow and shot towards Aldarian's chest. No. Looking at the ancient runes on his chest, rune armor fading rapidly, even Aldarian, who did not understand magic, knew that this was a sign that his armor was about to be penetrated. In a panic, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the depths of the forest and hurriedly opened his mouth excitedly to call, Aslan. However, as soon as the voice fell, the pure high-level energy had penetrated his rune plate armor and hit his body. After all, reality is not a game. The reason why high-level magic can become the specialty of the Kingdom of Safri is naturally unique. Excellent armor-breaking ability and powerful anti-soul damage are enough to allow the High Elves to roam in the Warhammer world full of monsters. Feeling the stabbing pain spreading in his chest, Aldarian closed his eyes in despair. He didn't understand why his cinder plate armor couldn't withstand the opponent's magic. He would never know that the last victim who decided to use his body to resist mystic disintegration and died on the spot was a changeable demon. Looking at Aldarian, who was gradually falling, Rohan put Harry Potter's wand back to his waist, then pulled out the blue emerald rune two-handed sword as a trophy and looked at the forest not far away. Seeing a pale golden figure approaching rapidly, Rohan, who had consumed too much divine power, raised the greatsword in his hand again and said with a smile, "It seems that there are new friends coming. Do we need to welcome them?" After a while, an elf man wearing golden maple leaf armor rushed out of the dense black forest. The elf horse under his crotch was panting slightly, obviously after a long journey. "What are you doing? Stop it all." The elf man first looked at the cinder chariot in the forest in shock, and then noticed Aldarian lying in a pile of broken corpses, and the two elves engaged in a battle. Looking at Aldarian, who had lost his breath, and more elves falling, the man's face gradually became ugly. This was not what he expected. No. No, no, no. Sir, please stop this meaningless war. There is no need for ourselves to fight like this. Looking at the older warriors and rookie elves who kept falling, the man hurriedly jumped off the horse, vigilantly came to Aldarian's fallen body, and asked Rohan for a truce. Hearing that this unknown elf actually wanted to cease fire, Rohan, who was originally prepared for another battle, could not help but sneer, and then asked, "This war was not started by me. You older elves took the initiative to attack my army, and killed my people. Now you still want to cease fire. Where did this naive idea come from?" After that, Rohan raised the two-handed sword confiscated from Aldarian, and slashed at the elf man. Hearing the anger in Rohan's words, the man hurriedly drew out the elven scimitar at his waist and hurriedly parried, and at the same time anxiously shouted to Rohan, "Stop, let's not fight anymore. Can't we have a good talk? Stop talking nonsense." However, Rohan did not give the elf man a chance to explain. He was already full of anger, and did not want to reconcile. He just wanted to try this new weapon first, Gwendarian Blue Emerald, the silver sword, that was stained with the blood of countless compatriots in the Elven Civil War, forged by the most outstanding craftsmen of the Sindarin, because it was bathed in the blood of the Cinder Elves for a long time. The inlaid runes have extremely strong magic. Passive skill, allows armor breaking attack. The target's armor is -30, lasts for 30 seconds, allows magic attack, melee attack plus 10 active skill, blood aura, consumes magic power. Countless Sindarin elves died tragically at the hands of Gwendarian in the Civil War. The bitter souls full of the source of magic are driven by magic enough to affect the real world features. Causes moderate magic damage, leaves melee state. Explosion will not harm friendly forces. Good at fighting against multiple soldier models. After glancing at the introduction on the system panel, Rohan decisively injected all the remaining divine power in his body into the great sword in his hand, and turned his attention to the surrounding Nolda warriors. Since it will not harm friendly forces, and it is a group damage, then none of you can survive. The blue emerald on the hilt suddenly began to emit a strange halo, and visible magic flicks were constantly gathering on the sword body, illuminating the magic runes on it. Rohan also found the right opportunity, flapped his wings fiercely to distance himself, and after shaking off the elf man, he flew towards the two armies fighting in the distance. As the light became stronger and stronger, under the influence of Rohan's powerful divine power, the whole sword began to tremble uncontrollably, and even Rohan felt that he could not fully control it. Looking at the Durachi soldiers who were fighting fiercely below, Rohan was furious in his heart, gritted his teeth, and dived towards the position of the older elves. Since he couldn't control it, he might as well throw it away. Under the shocked and angry eyes of the elf man, Rohan roared and raised the sword in his hand, and then stabbed it into the ground fiercely. Bang! A blue airwave instantly burst out from the sword in Rohan's hand, and a semicircular shockwave continued to spread around, immediately forming a vacuum zone around Rohan. Hundreds of Nolda warriors were instantly blown away by this powerful force, and immediately their nostrils and eyes began to spurt blood uncontrollably. In the soul world, that mortals cannot perceive with their naked eyes, the soul skeletons of the Cinder elves are constantly flying out of the sword, eating the souls of the surrounding Nolda elves. On the contrary, those Durachi warriors who were accidentally affected were not only not affected by this energy, but even the souls of the Cinder elves would bypass them. What is that? Get out of the way. Something is biting me from behind. Get rid of it. The older elves who were blown away kept rolling on the ground like crazy. Although they could not see the Cinder souls lying on them, they knew that something was gnawing at them. However, no matter how they struggled, the skeletons of the Cinder elves were still firmly hanging on them, biting their souls fiercely with their teeth. Why are you all standing there? Get rid of them all now, and then continue to attack. Seeing that the surrounding silver mist guards were staring at the older elves rolling on the ground at a loss, Rohan took the lead in chopping an older elf to death with a great sword. Seeing this, the surrounding Durachi warriors finally woke up from their dreams, grinning and stabbing their weapons into the bodies of the older elves who were rolling on the ground. Puff puff, the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh spread across the battlefield, and dozens of sharp halberds easily split the heads of the older elves like chopping melons and vegetables. Asshole, this is obviously just an accident. Do you really have to kill them all? Seeing that Rohan was leading his soldiers to slaughter his own people who had lost their fighting power, the elf man finally stopped standing by and watched, but raised his scimitar again and rushed over. Rohan was not to be outdone, and the great sword in his hand danced easily like a butterfly's wings and hit the man's scimitar heavily. Looking at the man in front of him with an angry look, Rohan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, and then he began to increase the strength of his wrists and grinned. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ally, but what I got in return was betrayal and alienation. I won't pretend anymore. I want to completely conquer the entire older elves. Showdown. That was just Aldarian's personal behavior, not the will of the older elves. Now let's put it aside together, and we can still find a way to live in harmony. Feeling the pressure of his arm shaking constantly, the man couldn't help but secretly curse Aldarian. Why did he create a big enemy for the older elves for no reason? Through the brief fight just now, he already had a general understanding of Rohan's strength and character, so he decided to take the initiative to show weakness and said, "The older elves can compensate for the sacrifices you made in this battle. For the friendly development between the two races, why don't we temporarily put aside our prejudices and have a good talk?" It would have been better if the man didn't mention sacrifice. As soon as he mentioned sacrifice, Rohan thought of the miserable situation of Ange and Lysadiran, and his heart was once again filled with anger. Due to the endless physical strength brought by abundant physical strength, although Rohan had experienced the bloody battle with Vorkia, the magical bombardment of Solian City, and the battle with Aldarian, he still felt energetic now. On the contrary, the older man who rode all the way from Heraclate along Rivertown was somewhat exhausted, and could only parry against Rohan's attacks. Silver sword lights kept slashing on the man's rune shield. The man hurriedly observed the entire battlefield while defending. Since the battle in Long River Town has ended, more and more silver mist hunters have begun to join the battlefield, relying on their own stealth ability to continuously snipe the nobles of the Nolder. And as a sign the barrier was corroded by hellfire, even Dario's artillery has regained its bombing capability and resumed the bombardment of the Nolder elves. Seeing the increasingly corrupt battle situation, the man could only retreat when Rohan put away his sword and then shouted to the Nolder warriors in Nolder, "I'm a Slandal, and I will take over the command of the army now." All Nolder elves retreat immediately. The surrounding Nolder elves had already begun to waver, and when they heard that the person who gave the order was a Slandal, they decisively began to retreat. However, the Nolder elves at this time did not know that they were not the only ones who could understand the Nolder language. They want to escape, fire a signal flare, and call back the retreating dragoon regiment. Looking at a Slandal who turned around and fled into the Black Forest, Rohan hesitated for a moment and did not choose to enter the forest to pursue him, but instead issued an artillery order to the soldiers. After all, his feathers still need to be cleaned daily, and the sharp branches may cause his wings to fork. He doesn't want to become a pheasant when he comes out. And don't chase too deep. This forest is the territory of the Nolder after all. Be careful of their traps or ambushes. Seeing that his silver mist warriors were also planning to enter the Black Forest to pursue, Rohan subconsciously prepared to call Ange's name, but then he reacted, gave a warning, and flew back. After working for so long, he almost forgot to resurrect Ange. After a while, Rohan saw Dario directing the logistics troops to collect the Nolder spoils on the battlefield, and then landed and asked, "Dario, have you seen Rhysadalan and Ange? How are they now?" "Sir, Rhysadalan's body has recovered, but Ange, he is dead. All this is my responsibility." Seeing Rohan asking him about the situation of the two, Dario hurriedly knelt on one knee, waiting for Rohan's punishment. After all, it was indeed his inconsiderateness at the time, coupled with Rhysadalan's overconfidence, which led to Ange's unfortunate death by Aldarian. "Well, this is not your responsibility. After all, who would have thought that these Nolder elves would launch a sneak attack? Let's go and see how Ange is doing first." Looking at Dario, who sincerely repented in front of him, Rohan did not mean to blame him. After all, he also knew that this matter was indeed the Nolder elves' lack of martial ethics, and Dario could not be blamed. As the saying goes, two countries do not kill envoys when they are at war. I didn't expect that these Nolder elves are even more barbaric than the Dorichi. Thank you for your tolerance. Hearing that Rohan did not mean to blame him, Dario stood up and took Rohan to the camp. On the battlefield not far from the tent, many soldiers were collecting the remains of the Durachi soldiers who died in the battle and placed them all on white shrouds. Although there are rebirth pills and advanced medical technology inherited from modern humans, many soldiers were hit in the vitals in the battle and did not even have a chance to be rescued. Looking at the hundreds of broken bodies laid out on the shrouds, among which there were even many familiar faces, Rohan sighed and said, "It's really tragic. Even in the battle with chaos, we didn't suffer such tragic casualties, did we?" "Yes, sir. The sneak attack of the older elves caught me off guard. At the beginning, only the reserve troops were able to fight, so there were such serious casualties." Even Dario felt a little sorry. After all, this was the first time he had suffered such a serious blow since he led the troops. Looking at Dario, who was a little depressed, Rohan patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry about it. Their souls will eventually return to the Mist Temple. Let's go and see Ange's situation first. Maybe I can think of a way to save him." Chapter 247, The Magical Use of the Divine Body. After passing through the camp full of shrouds, Rohan finally saw the anxious Rhysady and Aang's body in a tent. Seeing that Rohan had finally come after such a long wait, Rhysady stood up from the ground excitedly and asked nervously, "Sir, please find a way to save Aang." "Okay, stop talking. Go down and have a rest first. I want to see what's going on with Aang." Seeing that Rhysadylan's face was covered with dirt and sweat, Rohan first raised his hand to let Rhysadylan go to rest first, and then turned his attention to Aang. A scar deep enough to see the bone appeared on Aang's neck, and there was not much blood around the wound. Obviously Rhysadylan had already dealt with it before. Killed with one strike. It seems that the guy named Ildarian is very skilled in swordsmanship. If he is not born unable to learn magic, I'm afraid that even I would find it a bit difficult. After confirming that there was only one wound on Ange's body, Rohan began to call the Lady of the Mist in his heart, preparing to find a way to revive Ange. After all, on the system panel, Ange, as the captain of the Mist Walker, is also a affairs officer in terms of function. It is too wasteful for him to die like this. With a faint silver light emerging from Rohan, a link connected to the Lady of the Mist was gradually sent by Rohan. "Madam, are you there?" Busy tone. "What's wrong? Did you encounter an enemy that you can't defeat?" In the Mist Temple, Rajlia was looking at the several bodies in front of her with a tangled face, and at the same time, answered the call request from Rohan. If other gods of Penda were present, they would be horrified to find that the bodies in front of Rajlia that had lost their consciousness were the native gods of Penda, Eunomia, Ulvet and Terra. After waving her hand to take the bodies back to her own treasure house, Rajlia slowly closed her eyes and began to respond to Rohan's prayer. Seeing that the Lady of the Mist responded to him, Rohan knew that the success rate of resurrecting Ange was estimated to be 50%. So he smiled and hinted, "Well, my troops were suddenly attacked by the older elves, resulting in a lot of casualties, and one of the more important lieutenants was also sacrificed. So you want me to save someone? No problem. I'll send a consciousness over later, and you will be responsible for talking to him." After hearing Rohan's request, Rajlia directly agreed to the other party's request without even hesitation. After all, after absorbing the power of the three gods of Penda, she also showed some symptoms similar to the indigestion of Slanesh after eating too many elf souls, and the power in her body was too full. Now is a good opportunity to consume some divine power and take care of the believer's emotions. Why not? Hearing that Lady Mist agreed to his request so readily, Rohan immediately smiled and thanked her. "Thank you for your kindness, Lady Mist. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving." After that, he was ready to cut off contact with Lady Mist and prepare to continue to deal with the wars in Changtown and Kyaoan Bay, and then let the vassal army come to take over the city. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Rajlia suddenly called Rohan, recalling the three god bodies in her treasure house, and said distressedly, "You can't leave. I have a troublesome matter to solve. The three gods of Penda have been absorbed by me, but their bodies have remained. Because they have lost their souls, their bodies have lost their self-awareness, leaving only indestructible flesh. But these flesh bodies are useless to me, and it is too wasteful to use them as medicine. so I want to ask your opinion. After listening to the complaints of the Lady of the Mist, even Rohan fell into silence and was unable to fully digest what he had just said. Those are not 3 ordinary corpses, but 3 god bodies. You must know that the bodies of gods have been wrapped in a large amount of faith power for a long time, so even the flesh and blood of the lowest level gods have the power to heal curses and purify souls. For example, a bear god who did not want to reveal his name and lost to Bullock, his flesh and blood can even break the curse of Tsinch and can even be used as medicine to make various terrible plagues. Even for a chosen one, like Rohan himself, his flesh and blood have a strong effect on breaking those evil creatures or curses. In the game of his previous life, Rohan remembered a scene where the Ratman, unclean onslaught, was able to cure the endless hunger brought by the dimensional stone by devouring the flesh and blood of Aisha's chosen one Ariel. It can be said that even the flesh and blood of the chosen one is a very valuable treasure, let alone the body of a god. Just as Rohan began to think about the role of the divine flesh, the figure of Lilith suddenly flashed in his mind, and a plan suddenly burst out from his mind. Madam, since we have found a new body, why don't we go and recruit some of Lilith's followers in Britannia? Oh, what do you mean? Hearing that she could trip up Lilith, Rajlio's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and then she asked Rohan with a sly smile about the countermeasures. Think about it, since Lilith can trick those knights of Britannia into acting as her believers, why can't we? And according to our last lesson, Lilith will let the knights she likes drink the spring water mixed with her own blood, bind their souls to herself, and become her slaves. But our goal is not to enslave them, but to recruit warriors who fight against chaos for world peace, so we only need to bless them with the power of faith. At this point, Rohan waved his fingers excitedly, as if he had seen the Britannians cheering for the blessing of the Lady of the Mist. Moreover, the location of the Temple of the Mist is in Iris, and it only takes a sea to reach the Britannian region, which is completely convenient for the spread of faith. At that time, as long as I can ensure that Kiev resists the invasion of chaos, and Britannia defends against vampires, the task of preventing it will be accomplished. After listening to Rohan's plan, Rajlia felt her eyes light up. Although this plan of poaching someone's girlfriend from behind was a bit sinister, if the target was Lilith, then it was better to obey than to be respectful. After thinking carefully about Rohan's plan, Rajlia nodded with satisfaction, and then responded with a sense of consciousness, "Don't worry about those things now, let me see where your deputy who needs to be resurrected is." Chapter 248, Blade of Gwyndelion. After the conversation, Rohan stood up and comforted Rhysadiran, who had been waiting for a long time. "Don't worry, Lady Mist has agreed to come and revive Ange herself, so you don't have to worry about it. Go down and rest." "Is that so? I'm relieved." Hearing this, Rhysadiran left the tent with peace of mind and went to find a new tent to rest under Dario's arrangement. Rohan stayed alone in the tent, looking at Ange's body and patiently waiting for Lady Mist to come. Not long after, a layer of milky white mist covered the entire tent, and then a beautiful figure slowly appeared in the tent accompanied by the mist. Seeing this, Rohan first saluted slightly to the consciousness of Lady of the Mist, then pointed to the corpse on the ground and explained, "This is my Lieutenant Ange who died. He was unfortunately framed by the older elves when he was negotiating with them, so I would like to ask you to find a way to save him. Don't worry, since my consciousness has come in person, how could there be any mistakes?" Looking at Ange's intact body on the ground, the face under the veil of the consciousness smiled at Rohan, and then turned his gaze to Ange's body on the ground. "Is this the child? I remember him. It seems that he was already by your side when I first blessed you." "Yes, he has always been loyal to me, so how could I watch him die?" "So that's how it is. You are really a gentle elf." Seeing Rohan scratching his head a little embarrassedly, the consciousness first praised Rohan for his nostalgia and protection of his shortcomings, and then began to observe Ange's body on the ground. However, just a moment later, the divine consciousness leaned down with some doubts, carefully looked at the wound on Ange's body, and asked doubtfully, "The soul of this child is gone, and this wound is not the real reason for his death. My blessing is still on his body. His death is due to the disappearance of his soul." "What?" Hearing this, Rohan's eyes widened suddenly, and the first thought that popped into his mind was that the older elves took Ange's soul. Although this is a bit unpleasant to hear, Ange is just a shadow with the blessing of the lady, and it is not worth it for someone to take his soul specifically. And because of the obstruction of the Lady of the Mist, even Slaanesh himself cannot open the subspace portal to the continent of Penda, so there is no possibility of outsiders. Then it can only be the work of the older elves. Since Rohan did not witness Ange's death, he could only target the older elves with suspicion, and subconsciously shouted, "Those bastards. Did the older elves take away his soul?" No, his soul was forcibly extracted from this wound, and there are fragments of his soul on the wound. TSK, what a vicious weapon. Recalling the spoils he had snatched from Aldarion, Rohan hurriedly summoned Gwendarion from the system space, and then handed it to his consciousness and said, "Madam, this is the spoils I looted from the murderer. It has the ability to release the ghosts of past elves. Could Ange's soul be among those ghosts? Oh, let me see." Upon hearing that there was such a strange weapon, the consciousness of the Lady of the Mist immediately became interested. She curiously took the heavy sword and observed it. The sword, made of unknown silver metal, was engraved with strange Sindarin runes, and a blue spherical jade was inlaid in the center of the hilt, shining like the luster of the sea. However, who would have known that such a flawless blade actually imprisoned countless wronged souls of the Cinder? Carefully stroking the exquisite patterns on the hilt, a trace of surprise flashed in the beautiful eyes of the divine consciousness, and it was obvious that she had not expected to encounter such a situation. After an unknown amount of time, a milky white shadow slowly appeared on the palm of the divine consciousness, and from the shape, the appearance of Ange could be vaguely seen. "I can feel the wailing of the elves who died tragically at the hands of their own race. Thousands of wronged souls have been absorbed into this blue emerald, and the little guy named Ange is also in it." After returning Gwendarion to Rohan, the divine consciousness looked at the great sword with a look of sadness, and a mist appeared in the corners of her eyes. I don't know if she was defending the innocent people who died tragically because of the power between the families, or was she lamenting the difference between the fate of the Cinder and Ulthuan. Through her observation just now, she had learned from the souls of the Cinder in the Blue Emerald that the entire Cinder had been destroyed because of the power conflict between the two families. How similar this is to the Ulthuan elves, who are now split into 3 races for the Phoenix Throne. Thinking of this, Lady Mist couldn't help but sigh to Rohan, who was waiting patiently beside her. If the elves can put aside their desire for power and unite under the banner of fighting chaos, why worry about the invasion of chaos evil gods? Well, actually, I think our desire for power is not so great. If Ajuran is willing to stand up and say a few fair words, I think the division of the elves can be solved immediately. Don't worry about those for the time being. Let's think of a way to revive Ange first. Compared to Lady Mist's sigh, Rohan didn't think so much about the future of the race. Now he just wanted to revive Ange first, and then hurry up to revive Ange. However, Rohan didn't know at this time that his words were successfully heard by Lady Mist. Watching Rohan put the great sword containing the blood and tears of the Cinder into the system space, Lady Mist couldn't help but sigh. Yes, if Ajuran, forget it. This elf is your adjutant, right? I happen to need a short-term spokesperson in Britannia, and I also need to train giants. You don't mind if I let him do it? Really? That's a good thing. It allows him to gain experience in Britannia and strengthen his own strength. Hearing that Lady Mist was willing to resurrect Aang, and even seemed to entrust him with an important task, Rohan decisively agreed to the proposal, and allowed Aang to develop in other places. Hearing that Rohan agreed to his request, his consciousness was satisfied, and took Aang's soul, then put the corpse on the ground into the space ring and said, "In this case, I will leave first. If you have any difficulties in unifying Penda, just tell me directly. You must work hard, don't worry, ma'am. I will try to unify the entire Penda within a month, and then deal with the affairs of Britannia." Rohan was naturally full of confidence in the battle situation in Penda. After all, his artifact mission would be completed soon, and he would naturally speed up the progress of the attack. Chapter 249. Brave Nolder, not afraid of difficulties. Watching the mist gradually dissipating in the room, Rohan left the tent and found Dario, who was arranging the logistics work. He told him about Ange. When Dario, who had never been blessed, Heard that Ange could not only be blessed by the Lady of the Mist, but also become the spokesperson for Britannia. He couldn't help but sigh with envy. Really? It seems that Ange is really lucky. When can I be blessed? In fact, your current strength is not bad. Compared with the mass-produced weapons assigned to the soldiers, I always give you experimental weapons to try first. Faced with Dario's complaints, Rohan could only comfort him helplessly. After all, if the Lady of the Mist could not choose Dario, he could only compensate in other ways. Whether it was the bolt gun that was still under experiment or the experimental tank that was about to be completed, Rohan would give priority to adding it to Dario's troops. Dario knew all this, so he just complained verbally, and then reminded Rohan seriously, "My lord, this time the older elves' sneak attack caused us to lose hundreds of excellent warriors. Although we don't know why they want to sneak attack us, we must be careful." Rohan nodded silently to Dario's reminder, and then turned his eyes to the endless black forest. He couldn't figure out why the older elves wanted to sneak attack him, but now that the shackles of war have been opened, he can only choose to fight. After thinking for a moment, looking at Changtown, where the black dragon flag had been raised, Rohan flapped his wings again and told Dario, "Your mission is to protect this city. Be prepared to resist the sneak attack of the older elves, and wait for the reinforcement of the follow-up troops. The war to unify Penda will be carried out by Isabel and me. After we successfully unify the entire Penda, we will gather all our forces to deal with the older elves." "Yes, sir." After hearing Rohan's arrangements for the next step, Dario's face immediately showed a solemn look. After all, the pressure from the older elves was not small. In the battle just now, he had already seen the difficulty of the older elves. The oppression brought by those powerful Cinder weapons was too great. And now, he can mobilize nearly 3,000 Durachi warriors, nearly 100 artillery pieces without rune shells, and several Penda servants. Although it seems to be a large number, the outer wall of Changtown has been destroyed, and there is a lack of defensive equipment, so there is no danger to defend. In this case, if the older elves take advantage of his unstable foothold to launch an attack, it will inevitably be a bloody street fight. In this case, I will go to strengthen the city defense first, and prepare to resist the older elves. Thinking that the older elves may launch an attack at any time, Dario did not care to continue chatting. He saluted Rohan, and hurriedly left the camp. Looking at Dario's gradually receding back, Rohan also jumped up from the ground, looking at the silver mist warriors who were withdrawing from the black forest in the distance, and prayed in his heart. Now the unification of the Penda continent is only one step away. It's best not to let me know that there is any accident in Changtown, otherwise I will let you see what cruelty is. However, Rohan and Dario did not know at this time that the older elves in the Heraclea castle deep in the Black Forest had also given up the initiative to attack. Black Forest, Heraclea is the last resting place of the older elves in this world. The entire Heraclea is a castle made of magical materials as brown as autumn leaves. The nearly 100-meter high city wall was dotted with shooting holes of all sizes, and even a few elegantly shaped magic turrets could be seen, which were obviously relics of the Cinder. On the city wall, the castle guards were looking at the older army below in panic, which looked like a defeated army. The large number of wounded even made them suspect that it was an attack by the demon army. Looking at the few thousand remaining members of the Ildarian family, a Slandal on horseback suppressed his anger and shouted to the guards on the city wall, "Open the city gates and block other exits from the city gates. From now on, no elves are allowed to enter or leave unless they are allowed to do so." Hearing Aslandal's angry shout, the guards on the city wall hurriedly raised the iron gates engraved with magic runes and opened the magic array used to hide the castle. Buzz with a strange sound, the magnificent castle standing on the edge of the lake immediately disappeared from the sight of mortal creatures, and even the footprints leading to the castle disappeared. Seeing that the trail to Heraclea had been cleared, Aslandal slowly breathed a sigh of relief and then led his army into the castle. The interior of the castle was like a huge tree hole, with countless winding bridges like spider webs connecting the various caves in the castle. After hearing the noise, the older civilians all walked out of the caves, looking at the dusty older army below in panic, not knowing why it had become like this. At this moment, an older elf dressed as a noble ran out from the cave in the center of the castle. He first looked at the remaining older army in shock, and then asked Aslandal, "What happened?" These other troops that Aldarian secretly brought out of the castle before. Why are there only these people left? We can't help it. Aldarian made a big mistake after all. He misjudged the gap in strength between us and the Druchii elves and took the initiative to launch a sneak attack on them. What about Aldarian? Why didn't I see him? Hearing the nobleman's question, Aslandel closed his eyes in pain and then looked at the remnants of the defeated army behind him and sighed. When I arrived at the battlefield, Aldarian had already died from the magic of that Druchii lord. I could only find a way to bring back the remaining troops first. Upon hearing that Aldarian's army was defeated in the sneak attack, the nobleman couldn't help but curse the other party's incompetence in his heart and then ask nervously, what about those Druchii elves? Have they caught up with us? Has Elikal's position been exposed? No, some warriors volunteered to stay behind to cover us, and those Druchii didn't chase us too far, so they shouldn't be exposed. Hearing this, the nobleman finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the wounded who were being carried away for treatment in a daze, obviously not recovering yet. After all, unlike the Druchii, the fertility rate of the older elves is like the beef in beef instant noodles. You can't say that there are no fertility, but it is indeed very small. Usually in a year, if the entire older tribe can have more than 100 lucky people born, it is already a cause for celebration. And today, the number of Noldor elves who died on the battlefield alone is equivalent to the number of their tribe's growth over the past few decades. Let's go. We need to talk about this matter with the other two families. We must decide what the Noldor elves should do next. After recovering from the heavy losses suffered by the tribe, the nobleman staggered towards the cave, obviously not recovering yet. There is no doubt that, if the Noldor elves can still fight against other human kingdoms on the continent of Pendor, then they can't afford this new war with the Druchii elves. Aslandel obviously understood this problem, and a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. He was also dissatisfied with Aldarian's behavior in his heart. According to his original plan, he tried to maintain a harmonious coexistence with the Druchii elves as much as possible, jointly develop the continent of Pendor and other new continents, and achieve mutual benefit and win-win results. However, let alone mutual benefit and win-win results now, the Druchii elves were grateful that they could agree to their request for a truce. Then Aslandel followed the nobleman into the cave, and in the hall of the cave, several Noldor nobles who were also dressed in splendid clothes had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Aslandel enter the hall, the two leading elves stood up from their chairs. One of them asked first, Kalervanir and I have heard the details. The war with the Druchii elves is inevitable. What do you think about this? I suggest that we defend Araclay to the death. In this way, as long as we do not take the initiative to expose the location of the castle, we can avoid disputes like when we first arrived in the Pendor continent 1,000 years ago. After time has healed the scars between the two tribes, we will find a way to propose peace talks with the Druchii elves and give up some of our interests in exchange for peace. How about it? After thinking for a moment, Aslandel expressed his inner thoughts. Although this plan is a bit conservative, it is also most suitable for the Noldor elves with almost infinite lifespans. Unlike the elves in the Warhammer world, the Noldor elves will only die from cruel wars and the heartbreak of losing their loved ones, so they have enough time to develop and wait. After listening to Aslandel's suggestion, the elf chief who asked the question immediately flashed a hint of approval in his eyes. Obviously, as a dove, he did not want to see more wars. However, another elf chieftain named Kalervanir did not agree so much. Seeing that the two seemed to be ready to retreat for defense, he asked angrily, have you all forgotten our dead people? Although Aldarian committed stupid war crimes, he is still one of our chieftains. Moreover, those Druchii elves have already shown their greed for Pendor, and their false gods are also killing those innocent human gods. Their crimes are no less than Azidahaka. Since we have the advantage of the terrain, we should send patrols to sneak attack their caravans and villages, engage in guerrilla warfare with them, and consume their manpower. After saying that, he slapped the table in front of him a few times, as if to give his words some persuasiveness. Obviously, compared with the dove like Aslandel and another elf chieftain, Kalervanir is a hawkish leader like Aldarian. Of course, the reason why he advocated war so much was not only because he was angry about Aldarian's death, but also because Aldarian's sneak attack had his support. No, we have already lost Ildarian, and a large number of Sindarin weapons have been seized by Druki. Even if we launch an attack, how much damage can we cause? However, Aslandal directly rejected his suggestion. After all, regardless of right or wrong, they have lost the advantage of continuing the war. The failed sneak attack has lost the suddenness of the war and the initiative. Although they can rely on the Black Forest to carry out guerrilla warfare, they cannot form an effective counterattack at all without the geographical advantage. More importantly, the failure of this sneak attack also caused a large number of young and aggressive hawkish members to die on the battlefield. The civilians who have experienced the Sindarin Civil War will definitely not want to have another Elven Civil War. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Although there is no such saying among the older elves, but Aslandal can still feel that the advantage of the war has disappeared. After listening to Aslandal's advice, the Hawk leader, who was the only one left, had to give in, and responded somewhat unwillingly. Okay, I agree with you temporarily, but once you find that the Darach elves have entered the Black Forest in large numbers, you must send out troops to fight back. No problem, but you must also ensure that you will not take the initiative to attack those Darach, otherwise it will be bad to lead them to Heraclea. The three lords at this time obviously did not know that Dario had adopted the same tactics as them in the Long River town on the other side. In this way, the entire Black Forest fell into a strange silence, as if there had never been a war between elves, and even the older patrol that had attacked the caravan disappeared. Of course, this was not important to Dario. Anyway, his mission was to defend this Long River town. As long as those Noldor elves did not sneak attack citizen villages, he would be happy to be idle. A few days later, Cliffrock Bay compared with the chaotic Long River town battlefield. The Cliffrock Bay battlefield, which was in charge of Isabel, was much more peaceful. Of course, this so-called peace is relative. Isabel, has she come to him recently? How come she has become so cruel? Looking at the Cliffrock Bay, which was almost completely covered by plants, and the large number of blood-sucking skeletons of the severed Lion Realm soldiers on the roadside, Rohan couldn't help but twitch slightly. If it weren't for the black dragon flag on the city wall, he would have thought that the legendary heretics had invaded Cliffrock Bay. After landing on the castle at the top of Cliffrock Bay, Rohan first looked at the scenery of the city built on the strait, and then entered the castle, and found Isabel in the bedroom. Since Rohan has obtained the alchemical potion that helps humans prolong their life from the Lord Witch King, Isabel is still youthful now. Hey Law, I seem to have some problems with my body because I cast too many spells. Can you help me check it out? Looking at the bunny girl who seemed to be prepared on the big bed, Rohan slowly closed the bedroom door, flapped his wings and smiled. Be careful, eagles love to eat little white rabbits the most. Chapter 250, The Two Countries in Fear. A few days later, Cillian City Run. That winged demon elf is here again. Everyone beware of his black fire. Oh no. His Majesty the King has committed suicide. The war was raging, and the smoke filled the sky over the entire city, adding a bleak color to this magnificent city once known as the Golden City. Looking at the vines and thorns growing continuously on the city walls, the Sarlian defenders, who had already suffered heavy losses from the hellfire, began to wail and flee the city. There was no other way, because hellfire could not be extinguished by any physical means, so the black fire that continued to spread throughout the city had already made them panic. Looking at the Sarlian soldiers fleeing around on the city walls, Isabel, who was dressed in a green robe, obviously had no intention of letting them go, so she waved a scepter in her hand and shouted, "Forest Awakening." A visible green ripple immediately flew out from the staff in her hand, and began to continuously produce thorns on the city walls. In an instant, countless thorns and vines were like nimble poisonous snakes, eagerly rushing towards the soldiers of the fierce Lion Realm who had no time to escape. No. Save me quickly, I don't want to become like them. A soldier watched in horror as the thorns began to wrap around his legs, scraping his body with fine spikes into a bloody mess, and couldn't help but ask for help from his companions around him. However, those comrades who once called him brothers only hesitated for half a second before decisively abandoning him on the spot. They did not forget the lessons brought by the previous hellfire. Nearly 1,000 comrades all died in the process of saving people, and even their bodies were not left behind. What's more, the dry bones on the roadside that had been drained of blood were all warning them of the dangers of these vines and thorns. In the grey sky, Rohan was flapping the pair of snow-white wings behind him, looking at the defenders below who abandoned the artillery and fled, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Almost done. As long as we take this city, the remaining 2 small kingdoms won't be a problem to worry about. With the advantage of aerial vision, Rohan can clearly judge everything that is happening on the battlefield and make adjustments and deployments at the same time. This feeling is like Total War traditional perspective versus first-person realistic player, which is basically equivalent to a dimensionality reduction attack. In the city, the long hungry war hydras are shaking their 5 heads frantically, spewing orange-red flames to burn the fleeing Solian soldiers. At the same time, the Ash Dragon riders who suffered a great loss at the hands of the older elves finally regained their lost face and began to attack the archers who lacked the cover of the crossbow. The entire Solian city is like a hell on earth, with countless corpses and flames all over the city, and the ground is full of melted gold particles, showing the former prosperity of this city. Remember, according to the order issued by Lord Rohan, unless they are civilians without any weapons in their hands, they will all be treated as enemies. What about the soldiers, who laid down their weapons and surrendered? Except for those without weapons, all others will be executed. The Silver Mist warriors were not to be outdone. Although most of the houses in the Fierce Lion city had been burned down by the hellfire, there were still those surrendered prisoners to be killed. Anyway, these strong and healthy defeated soldiers would also be an unstable factor for the society ruled by Druki in the future, so they might as well get rid of them all. Anyway, after waiting for more than 10 years, the fields will soon grow strong and healthy servant reserve armies, so there is no need to worry about the population problem. Screams, cries, wails, tears. Silently watching the citizens falling down like weed below, Rohan's eyes did not reveal a trace of sympathy. After years of living in Durachi, Rohan, a young man who used to live under the red flag, has long understood a truth under the guidance of the Witch King. Some people deal with things too cleanly, which will eventually cause disasters, but some people deal with things uncleanly, which will always be a disaster. Chaos is the enemy, and countless demons and monsters are coveting the pure land created by the Mist Lady, so someone must pay the price for it. It has been almost 8 years since Rohan came to Penda, and he doesn't have so much time to educate the people of Penda little by little and let them accept the rule of Durachi. In comparison, Rohan prefers to directly eradicate the disobedient leeks from the root, and a new batch of strong leeks will eventually grow in a dozen years. After all, it is the place where we will live in the future. It's time for them to stop. Clang. Watching the war gradually burn towards the pyramid-shaped castle, Rohan slowly put away the fire phoenix in his hand, and then slowly landed in the direction of the palace. Looking at the palace maids who were running away in panic after seeing him, Rohan did not pay attention to their intentions, but walked towards the inside of the palace. It is estimated that it will not be long before the news that Durachi has successfully occupied Solian, and is only one step away from unifying Penda will spread to the other 2 kingdoms. As kings, they should also see what the current situation is like, and that the unification of Penda is only one step away. Should they choose to surrender and add icing on the cake to his victory, or choose to fight stubbornly and bring new disasters to their people? I'm really looking forward to what choice they will make. I hope you two don't be ungrateful, otherwise I will waste a lot of time cleaning up the battlefield, which is really not worth it. 1 week later, as Rohan expected, the fall of various cities in Solian did bring great shock to the 2 kings on the other side of the continent. Although they all verbally disliked King Ulrich, it did not mean that they underestimated the military strength of Solian. After all, tens of thousands of powerful cavalry and hundreds of thousands of civilian troops allowed Solian to face the declaration of war from 4 countries on the continent at the same time with ease. In Solian's capital, Sternraven City, the usually calm Gregory was angrily smashing the wine glass in his hand to the ground and scolded the Solian deserter in front of him. Impossible. The entire Solian army of hundreds of thousands of people collapsed in less than 2 weeks. Even if it was hundreds of thousands of pigs, the elves would not be able to catch them all in 3 months. Grey. Your Majesty, the entire battlefield was full of elves' artillery shells and magic at that time. We had no choice but to flee. Hearing Gregory's angry rebuke, the Sarlian knight who was pinned to the ground by several armored guards couldn't help but refute with some grievance, obviously not thinking that there was anything wrong with being a deserter. After all, the entire Sarlian city was in chaos at that time, and the streets were full of flying dragons and elves slaughtering people wantonly, which was simply too scary. Besides, King Ulrich had already posthumously consecrated himself in the palace, and the outermost walls had been breached, so the knights couldn't even command the most basic counterattack. Were they really going to let him be buried with the Sarlian, which had already lost its king and all its territories? What a joke. Looking at this knight who had already lost all his courage and glory, Gregory could only sigh secretly at the fate of the Sarlian, and then wave to the guards around him. Ha 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 ha, wait and see, Gregory, those elves will never give up like this, and your kingdom will eventually end up like the Sarlian. Looking at the armored guards around him with their hands on their weapons, the Sarlian knight seemed to have known his fate as a deserter, so he began to shout wildly. The desperate shouts spread throughout the castle, and even the most determined dragon knights felt a chill in their hearts, and many women were so scared that they sobbed softly. Seeing the constant crying around him, the already irritable Gregory grabbed the wine glass from the table, then raised his head and began to drink. The cold beer continued to pour into his internal organs that were burning due to his irritability, and immediately restored a bit of clarity to Gregory's drowsy brain. Feeling the anger in his heart gradually subside as the wine went down his throat, Gregory breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze to the silent nobles around him and asked, "You are all excellent warriors of the stern Raven realm who have experienced hundreds of battles. Now you all know the ending of the fierce Lion realm. Do you have any good ideas?" The nobles looked at each other. As the northernmost ice and snow kingdom of Pendor, they never thought that the continent of Pendor would be forced to this point by a group of elves. Seeing that the nobles were hesitant to speak, Gregory slowly walked to the throne, rubbed his eyebrows tiredly and whispered, "Please speak freely now, otherwise after this month, we may not even have the chance to speak." After these words came out, the nobles began to think, and not long after, a noble with grey hair and long beard walked to the throne, touched his beard and murmured, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, I think we currently have about 3 ways to go." "There are actually 3 ways? Tell me quickly, maybe your method can determine the future fate of the kingdom." When Gregory thought that there was still hope for his kingdom to continue, a gleam of light immediately flashed in his eyes, and then he sat on the throne to listen to opinions. After noticing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, the old noble coughed a few times, and then expressed his opinion. "First of all, the first one, which I think is the most hopeless one, we can hold on to Kraustern, and at the same time form an alliance with the kingdom of Ferdsfane, and prepare to resist the invasion of the elves. The second is to transfer the main forces of the kingdom to other continents through our naval ships in the Port of Fallen, or directly capture the island countries far away from Pendor. The third is to surrender to those elves." "No." Before the old noble finished speaking, a middle-aged noble couldn't wait to interrupt the old noble's speech, and then stood in front of the stage to protest. "We must not surrender. Aren't the lessons of Bacchus and the fierce lion enough? Those elves are all cruel and cunning. Do you want to let the massacre enter Kraustern? We should fight those elves to the end. Count Otto, your behavior is making a joke of the fate of the country. Would you rather see the elven dragons appear in Kraustern? We absolutely cannot surrender like this. Don't forget how our ancestors bravely and gloriously defeated those Misty Mountain bandits. We can defeat the bandits with ice and snow, and we can also defeat the elves." The nobles quarreled one after another, and the noisy voices made Gregory's heart, which had finally calmed down, fall into irritation again, and he could only drink his wine. However, the nobles below obviously did not notice the king's irritability. After all, on such an issue that determines the survival of the country, they all wanted to express their opinions. However, after a few minutes, looking at the nobles below who still did not stop, Gregory finally couldn't help but stood up angrily and shouted, "That's enough, now everyone be quiet." Hearing the king's roar, the nobles stopped arguing and chose to stand near the throne obediently, waiting for the king to decide the fate of the kingdom. Gregory took a deep breath, then looked at the old noble who was already panting in the fight and asked, "According to you, if we choose to surrender to the elves, what is the probability that we can avoid being massacred?" Your Majesty, since there is no precedent of surrendering to the elves on the continent of Penda, I can only say that the probability is very small. But there is one thing everyone knows, that is, if we choose to resist, if we are defeated, we will definitely end up like the Salian. The old noble's solemn words surrounded the castle, and immediately won the approval of many nobles, but also made the nobles who advocated holding on show disdain on their faces. Surrender? Ha, I can guard the Ravenstern until I die of old age. For them, the cold glaciers and steep mountains of the Ravenstern are as easy as going home. Even tens of thousands of Jatu legions and Misty Mountain army can only be defeated by the skilled bows and arrows and guerrilla warfare of the Ravenstern people. As for the flying dragons, the powerful bow and arrow god Alvet would never watch their devout believers destroyed. The confident nobles obviously didn't know that the bow and arrow god they had been thinking about had already become a life-size figurine of Lady Mist and was undergoing various experiments. After a long silence, Gregory came back to his senses from his hesitation and looked at the white-bearded noble below with a firm gaze and said, Duke Adarian, since you said so, we need to make preparations for both situations. You are responsible for negotiating with those elves to see what conditions they can offer if we choose to surrender. Count Otto, you are responsible for recruiting soldiers from the entire city, and by the way, discuss the next battle plan with Duke Adarian. As you command. The two nobles saluted King Gregory without hesitation, and no one noticed the smile on the corner of the mouth of the grey-haired Duke Adarian. Through the heavy plate armor, Adarian couldn't help but touch his chest, where a silver cross was emitting a faint light. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.